Yeah. Oh my god. Hi. Rick was here, and then it was like crashing and coming back up and crashing and coming back up. And I was like, I fucking hate people. Because I know what it is. like, like, I know what it is. Um, and then I called on the angels, archangels, ascended masters, multidimensional beings, the Pleiadians, Arcturians, Lyrans, Andromedans, Sirians, Vegans, and Avians to help me. And it crashed a couple more times. And then my dad went to the kitchen and I asked him to check the thing because sometimes we have all these pods all over the house. And he sent a picture that showed they're all online. So now it's working. But it says there was two of you, now it says there's none of you. So I don't know. But that does that all the time. It will tell me there's nobody in here, but I'll be getting comments. How can I just fucking keep this up? No, 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 no. No, no, no. Not that one. 444. Live chat. Jenny, hi. Club in the Sun, hi. I have my laptop here, too. Because it literally says there's nobody in here. It's so fucking weird. Oh. You see the light? I have to check with people because most people can't fucking see shit. And then I was like, anything that comes to me comes back times 3. It does. So fuck with me. Because I watch you fall. Further. And further. I'm evil. It's that fucking Aries energy. I see one person in the top chat, but me and Abby are here chatting. Yeah, I have 0. 0, 0 on the top of my screen. So there could be like 7 people in here, 20 people in here. I wouldn't know unless somebody speaks. I really think like that the Aries retrograde is making people mean. Um, and frustrated and pissed off and just all those things. But I've been okay. Like I've been really trying to like force myself to not be like upset, which is not easy, because there's plenty of things to be upset about all the time. But um, I, I think I told you guys the other day how like my dad and my person there that I did a healing for, they both were saying how they want to see with their eye. And I tell people what to do and how to do things, like how I've, gone about it and all of that. Um, and I tell my dad all the time about like what I've done and how to and what to do. And like I've said it like multiple times. I'm like, you gotta go out there, you gotta talk to them, you gotta like, interact with them. And like yesterday he's like, his idea of that is like when he leaves the kitchen and walks around the outside of the house to the back side of the house and goes into his room. Like some magical thing's gonna happen in that moment. I'm like, you're not even stopping. You're just like, there's not enough time. You wouldn't even notice. Um, but he was like all mad about it. But he was mad because I because I of all the stuff that I've captured in the couple of days I've shown him, he's like angry about it now. Like what do they want? Why are they here? And I'm like, 2 days ago you were asking like for them to come because you wanted to see them. I'm showing them to you, and now you're mad. What? Like so everybody's just like extra angry, frustrated. Um, making things like, taking things wrong too, like miscommunications would get high right now. And it's just frustrating. And I do want to give you, I'm going to make one of those rooms for you guys. But I'm afraid to leave the screen that we're on right now and with my phone. So what I'm going to do is I have my laptop here. I'm going to go onto it, make one, and then put it into the chat. I think I can view the chat. I think I can view the live from my account. For like I don't have to be a member. I am the owner. Yeah, easily agitated, frustrated. It's normal right now, but I think we're also all right. So like Samhain, this time of year, what this all is about, like, is we're between the light and the dark. So both things are present, evil and the light. And I've been fucking seeing it, and I've been fucking hearing it. Like when I recorded the things that I've been, and I sent them to Abby too. I can hear screaming, and I can hear things. Like last night when I listened back to, I was just taking I looked at the moon, and there was like 20 moons, and there was like square boxes of color, and a green orb thingy. Like and I'm not stupid. I know, like, if you point your phone at the moon, there's probably going to be like a little orb or something nearby, because that's what it does. It's like a lens flare. I have never in my life seen a green one like it was. It was like a neon green globby thing, and it had a fucking huge thing around it that was like it had its own membrane, and it was like, what the fuck was that? Like what is that? And then when I saw the square things, I'm like, what are those? And then when I listened back to it, I could hear screaming, like say like a truck goes by outside, like yeah, I can hear the truck, but underneath that or on top of that or within the frequency, there's like screaming, and then there was like 9, 8, 7, like I could clearly hear these things, but they're not really like present when I'm recording. And then and I don't have my flash on, okay? Like I don't have my flash on. I don't have it. I'm just looking at the fucking thing. And then what else? Oh, so at one point I went into the atrium. All right, so I know it's gonna look weirder because there's glass. However, it was like a whole other dimension opened up, because what I was seeing, it was as if the camera flipped to look at me, but the things that were around me are not there. They're not here. They're not here at all. Like, and then the camera did flip. It did flip to look at me, like, and I was like, how did that even happen, right? So then I flipped it back to face that way, And then it did it again, but this time when it flipped back to me, none of those things were there. None of that stuff, none of that orange weird shit was there. None of this other dimension. Because there was pumpkins, and there was like orange, and there was all this shit around me that's not here in this reality. Not at all. Not here. Fucking not here. And I was like trying to figure it out. Like, what the fuck is going on? And I know what happened in the real 3D was that this flipped to look at me, but the things that were here with me were not here the first time. Second time, they were. But what the fuck is that about? And then when I go outside, there's like, you know, all this blue everywhere that's not here in the physical, and there's things out there that are not here in the physical. There's that little house thing out there, not here in the physical. And it's like tapping into another dimension. Like, it's crazy. The one you sent me today, I felt like I heard almost choir singing sounds after a truck went by. Yeah, there's so many weird things going on in the thing. That's why I haven't shared them publicly yet, because what I'm going to do, screen record and tell people why it looks so weird to me, and what the dynamics are around me, like where I am, what is going on, because I want honest feed of like, oh, that happens when this happens, or like that's normal, but it ain't fucking normal. I know it's not. And the thing is, like, you know, like ghost hunters and shit, they use their phone because it picks up on different frequencies, different than this. That's how we get to see those things. The veil is thin, and I can see in here, like around me, and the dogs, like I'll see something, right, like I'll pick up on, like, you know, you get a little flash, a little woohoo, little scary stuff, and I'm like, and then like they all come over to me, but they're not like coming to me, they're like coming to surround me, and they're like staring past me, looking right at whatever the fuck it is, or like interacting with these things. And again, I don't think they're bad or good. I think there's a mix, and I've been seeing shadow people. There was a guy inside the shed, like a shadow guy in the shed, and there's a couple like in the woods out there who, like, it's clear as day. I can see what it's like, a shadow. It's like it's as if I'm standing there and that's my shadow, but I know that ain't my shadow from where I'm standing, where the light is. So I know those are out there, but then there's other things out there too that are like globby things. And then I even have it on camera. I went to make a video for that girl who lost her twin, right? Like, I was to talk to her, tell her what I was picking up and all of that. And I'm standing here, like looking out my window right there, and I'm holding the camera pointed at me. I'm sort of talking to her, and then I was like, hold on. But you can see me see what's out there. You can see me register. Like, I've never caught it on camera before where I'm being summoned, and that's what's happening in that little clip there. And that's what happens. I just know that they're here, and I look, and then they're there, and then I go, huh? And then they're there. Like, so it's not, and it's out of my control. Like, I can't be like, summon my dad to go outside right now. Like, I don't, like, maybe I could, but I haven't, because I think it's up to everybody to do their own summoning and work. I spent a long time out there before I got to this place where, you know, like, where I'm way more aware of things that at one time I questioned and all of that. But it takes time, and it takes energy, like, shifting. All right, let me get this. No, I don't want that. Hello. Okay. So yeah, lots of weird shit going on for sure. And then like, right, I wanted to share, because in the live that we did the other night, there's a woman in there, and she's clear as day to me. Like, as soon as I saw her, I was like, wow, that's a lady. Like, what the hell? And she's like sitting on, like, that right there is a ledge. Okay, that's a ledge, and then the wall does that thing where it curves. There's a woman sitting like this, like leaning forward, and in there facing us the whole time. Not the whole time, I didn't see her the whole time, but she's there, and you can see that she's like a real being. Like she's not like yeah, that could look like an eye, that could look like, but they're not moving around, they're not like shaking their head, they're not opening their mouth, they're not doing anything. She was. But when I tried to share it on, like a 4-minute clip of it so others could see, and you can see there's just people who aren't on the frequency to see it. They can't see it because they're not there. They don't get it. And they're gonna dismiss it no matter how fucking crazy shit is. There's gonna be people who dismiss it or say that I made it up or whatever the hell it is because they're just not ready for it. But it's just so frustrating because it's like, what you don't see that? Like I had to make 3 different attempts to get people who didn't see it to see it. Like my dad saw something totally different until we were standing next to each other. I explained to him, and my sister saw something totally different until I like screen and it was like, this is her boob, this is her boob, this is her eye, this is her eye, this is her forehead, her hair is up, she's wearing a black thing, she's leaning forward. Like I had to give her all of that information for her to finally, oh yeah, like. But that's what we're here to do too. We're star seeds are planting seeds of like, wake the fuck up. But it's at times not easy because not everybody is there, or they don't want to see it. They want to stay stuck in their limited places. All right, how do I get to the one I'm doing now? Community board. And my fan keeps doing this thing where it starts like making like these grumbling noises. It's like, like, what the fuck are you doing? All right, so I've got I can see that I can access that. So let me go here and the rattling. That's the fan. That's what I'm talking about. Mm-hmm. See, and I have no problem acknowledging like normal things, like, but there's things that are not normal, and I have no explanation for it. Those are the things that I'm like, and I want other people to see and tell me, like that little house thing that was out there in that picture. I saw it, looked at it, was like, what is that? And then I was like, it must be something out there, because my dad goes over there and works in the yard over there, so I figured maybe it was something of his. And then when he came home yesterday and I showed him, he was like, what is that? And I was like, I don't know. Neither one of us know what that is. And it's not here in the physical world with us. So I don't know what it is. But it's definitely clear as day something there. But yeah, this thing starts randomly crumbling and jumbling. I've cleaned it and I've like tried to like put it in different places so it won't do it. But it don't help. And it squeaks sometimes. What the fuck? Stay in the place that's good. Or better than what you're doing. Come on! It's a little better. Yeah, that it's weird. It's not like a normal thing. Do I want to allow... What? What the fuck is HP Smart? Not right now. Of course not. None of my passwords work for me. And I can't get things done anymore because everything takes so much extra time and nothing works. Like last night I recorded that video for the person that had that thing go down, and I stopped when that thing came. I attempted to record more for her, like I'm not even kidding, like 10 times, and it wouldn't work. And then by the time I was like finally getting it to work and stay and be able to stay with it, I was exhausted and I was like falling asleep, and I couldn't even make like coherent sentences anymore, so I had to go to sleep. And so now like that's weighing on me in the back of me. But then today, for no reason, I don't even know why, what was going, and I know he was doing something, because like they kept waking me up, so I know he was doing something that was making them do that. And then he came up here at some point and opened the door and goes outside, and I'm like, what are you doing? Especially because he knew I didn't sleep like the day before, and I said that yesterday. I was like, I didn't get to sleep because of like the circumstances around everything, trying to catch up. And so he was like, I don't even, we didn't end up having dinner because of that. So like I didn't eat, then I struggling to sleep, and then I wake up with a headache, and I just wanted to go back to sleep. He kept waking me up, either through them or coming up here himself, and I'm like, and it didn't make any sense, because that's not normal. Like that you're like, I'm not, I'm gonna see how far I can push you over the edge. Let's not eat, let's not sleep. like, I'm like, okay, Dad. Thanks. I get mad at you when you do things to help me. Come on, just work. Alright. I'm in the Zoom now, but it's like not, I don't understand what it's doing. What the hell are you doing? With video on? Yes. Launch. Fuck.
Recording in progress.
Okay, got it. Now I gotta do this. Boom. Actually, I can even do it live on YouTube. But I'm just gonna share the fucking link. I'm gonna copy the invite link, go down over here to where I am here, and then into this place, and then down, 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 down. Come on. Oh, fuck. And then paste. There you go. How is there an ad in there?
Honestly, I use SEMrush to find the best keywords online that customers.
Alright, I'm gonna comment here and say I have a Zoom video. Admit. Come on, oh fucking hey. I have a Zoom video going with video, with whatever, with us. You can join to be able to talk with microphone. Alright. There we go, it's up there, good. Now, trying to like think. I think if I put this thing on mute, this one here, it's not even like loading. It's so weird. I don't understand. Are you guys having loading problems with the live on YouTube? And can you hear me and everything? Like, in the right places. It says original sound off on the Zoom. No. No, I can't hear you. Like, it's working fine. I can hear you on the Zoom. Okay. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? Like, so many. Everything's so messed up. Alright. I'm over here. There's a link people can click on, and you don't have to be on video if you don't want. Some people like to be. People like to use their microphone to talk rather than type. Whatever you want to do is fine. I'm gonna bring this closer so that I can also access both places and see what's going on. There's a lot of people who do this shit, like this multiple fucking stuff at once, that they're like, I'm on YouTube, Instagram, fucking Facebook, and blah, blah. Like, I can't do that, I'll die. I'm just in one place, and it's confusing with two things. Okay, yeah, and people, probably best to have one of these things muted. Like, just listen to me through one and choose which one you want to be on. Otherwise it echoes. Alright, so Jenny's here, Abby's here, Monica's over there, I'm here. Says there's 4, but I don't believe what it says ever. So does anybody have like a question, or I just saw something down there. Anybody have a question or anything they want to say with their voice or their typing skills? I'm open to whatever's third. What?
Oh, ooh.
Hi. Jenny?
Yes. Oh, my phone is in safe driving mode. What the hell?
Oh. It's like it's in safe driving mode, but still letting her I can hear you, but I can't see you, but I can hear you. All right, well, I do have one here from somebody, so whenever anybody has one, you can either, comment it with a thing or speak or whatever, but Melissa said she's open to whatever higher self and spirit wants to tell her concerning the love of a strong, true, divine masculine. Currently into me and career. Okay. Where is my thing to that? I have a... What?
I'm trying to figure this shit out. I want to know why I'm in safe driving mode and I'm sitting in my bed. What the hell am I driving?
It's like I'm not driving. Like why are
self crazy?
Why am I being limited by driving? I have like a thing over here full of decks, like my favorite decks for using, or like the ones that I end up using the most because people, seem to have like the same type of things going on all the time. That like everybody wants to know the same shit at the same time usually. It's like, when's something gonna happen, or what job should I be having, or love. So I have these ones, and I got the Magician, which is Raku, which connects to Roku, and that's something else that's been popping up for me, Roku, but it's also connected to like money stuff. Money stuff is gonna change soon, for sure. Like, and I've been hearing that for a long ass time, because like channelers always say the same shit, like, oh, they're all coming, you can see ships. I'm like, I don't believe that anymore until I fucking see it, then I'll believe it. And then like when I looked at the moon and I got that video with all the fucking extra moons, but I don't think are moons. It's just like, oh, I'm looking at the moon now. There's 100 moons. Wow, that's weird. The other day I saw a video pop up on YouTube. It was a Pleiadian channeling thing. I never clicked on it, but it was like 100 ships are coming, or 100 ships came in. And then my dad later that day mentioned that. He was like, hey, yeah, like 100 ships came in. And then he said NASA just like closed down. The FBI had closed down something to do with NASA. So he was like thinking those things two were connected. Then I opened up YouTube while we're having this conversation on a different channel at Bridget Rao Divine Specials. open a different channel. First fucking thing recommended. 100 fucking Pleiadian ships just came in, and I'm like, and then last night when that was the first thought when I saw all those little things. I'm like, are those the 100 ships? Like, there's a lot of weird synchronicity coming in to do with stuff like that, and then channelers that I haven't listened to in a long time are coming up with synchronicity to do with everything that I have been connecting to for, like, you know, the last couple of years and beyond. But I really do believe that we're about to see the money system that we're used to completely change. Completely change. It's going to 0 point. You know, you guys probably heard 0 point, right? 0 point, 0 point, 0 point. I think that's the actual fucking 0 point, is the crash of the stock market and the crash of the dollar and that type of funding. And it's going to be a whole different system, which is already set up in other places, in other countries. Like, they're already doing it. But yeah, now would be a good time to strategize about that, because you can set yourself up for a really, really, really long, awesome life that you don't have to worry. And I really think that a lot of people who've struggled, or people who are light workers, may be the ones that benefit, because they're the ones that will re-establish things in a better way, or they'll use their power for good. You know, like, oh, a billionaire, they don't give a fuck. They go buy a yacht and sit on the yacht. Like, other people would do something to, like, make this world better. And so if you have a pure intention, I think you can find the way through the synchronicity to make the right decisions over these next couple of weeks. But over these next couple of weeks is the time to do it. And I kind of know what I'm going to do, but I'm not 100% positive yet because of synchronicity. But one of the things that has confirmed it for me is that fucking Phoenix. That fucking Phoenix I've seen so many times. And I have one person that I follow. I don't even know how we're friends, when we became friends. But that person is a light worker starseed connected. And they've been doing the deep dive into all of that. They know all the things, all the little, like, the Inuit. But how do you communicate about the stock market and all of that? And when I look at their stuff, it's always like, oh, 111, There's always synchronicities on it that lets me know that it's correct. And I've been paying more attention to what that person does and says. And then I keep getting more confirmation surrounding it. So pay attention, because you're going to have your own strategies to do for that stuff, and your own moves to make in regards to it. And I've tried, I'm not putting this out there for the whole world. I'm not, I feel like it's something that is not meant to be, like, widely shared, because there's people who will abuse it, or they'll just want to use it for the wrong reasons. The strategies is with Mars, and Mars we have going in retrograde right now, which is causing everybody to be evil. Every vision has a plan to be a channel for planning, producing, and formulating better ways to realize a worthy mission, to help visions become successful missions through inspired action plans. And then the shadow could be self-centered or over-competitive and perfectionist. The strategist is a success-driven individual with a profound desire to help future growth. As a strategist, you are highly gifted when it comes to devising plans which align vision with action to create a better world. Ambitious, smart, passionate, decisive, technical, and on a path of personal precision. Page 55 is the one we're on. You are ambitious. Okay. You help to create a better future by empowering great thought with the deliberate, purposeful actions which create results. You are outcome-oriented and find finishing projects and achieving your goals deeply rewarding. Your passion for improving keeps the wheels of your calculating mind turning, and you're always mapping new methods and systems to improve outcomes and bring plans to fruition. You're hardworking and agile, work well under pressure, and a keen problem solver. Your out-of-box thinking makes it possible to get the job done even when events throw a wrench into the work. But the shadow is the first steps of your greatest work are constructed in the privacy of your mind, and at times you may get locked away in the castle of your mind with the key nowhere in sight. But if you start seeing yourself as a legend in your own mind, you could easily become self-centered, and carefully constructed projects and teams could crumble. So when you're stressed, you could be overcalculating, and the mind kicks to high gear and relentlessly drive you towards perfectionism. This need to be better and better and better could overshadow the truly great work. So you'll be too tangled in the what ifs to implement your brilliant plans. But if you're off purpose and ambition gets to the best of you, causing you to trade in your healthy competitive edge for aggression or chest thumping, like like a man. I saw like a man and a ape thingy at the same time. This causes conflicts instead of success, or burning bridges, or crippling the mission. So if you find yourself in the shadow of a strategist energy, my fans like, don't do that. Um, your ego could re-ruling the world, and it's time to remember why you are doing what you're doing and realign your body, mind, and spirit with your greater purpose and mission. So we want to be decisive, driven, productive, out-of-the-box thinking, technical, outcome-oriented, and the inspired action plan. I maintain my divine connection so as to be guided by a higher power to employ my high-value gifts and create action plans to execute success projects and missions to create positive change in the world. So that's kind of like what I was just saying, like like right now is probably the time to be making those moves and become aware of those things. Like even if you don't know those things at all, fucking learn. Like there's anything you could ever fucking want to know, learn, whatever, it's all out there. Yes, it's hard because there's people who channel and we're like, can we trust that channel? My thing is, you're on a frequency, I'm on a frequency, we live in different dimensions basically already, so your information that comes to you is going to be meant for you. If it resonates, it resonates. If it doesn't, it doesn't. Don't get caught up in it to the point where you don't make any moves at all, because then nothing changes. But if you start doing the footwork and paying attention to those little things, you will be guided to the right stuff, and it all, falls into a place of like, And right now, I really do think like it's not hard to get involved in it, and it's not difficult to invest into stuff that could have phenomenal results in a very short time. Is what I keep hearing and seeing, and just knowing, and it just makes sense. Between the two things, between the fucking logical and the way this world kind of is, and then the magician, the Roku, is another one of those fucking motherfucking things. That's a confirmation for me to do with stuff that I've seen specifically to that type of stuff, and the shifting of the entire way that we live, and how we buy and make and sell and all of that. People keep saying like there's gonna be like a war or whatever. There could be. There very much there could be, but I don't want to live in that reality, so I keep not focusing on it so much, and just more so focusing on like the war of consciousness, the war of the light and the dark, and not feeding that energy of like the bad stuff, because that just creates it. The magician is to be present and attuned to the universal laws, and to use them to freely manifest on the earthly plane for the benefit of all. So the shadow is manipulative, narcissistic, paranoid, and I think that gets fed into people. They want you to be paranoid. They want you to worry about war. They want you to worry that like that in any moment like bad shit's gonna happen, because that's what creates that bad shit happening. But the magician is unique, highly intelligent, ingenious manifester whose fluency in both the laws of the universe and the laws of science makes it possible to create, acquire, and make things happen in the world. A magician, you're a dynamic master, transformer, manifester with equal footing in both the seen and unseen worlds. I kind of just said that like a minute ago. I don't know exactly how I worded it, but I see the things, I get the little weird fucking spiritual sign, Phoenix, but it's tied to actual logical research, actual looking into stuff that people are physically doing here, that have a fucking degree in it and have studied that, and they're masters of it. I don't just go all willy-nilly into things, or because of Phoenix, okay, boom. I let those be the yes, the final push, or the breadcrumbs that take me to put the whole thing together. So as a magician, the dynamic master transformer with the equal footing, you expertly transform situations, influence others, and manifest your vision on the earthly plane for the benefit of humanity. Playing at the edges of what's possible, you aim to alchemically unite the purest elements of your project with the new energies and ideas This means that you often rock the boat, disrupt the status quo, and agitate situations in an effort to force the essential truths to rise. In the process of transforming everything around you, you undergo a profound personal transformation. Your magician's path is riddled with twists and turns, and all of which bring great lessons to you and those that you serve. You're clever, you're whip smart, and you're technical, and process a fearlessness that others admire, and you're wired to be seen in the world, but you're also astutely aware that fame and recognition come with a price. You choose your opportunities wisely and make it a priority to stay connected to the divine wisdom as you transform, manifest, and acquire in the material world. And the shadow is a brilliant, masterful in your ability to wield the power of the universe for your desires. However, if you find yourself manipulating those around you, you've dipped into the dark side and you are dangerously cut off from the divine. Manipulation is seductive energy and it must be nipped in the bud to avoid causing irreparable harm. So you're wired to be a master manifester, page 77 by the way, and to put much focus on what you are manifesting. You will lose touch with the spiritual plane and become too materialistic. Greed is a high price to pay for your power, and you can buck every earthly system in pursuit of your magic, but when you start shrugging off the divine laws by which you create, you will feel the consequences. Remember, you always have a choice. So basically, the Inspired Action Plan says, I stay attuned to a higher vision, and I use my high value gifts to help create freedom and make the dreams come true for myself and others. And I think that's important. And I think people, it's very easy to fall into that down into that spiral of not good stuff when we're trying to do the good stuff, or like the good stuff's what's like led us there to begin with. It says integrity and trying to do the right thing. Integrity and intention are the biggest things. As long as you have good integrity, intention behind what you're doing, usually the universe supports you to have a good outcome. But it's very easy and it is slippery. Like you may not even notice it's happening. Like when I was mentioning the other night how I saw that reader and I saw like a succession of her falling out of integrity because she stopped producing valuable, actual, legitimate messages that come from spirit and her heart and like a good place to, I want to get fucking people to follow me, I want to get more ad revenue, I want to keep going, because she got a taste of that, you know, rising up and also people pleasing, because I think it's a mix. I don't think it's just like, oh, I want to do all of this stuff, you know, solely self-serving. Some of it is because like you can see the way that person would react to people, you know, the like cutting herself off, not doing what she wants to do. You can tell she wants to do it. She had crystals that she got. She was showing people because she was like tying them to stuff, and she's like, you know, this helps with love or this helps with that, and she did it comfortably. But then like the next time you saw her, or I saw her, she was like like afraid to even mention them because she probably got a shitload of comments from assholes and just do the reading. Like, and that's how fucking people are. People are so rude and demanding. They don't care. They're not invested in it in a way that's like, it's not the right thing. And I've learned that over time. That's why I've struggled with the Bridget Rao channel so much, is because of people are very much like that. They want to hear what they want to hear. They're there to hear that, oh, divine masculine, you know, thinks you're fucking perfect even though you're an asshole, and you fucking do that type of shit where you like attack the person that's helping you, or, you know, get it, like, that's not cool. That's not okay. That's not free reading on a fucking platform with a, you know, if you're not happy here, go somewhere else. Don't fucking bash her, who's also trying to live and show you what could help you, but also probably help herself too, because she's, you know, obviously selling a crystal, but like, hey, this is her fucking channel, don't do that. But she was getting sucked into that, okay, I'm not going to do that because they're freaking out and I don't want to lose them and I want to get more people. What the better thing is in integrity is to just keep doing your fucking thing and not let those fucking people who are commenting that shit bother you. Delete their comment, ignore them, and keep going with what you're doing, because the right people will stay and they will hear you, and some of them will realize, you know, this person's giving me like 10 free fucking readings just this week alone. Maybe I should buy a crystal to fucking support them in their stuff so that they can keep doing this. But a lot of people don't think beyond self. And because of that, it's like an attack that creates the person that is on the other side of it to become you know, all messed up themselves. So it's very easy to have those bad things play out and to get difficult. It's hard to explain unless you've been in it, you know. And it's also dopamine and things that get, ooh, people liked my video, ooh, this one got the most views, ooh, like, wow. And that's why when I deleted all of the biggest videos that I had with like over 100,000 views on them, it was like, ugh, I was so upset that I like basically just, that's when I started dwindling down to like not wanting to even be there. I've already proven to myself I know how to make the videos, I know how to make the 100,000 view things, but because I worked so hard to do all of that and then to just delete it because of stupid shit, it takes away the fucking part of you that's like excited and enjoying it, and you don't want to go backwards, you want to go forwards. So now it's like stuck in this in-between world where it's like I don't even want to be there, but because I'm in this fucking world where it's logic and whatever, they're like, oh, but there's 40,000 people there, and they're just gonna forget about those 40,000 people, because some of that is also like I feel secure, because like I know if I really needed to, I could fucking turn on a live and be like, I'm doing $5 readings, and I know I could probably make a lot of fucking money doing that, but I don't do it because I don't really need to, but it's there as like a safety net, a security thing. But that's also just, even in that, it's not that great of a thing, because I have resentment against those people who acted that way, and then I feel guilty, and it's like, it's a fucking slippery slope. But it takes courage to fix and be in integrity, and then notice that type of stuff and say, okay, I'm not going to do that. It says, you made me feel alive again, Muse. Find what does that. Find what, because like I always say, I love the Divine Essentials channel because people are good people. They're nice people. Like I can tell they care when I don't feel good. I can tell that they're not there just to get the fucking twin flame, like, because a lot of people aren't even, it doesn't even resonate, but they're making it, they're forcing it, you know, they're chasing after it in a way that's like, they don't even see it as that. And I know, because I've done it myself, like, I was there, did it, but being the person that's the channel for that is very difficult too, because you see what they're doing, you know what they're doing, and you can see this person, you know, like you could say all these things that are whatever, and they come in and they see it and they comment, and they're like, blah, blah, blah. Wait, did they watch the wrong reading? Did they watch someone else read? Comment here. How are those two things fucking coming together in this comment section? Like, it doesn't make sense because they aren't seeing it. They're not even registering the truth of what is there. It's like, hey, this person's a fucking asshole, comic idiot. They've got like all this stuff going on. Don't talk to this person ever again. They're gonna kill you. They're gonna murder you, rip your heart out, and you're gonna die. And they're like, we're gonna get married next week. Totally two different things. Like, but you also could be benefited through speaking and writing, or writing and then speaking about whatever topic you write about too. So again, whatever you choose to do, you are a magician. You can strategize, speaking, writing, like all this stuff. A lot of people, like, just put your story within it, you know. If you have an adversity story that you overcame, or there's something that you like to do, like the muse, like what makes you feel excited, what makes you feel alive, what do you like to do, what are you interested in, and then do it. Like, I'm so tired of the same fucking shit. Like, you know, I tell people over and over, just fucking do it! Just do it! Just start doing it! Just do it! And keep doing creative expression, right? That's writing, that's speaking, that's drawing, that's singing, that's whatever it is. Doesn't matter. You can do anything that you put together and you express and give creatively. There could be a billion things or no things, but just do it. Just take that step and show up every fucking day and do it, especially in the beginning. If you don't come in consistently, you know, like if there's no consistency, if you do it like once a year, that's not going to go anywhere. But if you do it once a week or once a month or what, it doesn't have to be massive amounts of time, but it has to be consistent in the beginning so that people can become reliant upon it, and then it builds from there. And as long as you stay in integrity, a good place, and you have something helpful or inspiring or whatever, then that will continue too. But when you get to the end of your fucking life, everybody has regret. Everybody wishes that they said something, wishes that they did something, wishes, but they never fucking, like, you wishing and doing are two totally different things. So if you're on the fucking ledge of wanting a better life, or you're not happy with where you are, do it, and keep doing it, even if you don't get 100 likes, even if there's nobody seeing it in the beginning. My first videos had like 2 views, like 3 views, but that grew over time. You've got to suck up that part inside of, because people get their ego invested in there and they're like, nobody's watching it, but you've only been doing it for a fucking month. Like, to you, that may feel like a long time if you do it every day, but in a year from then, you're gonna be like, wow, that was so quick and that was so easy because I showed up consistently and I did what I wanted to do. And again, if it's coming from a good place, then it will do good. We can get the victory, the recognition, the success, the reputation, the win, the fame, but we got to have goals that we apply and put them together and do it, and not look for someone else to do it for you, or look for the fame out the gate. You know, when you see people who are famous or people who've got something that is like, wow, that's really awesome, they didn't start there, and they busted their ass to get there, and they consistently did it even when it was difficult to do it. So try to do that. The swan thing came out too, and this is the same fucking concept. No matter what you're doing, how you're doing it, you've got to just like show up. The side garden, public venue, society, crowds, audience, a meeting. So you may end up, I feel like you may run into somebody in public, or you might have some sort of event that is going to help to stabilize things. So we've got willpower, fortitude, security, stable, anchoring, you know. So things need to get anchored into that energy. But then there's breaking free, tame, wild, strong emotions, desire, sexual energy, unbridled, motivated, drive. All right. Everybody who has a twin flame, or a person that they're interested in, something that is like a counterpart, whatever, it doesn't matter. They are a mirror, usually, and whatever you're seeing in your relationship, right? He's not coming towards me. I feel the sexual tension, but there's this thing in the way. There's that thing happening. It's not stable. It's not secure. Like nobody even knows that it's going on. It's not out there for everybody. You know, I could feel that we are this, but we don't have our victory, because you're gonna have the same themes showing up. So if you're still on the fucking edge, you're still not making the changes, you're still not showing up consistently for you individually, for your career individually, for your life and all of that stuff, you're not making the moves, you're not doing the things, you're not breaking out of the box, you keep doing the same shit over and over and over, or sabotaging yourself and all of that stuff, it's going to manifest in the connection with the divine counterpart too. Until you take the leap and do the things that make a difference in your reality, you won't see a change in your reality or your relationships or with the people that you have around you, because they're all mirrors. And again, that's why, like, when we heal, sometimes things are progressing in our lives, things are getting better. You'll see things get better in a relationship, or things change within that stuff. And then other times you get better and you recognize, now they're not for me, they're never going to be able to be for me, because we just don't mesh in that way. But then at least you've noticed that, you got that, and you can move on to the one that will mirror you and show up for you in a successful way. But you're not putting your life on hold waiting for somebody, and you're not putting your life on hold waiting to make that jump into that, you know, career or whatever. You've got the key, you've got the solution, you've got the intelligence, you've got the clarity, but you've got to break out and liberate yourself to unlock that help towards the metamorphosis, the butterfly, to embrace the change and the evolution of the soul. You've got to reinvent yourself. If you're not happy with your relationship, you're not happy with your fucking career, change yourself. Get over that obstacle, the problem, the distance, solitude, pride, you know, that indifferent, cold barrier. Change. And then everything will change. You'll see. I've seen so many fucking crazy changes when I've changed, or like things that I never even imagined to be happening, happen. But it took time, it took me, you know, doing stuff. And also you gotta see from a different perspective sometimes too, because when we're in it, we don't see it the same as, like, when I look at people and I'm like, well, you're not doing that and that's not happening because you're not, you know, those two things are tied together. Other people can't see that within their own stuff because they're living it and they're like enmeshed within it. But when somebody tells you, make a note. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Make a note and then make a change. And, you know, let things die that need to die so that things can come in that are going to be better. Why is this doing this? Alright. Divine Essentials, channel more. Yeah, me too. I talk to myself all the time too, Monica. I need. Oh wait, what? Okay. Let's see. What? Okay. What is artist? Okay. I'm open to. Okay. Definitely tangible proof. I want to ask about where I'm headed in life. Okay. 100 ships reminded me of the Trojan War or just in war in general. Like, I'm into ancient stuff like that. I've been seeing numbers more than ever. 777 444 888. Like God of the War from Greek myth. I like the Athena more. She's a wise strategist. And then also, I've been getting weirder lately. I keep talking to myself and singing in public places, and I'm not out of my mind. I'm just bored. I talk to myself and sing too. And what I've noticed, the difference with it, the only difference with it for me really, is that I don't give a fuck what people think. Like before, I wouldn't let anybody know about it. You know, like I would never share that weird fucking self. I don't give a fuck anymore. Like, that's me. And I know that there's other fucking people out there doing it. Most people do act weird and do stuff and say stuff and act away. That's how we raise our frequency. Singing and having a good time and not worrying what other people are thinking about it. And just being weird. Because being weird is creative and inspiring and it's fun and it's like, woo! I need expert advice. I started to write more and started to talk on my channel more. Awesome. So just keep staying with that consistency and it will get, you know, like don't let anybody deter you off of there and don't let anybody fucking take you down into that, like, I'm not integrity mode, I'm in people please mode, or I'm in that, like, that weird mode that can come over people when they start to see success or they start to see the results of their things. They sometimes they jump the gun or something, or they try to do too much at once, like me. Okay, and please know that when I do say these things, I say it because I know, because I've done it and I'm stupid and I've made the mistakes before people have. So I'm like, don't do what I did. I'm not trying to be like talk down or be like, you know, this is the only way, but I just know that I know what I've done, and I can see other people do it to themselves, and I can see what happens, you know, and it's varying degrees for everybody. Everybody has their blocks. Why is this not working? All right, so Jenny did start to say something, so I will get to Monica's weird comment, like being weird, and where she's headed, but I know Jenny and Abby are also here too, and Abby's sister's here too. But Jenny, when you started to talk before, was it a question for me? And you're muted. And okay, Rick, I'll get to Rick too. Jenny. Hold on. Are you at work, Jenny?
I'm not. I'm home.
I think you're in the car. Why? What are you doing? Are you talking to the boyfriend? The friend?
That's what I was gonna say. I was gonna try to come up with some clever joke about her bed, like being riding in the car or something, but nothing came.
You guys are bad. I'm gonna leave and come back because this is driving me crazy.
Okay. All right.
I gotta touch this stupid screen to talk, otherwise I can't talk. And then I go to do it, and it's like lads. I don't know. It's weird.
Everything's weird right now.
It's like me. It's all right.
Okay. Try to go out and in. The link is on the other thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know how to fix it. I don't think it should take her long. The world is so fucking weird right now. I really do feel like the energy is shifting or something like that. Like, it's hard to explain. Like, it's like the energy's definitely shifting, but like, other than that, there's something else shifting or something. Like I've been around a while doing this stuff, and I've seen a lot of weird things happen. But what I've been just in the last couple of days, like, it's non-stop weird. It's like non-stop stuff happening. Hi, Jenny. Now I can see you. She's like, ah! I can't hear you though. I can see you, but I can't hear you. Do you want here? Wait, maybe I can. I'm gonna ask to unmute you. Unmute. Does that help? Maybe.
He's still in fucking safe driving mode. Like, what is with this shit?
I don't know.
Oh.
Did you have a question? Like maybe you can hear it on when I say like you ask me your question and then I don't know.
Let's see. No, I'm good. I'm open to whatever spirit wants me to know. I don't have any specific questions. At this point, it's just like whatever's meant for me is coming anyway, so I'm good with that.
Okay. Well, I've got a good sign or omen here, but I do see baggage, burdens, feeling cursed, guilt, shame, regret, which I kind of just know, like, I don't know you, like, I don't know your inner workings, I'm not in your brain and all of that, but I do kind of feel like I know what goes on with inside of you, like you're the type of person that gets up in the morning and drives to work, and that's going to set the tone for the day, because you could go and be great, and, or you could go and, like, some fucking weird thing sets you off, and you're now in another place, in another, like, and it's like, like, it feels like there's either or. And however that is, when you have that experience, when you get to work, that's going to set up the dynamic of the day, like, go really good or really bad. But then I think you feel bad about it, or regret about it, or shame about it, which makes it stay longer. And then you also have stuff that's happened to you since you've been here, and I know that it's like sometimes like, why did I go through that? Why is my life like this? Why does this keep happening to me? But sometimes what keeps happening to us is because of what we went through or what we saw, experienced, and expected because of what we saw. Like every kid on the planet goes through their experience as a kid, and then they they get older, and like say they go visit their friend's house, and they're like, wait, that's your mom does that? And that's normal? And what? Like you start to learn that you're different as you get older, but because that whole time building you there, your subconscious and all of that, it creates a person that is like in that frequency or that expectation, that belief system of like things are not going to happen the way that that are good or happy or like uplifting and fun and inspiring. I've got to be the adult. I've got to be the responsible one. I've got to be a perfectionist. I've got to do in order to receive. And that's not what it really is when we have healthy people in our lives or good things in our lives. We're supposed to have peace. We're supposed to receive and give in a balance. And when there's toxic, crazy stuff going on or difficult, painful stuff going on in our lives, it can weigh down on us forever. And it is a fight every day to sometimes not let that consume us, or feel guilty or feel like a victim of it. But I see that their wishes, peace, falling in love, blessed, hope, dreams, inspired, miracles, like all the good things that you want can come. And again, I think it's just you choosing to focus more so over there. And don't let whatever's happened happen. Whatever you've done, you've done. Whatever you didn't do, and whatever anybody else did or didn't do, it's okay. Well, okay. Now, like the fine wine, you've become a better you because of all of that. You wouldn't be who you are if you didn't go through all of that stuff. So, and you can use the story, the bad, in how you've gotten to where you are and all of that, as like the aha moment for other people to help them get out of those things. Like you've had those breakthroughs, you've had that self-discovery, you woke up and make things happen that are better. And you are very strong. So we got the bridge, communication, unite, connecting, integrate, overcome barriers, share, harmony, compromise. So I feel like sharing your story is important regardless of how big or small you do it, and knowing that you are getting better as you come away from that. And a lot of us came into that chaos and that craziness and that fucking deception and that pain and betrayal and difficulty. It's the worst thing when it's your mom that kind of hurts us at times, because your mom gave you life. She's supposed to nurture you and keep you alive, not make your life fucking difficult or hurtful. And I know that you've had some stuff play out as a kid that isn't fair to a kid. That's not what the right thing should have been. And then with sexuality and seduction and stuff like that, women have been demonized for that. Like, being an attractive woman can be bad because you feel the hate from other women. You feel the gawking weirdness from guys sometimes that, like, don't really have any value placed on you. They just think that you're nice to look at or something. They don't give a fuck. But because of that, just in general with everybody, all women struggle to feel confident in their own skin. And it's funny because it's a snake. Like, so we need to shed that skin of, you know, people thinking they know what something is, or judging others based off of how they look or don't look, or what they do, or what, you know, who gives a fuck? You could wear a fucking corset around and be sexy and have a whip and all of that. Doesn't mean you're gonna be like an evil bitch or stupid or, you know, money hungry or anything. Everybody thinks that they know others based off of what we've been programmed to think about people, but I feel like we betray ourselves when we don't allow that stuff to come out. And I think you're starting to acknowledge that you have needs and you have good things about you and you know, bad things that have happened, but those things made you a better person. Some people have those things happen and they become a bad person or a victim of it. They get sucked into it, or they don't ever want, it's like that stuff happens to them, but nothing ever not, they stay in that because they're in it, and they're like, and even if you give them a solution to it, oh, maybe you could do this, you can give them a billion fucking solutions, they don't take any of them because they want to be there, or they're, you know, in that role. They've accepted that role for themselves, to be a victim of something or to stay in a fucking situation that's not good. They make up things that aren't true, and they become a reflection of the deception, and you didn't do that. And you're learning how to not be, you know, in the mold of what other people expect you to be based off of where you've come from and what you've gone through and all of that. So you've, you know, done a lot of stuff, and you don't see it about yourself because it's yourself and it's your own thing. Like, to you, it's just life. Other people don't notice about themselves that they have an inspirational thing, or that they are a bridge for others, or that they have become like that fine wine. You know, so have that aha moment and recognize that you kind of are like you are the thing. Like, you could be cursed, or you could be blessed. You could be toxic and deceptive, or you could rise out of that, you know, shed that fucking skin in that story and inspire and improve and have a miracle play out in your life because you chose to rise out of that and not become part of it. So you are that phoenix rising through the ashes and making that call of the renewal, the surrender, the awakening, the fundamental change, which I've seen you do. And there could be a stalemate in your life, like there's no way out in a certain situation, but again, it says refusing to compromise. So when people think something, or they believe something, or they look at the dynamics of something, they look at it from their side of the board, and the other one looks at it from their side of the board. And as long as you're looking at it from that side of the board and not their side of the board, you're never going to be able to break out of that experience. And if you won't make a move and they won't make a move, then nothing ever fucking changes. So also know that, okay? Because I feel like sometimes that happens, and then you get confused, and the thoughts become dark, and stuff stays the same within certain things in our lives. There's misunderstandings and indecision and hesitating, and sometimes that's just out of a fear of rejection, or a fear of pain, or a fear of whatever. But you're very smart, and you are, you know, inventive and objective, and you can either be an emotional person or a logical person. You have a balance, like you're good, you know, like, and some people can't be that way. They just stay on one side of that spectrum. You do both. So you have this time right now where you could be the fool and jump into life. Like, if you know you're at a stalemate in a circumstances and you've decided inside of yourself, like, well, they're not doing anything, I'm not doing anything, blah, 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 blah. Okay, that's the reality there for now. But just know that because of that, like, because of how you're looking at it like that, it's going to also feed into it being like that. Like, if they're not doing it, I'm not doing it. So you've just made that decision to stay in that creation of that, boom, stalemate. So don't look at it as like, it's not happening because of me, or they don't like me enough to change, or they don't feel like because you're coming up with reasons for why nothing's changing, or why they haven't done anything. But if they're your mirror, because we have mirrors in our lives, doesn't matter if it's a twin or whatever, just remember that they're going to mirror things to you that you're doing. So if you're not doing anything, they're not going to do anything. it doesn't have to be that, like, I'm not good enough for them to do, or I'm not smart enough for them, or I'm not pretty enough for them, or I didn't do this, blah, 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 blah. Don't live in that reality. Just remember, they're looking at it from their own wounded side of that place, and you're looking at it from your own wounded side of that place. And as you make the moves in your life, and you navigate it, and you heal, and you grow, and you don't let those things tell you a wrong story about stuff, it'll get easier for fate to change and things to spin into a better place. And then you may see them make changes too, because if they're really truly a mirror, soul connected, you heal, they heal. But the ball and chain, the heaviness, codependency, trap, emotional baggage, and unhappily, like things like that within the subconscious, you're having the invitation, the recognition right now within the psyche to be the divine feminine and, spark romance and have a good time and change your perspective around all of these things. It doesn't happen overnight because it's a belief system. And then good fortune, unexpected rendezvous. I really do feel like because you're changing the status quo and you're changing what you've been doing and you're opening up for love and you're having a good time and you're rising and just enjoying yourself, like the hummingbird is, I'm lifting up out of negativity and I'm letting my emotions flow and I'm letting myself ask for what I haven't asked for in the past and I'm letting go of the things that happened to me. And as long as I keep reminding myself of that, I will have a good agreement and like a commitment or something will happen, either a closure of a cycle or the promise and the bond coming together. It's who knows which one it will be, but you are going to be in a better position based off of the fact that you are no longer, just staying in place. So just kind of know that you're already doing it, but keep doing it. Don't fall back into those other places. Like I said, sometimes you could be one of those people that like, you hear a sad song, it triggers something in you, and then the rest of your fucking day goes bad, and then the rest of that week goes bad, and then that month goes bad, and then that, 6 months goes by. Try not to go there, okay? Because you do have, like, good things in your world. And the uncommon bonds, the reawakening of the lost hope, is the manifesting of your deep desires. The positive movement is coming, but you also have to keep making it happen by doing it and applying it and, traveling through it. Does that make sense? She's muted.
Oh, wait, now to do it? Oh, yeah. It does make sense. It definitely makes sense.
Okay. Like, I could see you in the morning, like having, like, a certain song on, and like, that could be a good thing. But then it's like the next song could be like like a spiral down. And because I also have a tendency for that to happen. But then I've noticed, too, it's like more and more bad comes after that first one. It's like a fucking domino effect.
But it's the truth, though. It happens. I mean, it's weird because it'll happen on my way to work. Like, I have Apple Music on my phone, and I'll shuffle it. And then based on, like, what the songs pop out as I'm driving, and I'm like, oh, no, I'm not doing this. I'm not doing this. And I'll flick it and switch.
It's so
But it's true.
I feel like for you, for some reason, because, like, you and I don't know you that well. I don't talk to you all the time. Like, but it's like I do, though. And it only happens, it's weird. It doesn't happen with everybody like that. But with you, it's like, it's there.
It's funny. Yeah, that's it. It's definitely one of those. And then, like, you'll get, like, an upbeat, like, crazy song, and I'll dance in the car. Like, you said earlier, like, not giving a shit. Like, I'll dance in the car, and my head is bobbing, and I'll start moving my hands and my arms and shit. People in other cars are looking at me, and I'll just smile and wave back, like, hey, buddy, hope I gave you some entertainment and made your day.
That's good, and that's, I think, I don't know, I think that's the way that everybody should be, but I know why they're not, because it's easy to get sucked into that place of, like, there's like one person on this planet that can really truly make me, like, not comfortable about being me, but that's my own thing, you know what I mean? Like,
Yep.
But yeah, I get it. But you can stay in a good place or a bad place, but just keep being aware of that stuff, because it's really, really big for people like us. But sometimes it's good to allow yourself to go to that other side and that sadness and sad songs. Like, sometimes we have to do that to let it out, because we can't always ignore it or dance it away, or, you know what I mean? Like, it has to be, it's a duality.
Well, so, and like, you probably know this part too. Like, I think I've told you, like, I wasn't allowed to cry. So the new dude that I'm talking to, he told me 2 years ago, and it's one of the things that set off my, like, part of my journey was when we met, it was like the second day we met each other. And he was like, it's okay to cry. He's like, I don't know why, but I feel like you need permission. And him giving me permission opened the freaking floodgates. And I said to him the other day, it was like one of the best things he ever did for me. Now I'm okay with crying, and I let myself do it. And I feel like everybody needs that. You seriously do.
Yeah, 100%. Pleiadian people too will unfortunately have a tendency to not cry. Like, we try to hold it because it's crying is one of the ways we release. Like, I did a session the other day, and the whole fucking time my eyes were just watering, like as if I was bawling my eyes out, but there was no emotion. I wasn't like, I wasn't crying, but it was definitely an emotional release, which I feel like some of it was not even my own, because people don't let themselves cry. So if you come to a channel to heal you, lay their hands on you, things like that happen. Like, my Reiki master, when I first got into doing stuff and all that, would have the tears. She'd show up to the place, come in, and have tears like pouring out of her eyes because of what was about to take place in an event or whatever. And so as we go through our healing journey and we become more aware and we allow ourselves to do things and to raise the vibration and all of that, and express ourselves, sometimes we can be that person for others. Like, if he or she can't cry for themselves,
Yeah.
we help them to release that through that thing. But it's one of those common things I've noticed with people that, like, many people don't cry, or the Pleiadians specifically will try not to cry because they don't want, I don't know what it is exactly, but then it will be like the little weirdest tiny thing that, like, sets them off. And it's usually when we're by ourselves that we finally let it out. Like, I will cry, but I try not to, in front of other people. And, you know, I try to just, it's okay, I'm trying to be strong. But that's also childhood trauma, or, like, not having that safe place to do it.
Yes. 100%. Because you feel like you can't do it because it makes you weak, and it doesn't. It actually makes you stronger because you're able to feel your emotions and let them go.
Mm-hmm.
But it's all the programming. It's all of the, you know, and it's unlearning all of the shit that you were taught before, and that it has to go.
I know. And for men too, it's especially hard because they're told by everybody, not just parents or whatever dynamic they have at home, walk it off, be a tough guy, be strong,
Mm-hmm.
don't cry. And that is toxic for people to, that's what makes people sick, is holding it all in. You can't do it all the time. It's safe. Even if you just cry by yourself, it's okay. Like, better than nothing at all. Like, it is natural, normal.
Yep, 100%.
Yeah, but I think this guy's good for you, and I'm happy that you have him, because I think he's gonna make a lot of differences in things, even if he doesn't end up being, like, you know, something serious. I feel like you already are serious on some level. Obviously part of your soul family. For him to be able to come in 2 days and be like blah 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 and change your life for the better is a good sign. It's like, those are the things we want. Those people.
It's crazy.
It's what?
It's crazy. It was crazy. I met him in a park. I was going to a park every day in the beginning of COVID because there was nowhere you could really go, and I just couldn't stand being in the house anymore. So I would go. I was like checking out all the parks in my neighborhood, and I found it. I found him there, and he just walks over. He talks to me. He's like, "Hey, what's up?" And I'm like, "Okay, like, who are you?" And we wound up having, like, you don't have deep conversations with people you met in the park. I wound up sitting there talking to him for like 4 hours. And he's like, "Oh, I'm here every day." And I wound up going back the next day, and I started talking to him, and that's when he said to me, he goes, "You need to cry." He's like, "And it's okay." He's like, "I don't know why, but you need permission." And I'm like, well, shit. Like, you just saw something real, you know, like you just got a glimpse of something, or like, you know me from somewhere. Because yeah, that I definitely need to cry. And then after that, it was just like, holy shit, the floodgates were open.
I see that movie with it, like, I don't, the crying game or something, like in the shower, in the car, like everywhere you go for the next 6 months, just crying.
Falling all over the place, falling like a bitch, just letting it flow. But hey, I'll tell you what, though, you feel so much better afterwards.
I know, it's good, it gets it out, it's definitely, but I agree, there's a soul connection or something there that would give him that. Or maybe he's a channel, maybe he's a star seed or whatever, but we do attract to those people to us, even in the most unlikely place. It's those weird things like that that are usually connected. Spirit probably sent them in for a reason. Like, that's a fucking walk-in. You may not notice anything crazy about the way they showed up, but it's different, and it's divine, and the way that they are when they come, and how it impacts you. And look at all the positive changes he's created for you in such a short time. Like, that's a good thing. So don't doubt it. And if you're happy and excited and you're liking it and he's, good to you, then just enjoy it and don't overthink it. Don't kill it. Don't get weird about it. Just let it be. Whatever it's gonna be.
That's where I'm at with it for once, which is totally not like me because I'm a control freak. And this time I'm just like, whatever happens, happens. I'm good.
Well, I'm glad that you have it. I got the 10 of Pentacles that was here for when you were talking about it too. So, I think you're increasing the value and worth on yourself. And when you're doing that, it's going to bring in those people like that. And that's also beneficial for everything in your world because like our finances and things like that, it attracts good things to us. So he may end up being somebody that you do 10 of Pentacle with, but it doesn't mean that you get married and stay together. Like, you could become whatever it is that it's gonna be. 10 of Pentacles doesn't have to be married with kids and this. Like, 10 of Pentacles is our ultimate fulfillment. We're fucking ultimately fulfilled. What does that look like? I don't know. It's gonna be different for everybody. Some people don't want to be married. Some people don't want to have kids. Some people don't want that stuff. So their 10 of Pentacles is a little bit easier to attain. Especially when we don't make it be about somebody else, If it's not attached to one particular person or one particular outcome, ultimate fulfillment can be like anything, and it can be by ourselves or in a relationship or in a uncommon relationship, which I have heard this generation or this time is gonna see a lot more of that. Like, where it's not like a regular run-of-the-mill, we met, we got married, that process. It's not about the white picket fences and shit anymore. It's about soul. It's about healing and growing and having a good support system in our lives. And some people are going to do that in ways that are not the norm or expected, because that's what's meant to be right now, is breaking what's expected and out of the molds of society.
Yeah.
All right, so I know I got Monica, who's been being weird. And she wants to know where the direction of her weirdness is going, so I'm going to do hers now. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Good, but they're not good. All right, so, and I do know that Rick had a question about the book thingy, and Laura is here, and I also have Abby, so I got you peoples. So... Lots of peoples! The mask is here with disguise, conceal, ego, projection, hidden motive. I'm talking to Monica at this moment. But basically, it says a performance, theater, whatever. And I feel like this is, you're the person that's been in your life for a while, that's been putting on a fucking performance and been, messing with you fucking 11:11 on the clock just to fucking confirm that. That this is talking about the guy that's been not a good guy, okay? He has not been good. He's been disguising, puts a persona on, he pretends, and he tricks you because you are a good person. You are a, what do they call it? Like, innocent. Like you don't see it because you're not, like you want it to be not that, but it is that, unfortunately. Like, when he comes in wearing the mask and pretended to be a good guy, you want to see that about him, and you want to believe that about him, which is a good thing, that you want that, and you can, forgive him and all of that. That's great. But you're unfortunately setting yourself up to continuously end up getting hurt every time you accept that this is a real thing that we've, time and time and time again seen. It's not really real. There's falseness, there's illusion within how he behaves, and he's a textbook person that exhibits those bad behaviors that unfortunately become that way for the person that is the victim of it, because the person that's a victim of it is not, like, you genuinely love him. He does not genuinely love you back, and if he did, he wouldn't behave that way. But he doesn't genuinely love himself either, and he can't. Until he heals, he will never truly be the good guy. He's always going to be a bad guy, putting the good guy mask on to get what he wants from you, or to keep you stuck, or to abuse you, and to hurt you, to harm you, to do things that are going to sabotage everything in your life. And it can go on as long as you let it go on. I've seen a lot of people be impacted by it to various degrees. And every single person that's been impacted by it to various degrees, when they get away from it, they have to heal from it. And it takes time. So it's not even just the amount of time we let these people in our lives, or back into our lives, or whatever. It's the amount of time it takes to get over it too, which is years. Sometimes it's never gone completely because of how detrimental or harmful it was, depending to the degree that they do it, or how close they got to you, or how bad of a, everybody's on a, there's spectrums of things. Not everybody's a full out, like I'm gonna destroy everything, but there's pretty much, like there's the classics, tales, and the signs and the things that play out that we're like, that's not pretty good. And then we have the ring with agreement, pact, contract, partnership, trust, alliance, commit, cycle, circular, continue, closure, promise, bond. So it's like, I feel like you do have like a, you had a reason to connect with him, and all of those things, and that there is a soul connection. Everybody has a soul, and everybody has people within their lives that they meet and connect with, and you were on that side of, like, you wanted to be committed and in an alliance, and to work together, to trust and be there for them, to help them because you care about them. But they've never done that back for you, but also because you haven't really had that system in your life up until now. Like, that's what sets it up for people to be able to do that to you, and you continuously show up for them, even though they're not showing up for you, even though they're not giving back all the way, and you love him. It's like when you love somebody, you love them, and you don't always see to the fullest that other people see it, but eventually you will, when you get, able to, like, wow, step away from that cycle that's been breaking you down, and be like, wow, like, that's really that's not a good experience, because you have to have a good experience in time away from the bad experience in order to even recognize that. But then the dolphins are here, which is peace, harmony, helpful, effective, communication, playful, humor, fun, collaboration, and joy. Like, these are the same thing. These are hand in hand. Like, this is what you want. You want a collaboration. You want joy. You want commitment, to work together. This is what most healthy people want. They want to be like a team. Even if we have a struggle, even if we've come from a bad place, even if we fuck up along the way, if we hurt each other along the way, healthy people, or people who want to be healthy, or people who care enough about you, will put the work in to make those changes and take the mask off. They may put the mask on a couple of times, but they're not going to put the mask on in a way to harm you intentionally, or to keep you from doing what's good for you. Like, people who love another person, genuinely love them, want what's best for them, or they want for them to be happy, or they want to make a difference so that they can be the thing that's going to be good for that other person rather than the thing that's hurting that other person. And the fact that he's not like that, and the things that he's done to show that, like talking to your friend, doing weird things, fucking, like, threatening you, taking money from you, doing I'm gonna kill myself thing, that's manipulation tactics. That's not a good thing. That's a performance too. It's not real. He's lying. Maybe at someday he will do something and go across the line and actually hurt himself or whatever. But even if he did, that could never be your fault, and that could never be something that you are responsible for, because it's his own experience and his own reasoning. And you know what? Like, and I've heard, but his parents, or but his, but that. Like, yeah, so what? And I don't say that to be mean or hurtful or whatever, but so what? because everybody has had struggles and everybody has had difficulties, and you've had your own difficulties, you've had your own bad experience, and you see how your mother went through her experiences with her parents and people in her life. It doesn't make her turn around and do those things to you, and it doesn't make you turn around and do those things to him. So he has a choice every fucking day to be a douche or to be a good guy, regardless of where he comes from. What he can't control is the wounding and the pain and all of that. But what he can do about it is there's, things. People get help. People make an attempt to be better. People actually care about other people. He doesn't do those things because he's got something in him. I feel like there's like a switch that flicks in people who've been hurt and people who've been through all of that bad shit. They either flick the fucking like evil side or the good side. And when they flick the good side, they may still have bad, parts about them, darkness and things that they do, jealousy, resentment, but they make an attempt to better themselves. They make an attempt to learn. They make an attempt to heal. He's not doing those things, so it's like, not a good thing. So obviously, like, I feel like where you're headed is to a commitment and a collaboration and a good experiences in your life, as long as you see through the facade and the mask that's been being presented to you. Don't keep letting him back in. Don't keep letting him conceal and pretend and take you down from the good places. This says a catalyst. He's been a catalyst for you to get better away from him, like to ignite and get things done, to fuel and kindle the torch, to fan the flames of a better existence in your life that doesn't include being abused or being manipulated or feeling bad for somebody that that you care about and love, but doesn't he just doesn't have it inside of him he doesn't love himself. He doesn't have that capacity to give back to you in any way right now, at least, that could be good. So if you want to be victorious and you want to have a success and win and goals and awards and ambition and achievement, and you want to have love of a lifetime that's a soulmate, that's a twin flame, that's a pair of things working together, harmony, collaborating, that trust, that thing. It's like a ring. It's like, I do my side of the ring, you do your side of the ring. We work together, we collaborate, we are good to each other, we're effective with each other, we're in harmony with each other. You can't have that with those types of people because they're not on that side. Your side of the ring's all gold and shiny and his side's all fucked up. It got hit by a car and it's gone. Like, it's not coming back. Some things can't be, like, restored. But you can restore you and cut that motherfucker off and get a new piece glued on. And if you want to be the head of the pack and successful, you've got to get done and just have that persistent will to drive, and that persistent thing inside of it is like, I'm not going to fucking fall for his tricks anymore. I'm not going to fall for the disguise. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to be lonely and forget all that stuff and let him in to inflict me again. Because you know what happens after time and 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 time? You disintegrate. You become enmeshed in that fucking mask. You start acting the same way. You start doing the tit for tat. You exhibit the behaviors that he has because that's what you're in. You're mirroring it because you're allowing it. That's what our relationships are, mirrors. So if there's people in our lives that are fucking not good people, it's only a matter of time before we start acting like them, because that's what life is. That's just how it happens. So if we don't want that to happen, we don't want to be that way. We don't want to be manipulating others. We don't want to hurt and fall into that ego-fueled, like, existence. You've got to sometimes make difficult decisions and keep cutting the cords, because anytime he thinks about you, anytime he wants to, whatever he wants to do or think about or whatever, he's sending those cords and they're draining you and they start impacting you and they ripple out into your life around you and they, fuck things up. So the Justice card here, it says finding a balance and harmony, which we've already seen a couple times in those cards. And it's from September to October 21st. So I feel like that's like, right around now. And it says consummate, diplomat, refined, just, kind, and artistic and indirect. So the Justice card. In order to get justice and balance, you can't directly connect with him anymore in order for that to manifest, for that justice and that balance and that harmony. And then with the artistic part of it, sometimes we need to artistically put things together, like where we like make a poem to express the pain that we just went through, or we need to make a painting that puts down the feelings inside of us to get it out of us. But what we don't need to do is directly connect with somebody that's going to deplete us so that we can't be creative anymore. We can't fan our flames anymore. We can't give anything to anybody because we're hurt. So now I've got the fox. Self-interest, stealth, something that's wrong, deceit, trap, redhead, cunning, sly, crafty. You know, he may try to trick you. He may try to manipulate you. He could send a letter. You got 27 with the letter. And it says communication, email, notes, contact information, all that stuff. Like, he's gonna always try to reach out to you if there's a way for him to do it. If there's somewhere, some way, whatever, he will try. He may even make new accounts to do it, you know, and he's gonna keep doing it as long as you keep, you know, engaging within it. So the broom says you don't need it, it's unwanted, it's unpleasant, it's a repetitive thing, and it feels good when it's over, and it's unavoidable, but you gotta clean it up because it's gonna cause illness, fatigue, stress, anxiety, worry, restless, filth, decay, loss, and theft. So he's stealing from you your life. He's stealing from you your joy. He's taking away things by giving lip service, miscommunication, secretive, energetic stuff that's going on. So you need to like cut him out and then protect yourself energetically and physically and emotionally and mentally as best as you can. And I know it's hard, but you gotta go solo and isolate and stand off and stay there. And it says spread out, and it's like all of these cards are going together, man. Like, I'm not making this up, I'm not pulling it out my ass. It's like, hey, like, you want good things, you want to stay in a good place, you want to keep rising up, you want to have a good time, don't respond to him and don't let it in. Like, when Jamie sent me the letter from jail, I was like, what the fuck? And then I thought about it, and I'm like, we had like a pretty long relationship, man. Send one letter one time after all of those years, it even shows that, like, you know, that they're not, it's manipulation that of the thing, because what they said in the letter doesn't align to what's going on. It's like, I'm going to try and trick her and see if she'll fall for this, but if she doesn't, whatever. And that's what they do. And they make up stories that are false, that try to make you, oh, but in the future we're going to do this, or we're going to blah, 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 blah. It's never true. It never comes to be. It's a lie. And you'll know it and be able to see it when you get away from it long enough. Like, how the fuck how are we gonna get married and have a nice house and all these things when they've been living in a fucking situation that they've been living in for all this time, nothing's changed, and they're not changing. So the only way that would happen is if I provide all of that stuff, and I can't provide all of that stuff if I'm a hot mess inside because of the way they're treating me. So if I continue to deal with this person, none of those things are gonna come to be. What's gonna come to be is worse and worse and worse. So if you want to have happiness, harmony, beauty, creative, a gift, art, warmth, contentment, recognition, and love, and all of that, you've got to bloom. You've got to blossom. Be that bouquet of flowers, and you know, don't keep letting that in, and just keep let it be the end of it. Let it be the death of it. I know it can be discouraging, and it can be like you feel defeated and sad and all of that, and you want good to come about, but it's not gonna, as long as he's that way, and from what I've seen, most of them don't become better. So try to keep yourself in a good place away from that, and then reflect on this moment with love, kindness, and compassion, you know, for you. Just, and forgive him. You can forgive him and forget about things and let it go, but that doesn't mean we ever, you know, are going to be okay to let that come back in. And then expand your consciousness by observing the divine matrix in life. So just pay attention to things, and you know, be patient with yourself as stuff happens. But I feel like where you're going is in that direction, away from that. And once you do achieve that ability to be like disconnected from it, like, and I never thought I was going to get there. You know, I was with Jamie for a long time, and before that I was with another person in my life for a long time that were not healthy. They were bad. And once I did, things improved. They're not perfect. I still have bad days, and I still have my own shit to heal, but it's a lot easier now than it was then. And I'm not consistently falling apart. What's the matter? Hi. How are you, Mr. Mana? You okay? You okay? You my handsome husband? Huh? You my good boy? Huh? You good boys. unconditionally. They don't ever stop. All right, let's see. Club in the Sun, you're over there. Where the hell are you? What's going on? Ah, all right, let me go up. Oh shit! Wow. Okay, where the hell am I? All right.
Did you say something?
Me? I
Yeah,
said Club in the Sun because you're in both places, and I was like, what's going on?
I was taking a picture because I saw the face in the wall, and I was circling it.
Like,
Well, no, it's not.
Can I see it? Like,
Well, it was because I was on the Zoom screen, and then I switched over to YouTube, and it like looked like there was like a little old man face,
up here?
like also / like cat.
Is it up here above me?
Yeah, it was like right above you. I don't know if it'll show on my screen. It might be too bright.
Yeah, that one for some reason doesn't work. The Zoom. I see an eye and a nose here.
Yeah, like at first it looked like almost like kind of a cat face, and then I was like, it also looks like an old man with a beard.
I see
like in the middle panel.
I see like two faces in one. The lady was over there that day. I can kind of like I can see it. Her thing was weird though because like I could see her moving. You know what I mean? Like I see her like head change, and if my arm went in front of her, like that impacted her. All these other things don't change like that. It's not like an actual, energy moving. It's just like it's actual weirdness. So, that was like crazy to me because usually I do see stuff, but not as clear as her. All right. Where the hell was I? There's so many. Okay, I've seen that. I think. Yeah, I did. Okay. All right, I saw that. Okay, and then Rick said, I want to know about approach of writing for the novel just started writing. I thought I had a timeline shift on October 30th. Most likely, because I definitely did. Then Laura, hi everyone. I know I haven't been on the last few times. I had a lot going on. Hi. we too. I'm doing okay. How are you all? We're here. And then Monica said, my mom didn't let me cry when I was a child either because so much was going on in her life and she didn't think crying was an option. Now I cry all the time, even about the little things. Yeah, that's good though, it's letting it out. And then she doesn't scold me anymore though, so she just says, if you cry about everything, the world will test you apart, politely. She's much more supportive though. Well, that's good. See, and she's healing and growing too. Like, our parents aren't usually out to like kill us or hurt us or attack us and abuse us. They can only care for us to the degree that they are available. And a lot of people are struggling. And so when they hurt us, it's not because they want to. It's they don't have the tools themselves. We were doing readings today for Collective, and we're getting messages of masks being dropped and people starting to be seen for their truth. Yeah. I think that's definitely been coming up a lot, and more people are waking up to the fact that, like, hey, we've been lied to our whole lives. And then when people live in their truth, the ones that don't live in their truth, they don't like the ones that live in their truth. Exactly. And then, hi, Bridget, I'm open to receiving any messages that I have to hear right now. Okay. And then, makes sense. I needed to hear this. This is weird. The only time he's nice to me is when exactly because he wants to not be cut off. He wants to eat you. He wants to feed off of you. He's like, that's what they are. They're like the vampires. And that's a classic sign of like a narcissist is like, you're mine. You belong to me. I don't want you. You're just, I can discard you at any time because you're mine. But then when I notice that you're getting away and having a good time and you're rising and you're healing, you become a better supply of food for me, I want it back. So I'm going to reel you back in and fuck with you again, and we're going to repeat that until you get away. And that's why I think it's important for you to get away now, because like once you move in with one or something like that, you become their main source of supply. The love goes away. There's no more sex. There's no more love. There's no more connection at all. And the only one that you had in the past is the one that was false. And so they love bomb you, which means I'm going to treat you good and I'm going to be nice to you and fucking feed you with a support. Ooh, and you always try to get that back because you want that person that you met, but they don't exist. That's fake. It's like that Johnny Depp recording where he's like, I've loved you for all these years, but you weren't real. You do not exist. You were never a thing. You were just a figment of my imagination because I loved you, but there is no you. The you that I love does not exist. The you that I loved is just a fucking it's a joke. It's a mirage. It's pretend to get what you want, and once you've got what you want, you disappear, and you go on to the next one and the next one and the next one, and that's your perfect example of it. And he saw it finally, but he went through a lot of shit to get there, like because that's what they do, and he's one of those people. He's like artistic and stuff, sensitive. He does fucking poetry and all of that. He's a soft soul, and when he met her, he thought that she was real. The her that because she reads the same books as him. What she did was she sized that fucker up and was like, he likes that, he likes that. Like, she learned about him so she could abuse him or trick him into thinking that she was his perfect whatever the hell it was. And then over time, that was no longer the case. Like, he even said it was like one day she just snapped and was no longer that person. She was what do you call it? Like, she went from being nice to him, and look, they're talking about these quotes out of these books and all the same interests, and ooh, and then then all of a sudden she's like, fuck you, you fucking old man, you're ugly. What they do. And he tried really hard to get back to that other place where they had started, but it didn't get there because it doesn't exist. She's not that. So keep reminding yourself of that, and educating yourself is huge. When you see that stuff and you learn about it, you see what happens to other people, and you hear, you'll resonate. Like, I watched that whole trial and was like, wow. And then I listened to their conversations, those phone calls that they had together, that she fucking recorded because she's a manipulative psychopath that made herself look like a fucking manipulative psychopath. She didn't spend 4 hours recording those calls to make him look bad. She probably would have had a better shot at not losing that whole thing, because she was an asshole in them, and you could tell who the asshole was. I wasn't hitting you. I wasn't punching you. I was hitting you, is her exact words to him. He never touched her. He never hit her once. He never did any of that shit. She took his fucking finger off and stuff. Like, she's crazy. And you can hear the people talking about her that were there, that his team of people, his support system, that he has he had a doctor, he had a nurse, and he had like the guards. You can hear them talking about her and how bad she is. He's like, we should send so-and-so because he's strong in the mind. She won't be able to manipulate him. For people to be saying that about her, that are in that small circle of people, that she's fucking recording and then putting out there for people to hear. Like, all of that is just mind-boggling to me. That it's like, it's like, it just raises, wow, people. But that's how they are. You got to change the perspective. And see it from the other side. Sometimes seeing other people's shit shows helps. And that case, what happened there was what opened my eyes, because I couldn't figure it out with the person in my life that was coming to all my things and wanted to be in, buy my stuff, but they would buy a reading and then fall apart and attack me and attack themselves through the reading. And I was like, what the fuck? What? Stop buying shit. And they come to things and say stuff that they know. They knew me personally, but they would use me against me and say things that were undermining, and it was what the fuck, what are you doing? And I couldn't figure it out. But they were also doing things very much like me, living a mirror to my life, and and I'm like, what is going on? But then I figured it out, because they were Amber Heard was wearing to court the day after Johnny Depp would go in and be wearing something specific. She'd go in the next day wearing that something specific to fuck with him. Narcissists will mimic you because they don't like you, but they want others to like them the way that they like you. So she, would do that to him, and they don't. I don't even think they're aware of it. They don't know what they're doing, but I had saw that and was like, oh my god. It made everything make sense that didn't make sense for so long. So you'll probably have a moment like that at some point where you fucking figure it out. And when you do, you'll clean it up and you get it out and you'll be like, I don't want to do that anymore, because it's not fun. And then when you do, you become the empress. and have a safe place of safe relationships and magnetism with people who aren't going to fucking hurt you, because that's not love. All right, so I know I did. All right, Abby was here before. So Abby, did you have a question?
Yeah, McKenna put one in there. It was like just a general message from like star beings or galactic council for her.
Okay. Okay.
Right, that's what it was.
I'm trying to think about. Okay. I have that brush up. What is that? You know what I'm talking about?
From Greece.
Yes. He's a left hand. Like, I don't even know the words like correctly, but I know what that is. They're like, yes, this is for your highest and best. So I don't know what that's all about, but maybe because that girl was really like goofy. You know what I mean? She had like the pigtails and she was kind of goofy and like she didn't give a shit. She was just having fun, and I think sometimes that's important. Like that, like Monica was saying earlier, like she's not caring anymore. Like singing in public, starting to share her voice and her uniqueness that she has, because everybody's got their own way of being weird. So you know, it's okay to be weird. It's okay to be different. It's okay to be like, and if the people around you don't like it, then they're not the people for you. But you gotta love and
Find your weirdos.
Huh?
You said find your weirdos.
Yeah, and that's all it is. Find the ones that get it, because not everybody will. I'm like, some people will just think you're crazy, but that's even fun in itself sometimes. But there's an awakening coming in for you, the 11/11, and mirror and synchronicity. When that happens, it's for your highest and best. Like, so it's like I was saying earlier, like breadcrumbs or a puzzle that you need to put together for your experience to get to where you need to go for your best outcome, because you're the only one that, like, it's like a combination of, I'm going to follow the clues by spirit, but I'm also going to create the reality I want, because we have free will and we have a choice. So they want us to be an active role in the creation that we're creating, but they're also going to give us like the clues and the points that are like over here, but our fears and our doubts and our insecurities and our all of that stuff goes over here. So when you see those little codes, it's safe to say no to those things. It's okay to say no too, and not be like, I'm sorry, or oh my God, or make an excuse, or tell people, or do things you don't want to do because you feel bad or whatever. People that don't understand your no's and they can't accept it or whatever, or they treat you differently when you say no to them, aren't your people either. You can say no, and you can preserve yourself, and you can protect yourself for your highest and best, and that's your mission, is to heal yourself, then others, not heal others through yourself and your own suffering, or be not able to say no and all of that. Spirit will guide you, but at the end of the day, spirit is basically you acting through you and acting around you through the energies and the channels that are here. So as you heal and as you grow and as you ascend and as you see all of that stuff, it starts to make more sense and it becomes expansive. And you may become somebody that has those wisdom keeping records inside of you, the Akashic, the energy, the balancing, the high priest or the high priestess stuff that comes about. And when that comes about, people might be drawn to you, but you can still, protect yourself and help others in a balance, because if not, you'll just go right back to being unbalanced and unhealed and not in a good way. And it's never, we're never done, and it's never easy, specifically, to say no is hard, I think, for empaths anyways, because we feel others, and we feel what they feel, and we don't want them to feel bad, and we don't want them to hurt, we don't want people to suffer or struggle. But if it means that we're going to suffer or struggle because of whatever, we have to be like, no, I'm sorry, emotionally cleansing that debris away from us through either crying or washing ourselves in the shower, going to the beach, going outside to a small body of water, whatever you have available, and then releasing however you see fit Salt can help with that too, like salt scrub. Um, uh, there's like they have new things now, like a bath, like um, Dr. Teal's bath shit is like all full of the salt, but it's also like a liquid thing, so you could put like bubbles in your bubble bath or a body wash on yourself, and it has it mixed in. I also have one that's pink, and it has rose quartz in it and all of that stuff, so it's like high vibey. When you get in the shower, you just wash everybody else's shit off of you, and you might notice immediate relief. You might have gone in feeling really like bad and didn't know why. It's usually because of other people's stuff is attached to us or connecting in some way. But you've got to allow the light of Lyra also to bring the strength, confidence, abundance, and wisdom to you. So I feel like wisdom is important right now, and it's coming through as a high priest energy. But Lyran for me is also kind of a masculine energy. But this helps us get abundance. This helps us get money, and wealth and wisdom, and acquiring of the things that lift us up into manifesting the ancient things that are within us, and the strength that is needed to be like no and not feel bad, and not succumb to the depression or the sadness or the darkness or the decay of things around us. So there's a new beginning happening right now. The signs are here for everybody. Things are shifting a lot. And there's cellular activations, telepathic communication. Sometimes the telepathic communication is from our twin souls. And everybody has one of these. It doesn't necessarily mean that you know who they are or that they're even here on this plane of existence. But we do have one. And then sound healing and finding joy is going to help people at this time. Water. Go to the water. Get to the ocean. They've even proven it that people need to see water in order to be like good. Like just seeing water on a regular basis is the same thing as earthing. Reduces inflammation. It helps us with the recall of our memory. It helps us with depression, anxiety, blood pressure, all of this stuff. The fucking earth heals us. It's us going in the house and being like on a computer all day that's fucking people up. So the electrical pulses are changing inside of people and around people and in this world. Huh. Yes, my name is in your world. And you also have a past life in Atlantis. And there's crystal mastery that you can use from that time to help you to anchor in a gentle healing. And the light codes. This is Andromedan energy. Andromeda is very soft. They're like the Reiki healers of the universe. They're saying divine healing is available from Andromeda. And then again, Andromeda, allow yourself to receive. Andromeda, Andromeda, Andromeda. I feel like the Andromedans want to work with you. Still a little bit. And for some reason that's connecting to Atlantis. And Jesus Christ, Arcturus is here too, twice. Light codes, advanced cellular clearances. You got Atlantis, Andromeda, and Arcturian. A. You might need to stop drinking. I don't know. I'm just kidding. Or get a toe. The AAA and the 2As. But for some reason, I think they're showing me those because I did a thing not too long ago, and I was actually going to do like I had made the names like Andromedan attunement, Arcturian advancement, and something else. There was 3 A's though, because I remember I liked the A that I was using on Canva, and I made the labels for 3 different types, and I was like channeling in what they were going to be. I never actually posted them or finished it or whatever, but I did get the names, and there was 3 A's, and it was like they were like working together at that time. So I feel like those 3 are working with you too, and so pay attention to that type of energy. The Arcturians are like advanced technological beings. They're like very, very high logic-y type of like technology wise, but they're also very soft and sensitive and emotional. And then the Andromedans are very, very, very healing with like energy work. And we, Atlantis had the fall in the past. We're here to prevent that. So allow yourself to receive what you need by just being open. When I say allow yourself to receive, go sit somewhere outside in the water or by the water. Play sound healing frequencies just on a regular basis. You could be doing anything at the time, but if that sound healing is on in the background, it's going to impact you. They have solfeggio healing, and they have like there's binaural beats and all of these things for specific things. But I do feel like you just need to be aware and allow because that's going to awaken you more. And they're giving you all the fucking A words for some reason. I feel like you're at the beginning stages of something. It's like A will lead to B, and then C and D. It's not like an actual thing. It's just more so of like a, for example, like, or way to kind of like make people be like, yeah. But you also have cycles of rebirth happening for you with the moon energy, because feminines are going to be more tuned into the moon, masculines are going to be more tuned into the sun. But it's time to heal soul patterns and contracts that may have originated in Atlantis or in one of those places. I am definitely feeling like Andromeda and Arcturian and Atlantis are your past. Like you've been there before. You probably have ties to Lyra, because like almost everybody does. The Lyrans were like the ones that seeded us, and they're saying yes, 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 yes. And he is my Lyran lion. He was from Lyra, and he is also was in Egypt, and he has, he's like the Sphinx. He's gained a little weight. He's not as sexy as he used to be, but he's still sexy. So he's, again, that's what's going on. You're awakening all of that stuff from those times and those places. Iceland is here. I feel like what this is showing though is like those colors in the sky. Frequency, energy, like you need to connect with the colors and the frequencies that are going to help you to heal. So again, sound healing, or words, music, telepathic stuff, and divine channeling. You are a divine channel. Allow yourself to receive. So like, just like what I'm doing right now, I'm channeling, I'm receiving, I'm just speaking on what's coming through. You can do that too. You can do it through singing. You do it on whatever. We channel all the time. No matter what you're doing, you're channeling. Like, I gotta go pee. You're channeling somebody that's gonna pee. Like, I gotta go cook. I'm gonna channel what I need to do to cook that food. I may not be the best at that specific thing, but I'm fucking using what's necessary in order to do it. So know that you're already a channel before you start channeling. And you've got to open your heart to love, okay? So if I don't know if you are dating people or getting involved in that stuff, but you got to open your heart to love. And I feel like that may be in many different ways, not just romance. But you have a need for freedom or seclusion because you've been a prisoner and you see through the control system of Earth. So sometimes you may seclude yourself away from people, but if people are like, no, you can't leave your house, then you want to get out because you don't want to be under the control system of other people, because you're aware of what that is, because that's kind of like what happened at Atlantis and why it fell. Are you okay? You all right? You all right? What's the matter? What's the matter? What's the matter? I don't know. In animals, okay, so I feel like he's here because in animal, you have that ability too. Close connection with animals, lived as or had trauma with a pet. These are my past life cards. So you may have had something go down before, but you can embrace that gift to communicate telepathically with animals. So that came through already, that telepathic ability. Hi. And fight your natural urge to embrace darkness. Okay, so you could have had a lifetime in the duality, the darkness. You might have been a little bit evil at times. You could have been on the wrong side of the shit when this was going on in Atlantis. Some of us were. Some of us did bad things. I've actually had that come through in a reading before. They were like, in your past life, you and your twin were really bad, and that's why you're in this life trying to do it right, do it good, not be bad. Like help people, support people, realize the karmic energies that are around us, because sometimes we got, sucked into that stuff, that control and that power and money and greed, right? Right, 7-Eleven? What are you doing? Why are you staring? They fucking scare me sometimes, like they know something I don't know. What? Ancient Greece too. So again, you have a very old soul. You've been here before. You've done this stuff. You got everything inside of you that you could possibly ever need. But oh my fucking god, you need boundaries. This card does not belong in this deck, but it's in here. It says boundaries. Say no. Cut cords. Release guilt. Do not feel bad about saying fucking no to people. It's hard, but you've got to try to do for you, not everybody else. And if you have anger and resentment or frustration, it's okay, but let it go, because it will only harbor from within and hurt you. But you do have an advanced mission here, so just embrace it. And this anger could have stemmed from another life. So sometimes you may get angry and you don't know why, or you explode on people and you're like, why the fuck am I doing that? Like, I'm not even mad at you, but you triggered me when I was triggered, so I flipped the fuck out. And again, the Iceland, this is like that standoff type of energy. Like, you may feel like you need to go away from everybody and be like alone sometimes in order for you to function, because you have a hard time saying no, and because you have a hard time dealing with people, and it's because you've had a lot of fucking hard times in lives, a lot of pain, a lot of, like, it's ain't easy to go through fucking trauma with animals and all of that, but you've been through it, and you're holding on to it from those experiences. So let it go, and realize you also have royalty within you, so you can rise and be abundant and manifest and have an awesome experience, but also have to be humble. Because again, like I said, those people who went bad in fucking Atlantis and were not so good, did the bad things, it was hunger for greed and power, and it's like, it's very easy to get there. It's like you get a little taste of that, and you're like, you just keep going. So don't do that, because that will cause the fall. But yeah, I think that's basically it. You may have been here for the Galactic War too, which makes sense because most of the Atlanteans were. And that ocean soul makes sense to why I was saying get connected to the water. You've lived in the water before. You have a strong connection to sea life. So listen to the ocean, because it will communicate with you, and your inner child will heal through that, and play. Have fun. Allow yourself to laugh and play. You've had major trauma, and I feel a lot of times the inner child comes through for people with the pet one. So I feel like those things are hand in hand. It may have, like, when people go through like severe trauma with a pet in their life, maybe before or whatever, it's almost like it sets them up to not be able to have a childhood in this life, because they're like afraid to have fun and play and like be lighthearted or whatever, because animals are pure and animals are high vibrational, so you're holding the sadness of that too, and it's okay to feel sad or to worry or whatever, but we don't want to live in that, because that's what creates more things to feel like that about. And there's been karmic relationships to heal from too. You may have had somebody in your life that actually caused the trauma that you experienced with the pet or with an animal or with something. It could have even taken your life at some point, but you have a hard time expressing yourself, communicating what's going on inside of you. You're like an island. You want to go away. Iceland, island. Like you feel like you just need to get away, and nobody gets you or understands you. There's love within you that began in another lifetime too. So this is a life to make peace with everything that happened. You are a starseed soul. You are an ancient one. You have the ability to overcome all of this and travel. If you feel that call inside of you to get away, then go away. Maybe you do need to go travel and be alone for a while, or explore what's inside of you. But you are naturally awakening, your magic healer, lover, galactic past life, ascended master, and you also have a twin flame, like I said. So there's going to be some fucking difficulties with that, but you signed up for this, and you have major obstacles to rise through. But anchor the high vibe energy onto earth, and know that you have everything that you need here available to you. You're here for a reason. It's okay to feel like nobody gets you, or to want to not be around other people sometimes. But as you heal, you'll come to understand why all of that is, and you'll overcome all of those things too, and find your voice and the right people to hear your voice. All right, that was a lot.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
I feel like every single thing you said resonated, and like just things that have been coming up recently, and like the specific like star races you brought up were like all kind of coming out recently, and yeah, I feel like that really helped me a lot.
It's awesome. It's weird when it happens. Like, I never, because I don't know. It's not me. It's them. But know that, like they will find a way to you, and they will get it to you. Trust it when you see it.
I like kind of was a little like, because I'm very clairvoyant, so I see things very strongly, and I've seen a lot of different beings and spirits, but sometimes when things like kind of look like alienish or kind of strange, it like freaks me out. So I'm like a little bit taken back, but I'm like trying to be more open and like trusting, and not like going to fear with.
That's perfect. like I know what you mean, and that's set up by the people in control, or like the people in our reality, because they've given us a subliminal thing all the time. Ooh, they're taking the like things, and they're bad, and they're probing, and they're like, you know, in the grays, like they've used
Yeah.
that image to invoke fear, and that keeps you stuck and down. But they're not bad, they're just different. um, which is in itself what they use against us. Like, think about the separate man, woman, light, dark, you know, upper class, lower class. Like, everything is separate here on this planet, and it sets up a thing like that to keep us from it. But when I first started, I stumbled onto this thing at some point where I started doing unconditional love, unconditional love, unconditional love. I say it to keep my mind on it, to maintain it, and when I do, it gets better, and I can work with them for, you know, like, or they come closer or more like Abby probably saw it in that video. When I started saying it, it's like my default. When I start getting freaked out, or it starts getting like, wow, what the fuck, I've never seen this before, what is going on, unconditional love, unconditional love, unconditional love, like, it's default, because it's, yeah, you have to sometimes, or you'll send them away. And that's the thing too, they won't come at, like, fear feeds them, I think. It's like we can scare ourselves and see something that's not there, or like, or almost feed them to do something they're not doing. You know what I mean? It's almost like if you go into that fear place and you start seeing something that's freaking you out. I feel like sometimes we create things that aren't even really being expressed because of the frequency we're projecting onto it. It looks worse and it gets darker, and it's like, ah! But if you can shift into love or whatever, stay there and calm, you'll see, like, they'll come closer. They may not look the same as us, but they're not going to be like, like, then we're always waiting for that last jump. We're always waiting for that fucking moment of like, bah! When they take us away and they kill us. So, but that's because of movies and subconscious programming and the collective consciousness. A lot of people are afraid. So I think it just takes time. And I think I you know, like, I had a visions when I was a kid that I shut off because I was scared. So the fact that you still have it is a blessing. And when you do get scared, tell them. Say, can you change the frequency a little bit, or can you project a different image that's not so, you know, like, tone it down a little bit, or cloak or something. You can ask, and they will. They usually will change things that will help. And I think that's why so many people see the Pleiadians as blonde-haired, blue-eyed girls, because it's like the least fucking intimidating thing on this planet is the blonde-haired, blue-eyed people. You know, like, you think about, oh, they're just a ditzy little girl, like, hoo-hoo-hoo. She's not as scary as, like, some big, tall, purple thing with fucking antlers and all this other stuff. Like, so I do think that, because I've seen the Pleiadians more so as light beings rather than, like, a lady that is just like a blonde lady. But I think that's a comfort thing for people. But they must know they can show you that stuff, because you know, like, you probably know it on some level, but you can ask them to change the tune a little bit, of frequency a little bit, so you don't get scared, because they will help. I think both of my devices are running low. No, that one, well, it is low, but this one's like dying. Let me plug it in. Does that make sense though? Like the frequency, like, and you find your words too. As people wake up and as they heal, they figure out their way to communicate and become more comfortable with it, or the best ways that it's gonna work. Oh
Yeah,
no.
definitely. I think, like, and just kind of, like, figuring out, like, where to set, like, the boundaries thing you said that came up, like, that's been coming up every day for me. And, like, I have a boundaries card that comes out, like, I'm like, oh my gosh, this is so important. And, like, I struggle with, like, people pleasing a lot, and so that's, and also learning to set them with, like, the beings and stuff, like, because, like, the one that came to me, I got freaked out because a new being came to me, and I was like, oh, this looks like, you know, like a gray alien, and all, like you said, all the programming that comes with that. And I was just very, like, taken aback. And then I, like, talked to my higher self, and she was like, this is fine, like, an Andromedon being, and like the being was coming every day, and it like put on like a bow and like makeup, so it didn't like scare me.
Oh my God! Wait, I had that exact same story.
Don't tell her.
Oh my, no, but I did, like, but something happened like that, like, what the fuck was it? I was doing a removal on somebody, and it was like, they were, like, trying to, like, things changed for me, and I was like, what is going on? But yeah, there's things that, like, that will change, and, but that shows you also can, have them reflect to you what you need, or whatever, but, if you don't feel safe, if you don't feel good, if you feel like there's something not good, like in your core, just call on the light to remove it and to like make it leave. If it doesn't feel good, if it does feel good, or if it feels like it's okay, or if it's misunderstood, because that's again another thing that happens, you'll feel it in your core. You know what I mean? Like there's the conditioning that kind of like, I can't tell what this is, or like the conditioning that's like makes us go to that fearful place, but then there's also like your intuition. So if your intuition's there, trust it, but also know that nothing can scare, like nothing can hurt you unless you give it permission to. You have to invite it to hurt you. You have to invite it in by either being severely like dark and depressed and miserable. They'll find a way in through that suffering of like, I just want to die. Okay, you want to die? Here I come. Like that's, that invites it in. And even if it does, it doesn't kill you right away. Like you have the time frame to be like, okay, I've attached some shit to me because I've been miserable in inviting it in. But when that happens, then we have, you can either ask for help or do it yourself. But you call on Archangel Michael to come remove anything or to cut the cords or whatever, and they will. And they also will remove things. Sometimes they will try to play tricks on us, or they will maybe show us something that's not legit or whatever. It's good to be, aware, because there are negative entities, but negative entities come out of negativity, and that's why you need those boundaries, because they won't get you if you're good, if you're protecting, and you're safe, and you're loved, and you're not doing stuff that's bad for you. It's like you're responsible for your energy and all of that. And when you get depleted and drained through self-sacrifice and all of that, it can become, like I'm susceptible to not such great things. But even in that, it's a lesson and an opportunity to grow. And we all learn in our own time, and we all have these experiences in our own time. And the more that you overcome, and the more that you empower yourself, and the more that you stand in your power, say no, and get the fuck out, and all of that stuff, the easier it'll be for you to do it later, and then also see the results of it, and then help other people who are also going through it. Because not everybody sees, not everybody knows, not everybody has that ability, and that's a blessing, but it's also a curse, because but it's not though, because like I'd rather know that there's some shit that are like out there that can harm me or other people that I care about. That way I can get rid of it before it gets to that point. But yeah, you just having the awareness is good, and then setting healthy boundaries is gonna prevent things from that type of experience of bad coming in. It is gonna help, and then keeping yourself up, which is hard here because this place is fucking dense, and this place is dark, and there's a lot of mean people, and people take advantage of people pleasers. Empaths have like a fucking stamp on their back for people to come hurt them, but you ultimately have the control, and you're of the light, so you attract both light and dark because it's a dualistic experience. But call on the people. I have the video for like the opening of the vortex. You open that vortex and like expand it out to do your whole home and yourself. Nothing can come into it, and anything that's already within it can't stay there. And it's a good practice to get into on the regular, because then it transmutes anything of a low vibration, and you're good within it. But I've had to do that in the past on people to remove entities that were not good, or that tried to pretend to be something else, or tried to trick me or whatever. But there are also entities out there that have a bad rap because of what they look like. Not every gray is a bad gray. Not every Orion is a bad Orion. Not every thing is as black and white as it seems, because that's not creation, that's not reality. Like, if you lived in fucking Mars, with like Mars, like say Mars went to war with Venus, right, and you lived on Venus, wherever you are, the other planet's going to assume you're bad because you're from that other place. Just like here on Earth, all the people, like, we assume everybody in this one area is bad. No, the people who started the fucking war are not the good people. The other people are victims of assholes who are doing that stuff, but now they have that connotation with them because they're associated with it. So I do believe that there's good grays and good everything, but just as easily there could be bad ones. You're gonna feel it inside of you, and you're gonna navigate it in a way that's different than anybody else. And you may have something go down that is different from me, but the pillar of light too. Like, if you don't know, if you can't go through the whole vortex thing, call it a pillar of light to protect you. They can't come into the light. You know, they can't hurt you, but you do have karmic contracts to clear up too. And so sometimes those dark entities may appear in a soul family member. Not like I'm not saying your sister or anything like that. I'm just saying, like, people, I'm just
It's
saying
alright.
people
We've
might.
already known that we've like killed each other in past lives before, so
Well,
yeah, I definitely have been able to see like entities and other people's entities for a while, so that has been interesting to navigate and like learn to
not look at it. Like,
yeah, and just like not to feed or like into the fear and kind of like making sure to not take it on. It's I mean, I'm still figuring out like things as I go, but it's definitely, like you said, like the blessing and the curse thing. Like, I'm glad, like I can see, like I'm thankful I can see when things are there. But it's not always fun to just be like sitting in your room, like, oh, okay.
I think that's why I shut it off, because I see the stuff out of the corner of my eye and it freaks me out too. Still, I'm like, ah! And still to this day, like, I still freak myself out.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting.
But you are learning to vibe at the highest quotient of light, and you do have that ability to balance duality. So it doesn't matter, you know, there could be light and dark, man and woman. There could be a karmic person in your life that shows up that has an entity or whatever. Doesn't necessarily mean they're a bad person. They could be just a sensitive soul, or somebody that's hurt, because that's what they attach to, is the heart, or like the sacrifice. Like, lately, when I hear something, like when Abby had her thing go down, or when something happens to a person I care about, I fucking feel it on a level, like almost like it happened to me, and I'm like, I don't want to do that. Because I don't, in many different ways. Like, I don't want to be like trying to take their thunder, you know, like, people get weird. I'm not trying to make this about me at all, but it fucking hurts just as much as if I had experienced it myself. And that's fucked up to me, because I do practice things energetically to protect myself, but it still happens. And I think the old ways of protecting ourselves, the old ways of looking at things, the old ways of being, and assumptions and judgments need to change, because we're not in the same place anymore. We've been healing ourselves and others for a long time, but I do believe that there's different methods, or better methods, that need to come about, protecting ourselves, anchoring that light, and then also acknowledging that, like, not all dark entities or bad, they're not even bad entities, they're just dark. And that's our reality. That's what creation is, light and dark. It would suck to be created as a dark entity and to be labeled that way, and then to be like, you know, run away from your entire existence. But some of the dark entities come about because of lack of boundaries, and because they may have become that through their own suffering of giving the light to everybody but themselves, or to taking that pain every time they saw it or observed it or whatever. Like, not everybody that is a dark person, or very like bad person, is a bad person or a dark person because of they wanted to be or whatever. They could have got there just as easily through compassion and stuff like that as they could have through being a dick. But I think we need to recognize that sometimes, that like some of us are like end up taking things with us and onto us to fight off for others, because maybe that other person's not, maybe that person would die if they were going to fight that thing themselves. So you could take it on for them in a way that's like, All right, he's like, you're not gonna die. You may get hit down or fucking fucked up for a little bit, but you're gonna be able to get through it. So you may, on a soul level, sacrifice that thing or take that thing for that other person, or it's like a take one for the team type of concept. Because you have the tools or the awareness or the time even. Some people have 9 to 5 job, Monday through Friday. They don't have time to get slammed with the deep depression, darkness, and all of that. Somebody like me who has their own schedule and can do what they want to do, I can take a week and spend it in bed, and it's not going to be like my downfall. So sometimes, like, I think it's like on a higher level that these things happen, and that everything is kind of like is like there is almost like a higher self that's like calling the shots to some degree, but then we get tested down here through it, and so there's variance. Some people, if you're in a connection with a person romantically and then consistently being a piece of shit and destroying your life and everything's falling apart because of it, that's an indication no. But if someone shows up that you care about or you can feel is suffering and not okay or whatever, sometimes it's okay to help that person through that thing or do something that's like a sacrifice or whatever, because you can, and you're not going to be, it's not going to hit you as hard as them or something. But I don't think everything's as black and white as we think it is. And also we have to remember that everything we've learned and everything that I've learned and all this stuff comes out of books that other people wrote, that they came up with. Like, nobody knows for sure all the fucking shit. I don't think there is one solid thing for everything that is. But you know in your heart of hearts what's right for you and what's yes for you and what's good for you, and you know what's not. And you feel that sinking thing in your pit of your stomach when it's not good, and you feel like the lift when it is. And anytime I've struggled to making a decision, I go back and forth, oh, I don't know. And then I fucking do it, I fucking kick myself in the ass for it later. Like, and it could be like mundane shit or it could be divine shit, but it still got me to the same result, or maybe take a little bit longer, around the corner, around the way, but we still end up going through the things. I think sometimes it's like we do make things harder for ourselves, but I don't think it's all as black and white as we would imagine it to be or want it to be, or anything like that. Like these walking souls come in and shit like that because sometimes we fuck up and we get too far away from it by allowing other people to tell us what's right or wrong for us when it's not. And then our mission is to heal ourselves and others. When we're not doing that right, intervention comes in, especially if you are saying, I need help, which I do a lot. Tell them, like, show me, and then they show me shit in varying ways. So as long as we're applying all that stuff together in the big scheme of things, I do think that we can fall off the track, but then we can come back onto the track, and we can slowly establish either the ritual or the boundary or the words or the whatever, the healing. She's looking at something out there right now, to balance ourselves and to heal whatever's there. And some of it's Akashic record level too. Like, some of it's not physical and some of it's not this lifetime. It's like you may have somebody in your life that from all these other lives, but whatever you did in the other lives could keep playing out until you decide not to. And that's why I'm like afraid of people, because I don't want any more karma. I don't want it. Like, I'm not having kids. I don't want to get married. I don't want to fucking have a connection that could create more stuff. That means like I've got to come back and deal with that again. So I try to forgive people who hurt me. I try to forgive things that I don't understand or whatever. It's not always easy, but it's better than carrying it with us. And I try not to judge what I don't understand or get scared of what I don't know, because I think that's what they want us to do. Like, if you haven't noticed, there's always seems like we're always steered away from what we're supposed to be. And I saw something recently that was like, what they tell you, what they want you to do, like, go get your COVID shot. Go get your COVID shot. Go get your COVID. Now they've got enough people to get the COVID shot. They're like, we're sorry, you didn't need to do that. Huh? That's fucked up. Like, people lost their jobs. People stayed, mental fucking craziness out of the fact that they had to go through that time by themselves. And there was so much fucking bad shit that came about because of that and through that. And now to find out we were wrong. What? Like, but again, they were forcing people to do it through other people too, like making people think that if you don't get it, you're a bad person. You're like social pressure and all this stuff. And that's fucked up. But I tend to see that no matter what it is, when there's like elite people or people in charge making us do something or wanting us or forcing us, pushing us to do something or look at things a certain way, it's usually the other way that's going to be of the benefit for us. They put shit into our water to make our pineal gland calcified. Like all this stuff that's like for our highest and best is always detrimental. Go to the doctor. You don't feel good? Go to the doctor. You go to the doctor, they give you medicine that gives you side effects that makes you worse than what you started off with. And there's natural cures for all of that stuff. And most of the stuff doesn't come from just like, oh, my body decided to be a fucking asshole and make me sick. Your body got sick because people and experiences and emotions made you sick. Frequency made you sick. So if the frequency made you sick, you change the frequency, you'll get better. But if you go in and you start ingesting all these chemicals and all these things that are gonna fucking not make you better, it's gonna get worse. And so I've been learning that a lot lately, or like, you know, finding a lot of synchronicity connected to that, and messages connected to that, not even just my own whatever. I've been seeing a lot of that coming about, where it's like, whatever you think, or whatever they're trying to get you to do, or whatever the, like, you know, consensus is on stuff, try to not just fall into the line of acceptance with that. And even with boundaries, if you know somebody's suffering and struggling, it's okay to be there for people, or it's okay to be compassionate and loving and nurturing. It's okay to forgive people. But if we get hurt by somebody, we can forgive them, give them a second chance, but keep them at a distance. If it happens again, then maybe we stay further and further away until the time where maybe they're just non-existent. But nothing is, I don't know, and everybody's different. Everybody got their thing. It's always going to be a unique experience. But I'm learning not to make a judgment on anything, and then when I do make a judgment on something, I try to make it so that I can change the perspective or the judgment or the outcome. Just be open to things shifting, changing. I've seen so much stuff happen, or things play out completely in a way that you don't expect. And if we're conscious creators and we're focusing on reality, they say that that's how reality comes, but I've seen it be the opposite of that too. So it's not always that. I don't think anything's definite or whatever. And I do believe we jump timelines, which I know that was what Rick had said, was he felt he jumped our timeline on the 30th, and he's also writing. So I'm gonna do him now, but let me go up here. Oh goodness, make sure. And I said that this week too, about the jumping timeline thing. Maybe I don't have, oh, there's a live chat and then a top chat. I need live chat. I said that this week about, I feel like I've gone into a new place, like a new dimension or a new experience or a new, I don't even fucking know what it is, because nothing is how it was. But I also feel like I'm like returning to like a cyclical experience, because when I went back to, like at the beginning where I woke up, I used to go outside, look at the stars, and have all these weird things go on with them. I get summoned outside randomly. That's happening again. I want to know how to approach the writing for the novel I just started writing. I thought I had a timeline shift on October 30th. What is, yeah, October, you know what is so weird about that? October 30th is the day that I did a healing for somebody, and they came here. A year to the day, October 30th, last year, we had connected after time apart from each other, and we were like, you know, connecting and earthing and doing all these things, and synchronicity, so much fucking synchronicity, things tied into that. I didn't even realize it or know it at first, but like we saw each other a year apart to the day exactly, and then the 2 days before that we had something play out both years that would lead to that day of us seeing each other. So it's a fucking cyclical thing, but it's not always going to end the same. It's not always going to see the same outcome or whatever. But when we have a soul connection or something, I feel like there is things playing out. But Like, that person I would consider to be like the twin flame or whatever, there's been a fucking significant amount of shit connected to them. I wouldn't be a healer if it wasn't for them. I would not be here if it wasn't for them. So I know that when they're involved in shit, and beyond what they even know, because they'll say something or they mention something, and to them it's like a logical nothing, but to me it changes everything. um so they're not even aware of it, but there's these things that do shift our timelines or our consciousness or whatever's going on. I feel like they send him in sometimes to pull me out of stuff or to shift what's going on around me, because I'm not able to do it on my own. And I don't know, I may have been able to do that for him at different times or say things to him at certain sets along the way. I wouldn't know because he doesn't know, but I do feel like that stuff happens for some reason. And again, that's why I say, like, when you have something happen, don't even be afraid of it. Like, yeah, people get attachments, people have darkness come in, things come around, but the way of the shaman is not like, they don't run from that, they embrace that. Like, the thing I shared the other day was like literally saying, like, they feed their fucking demons, they give the darkness acknowledgement, because you can't run from it, you can't always be in the light. There has to be an acceptance of all that is. But how to approach the writing is funny, because I got the automatic writing, channel through writing, decode frequency, deliver messages and teachings from spirit. You're a seed planter. Plant seeds of potential every place you go in every person's soul. And then the potion, I'm not sure what the topic of the book is, and I've had my own issue with writing books, because when I was trying to write a book about something, or like my life or whatever, like I kept getting lost, or I kept like I started off, I'm gonna write about this, but I didn't end up writing about that. It would like go on its own thing, because I'm automatic writing too a lot, so it's out of my fucking control. I'm like, I don't want to write that, but I do. So there may be something like that that needs to play out, especially if you've had any trauma or pain or suffering or struggling. Try not to approach it in a way of like limiting things, or because if you go into writing your book and you're like, I'm not going to write this way, or I'm not going to allow that to be written about, but it wants to be expressed, I feel like that will mess it up, and it won't be as good as if you just allow whatever wants to come through. And then all the people say when you learn about writing, they're like, don't just like look at it in the whatever way. They say like, just fucking write. Don't worry about looking at the spelling, don't worry about the grammar, don't worry about whatever bullshit that they tell you need to have play out. But then once you've got it all out, and you're like, because like you run out of fuel after that thing, just they call it flow state. When you get to flow state, shit flows. After that fact, you go back to edit it and look at it and place it in things. But they do, suggest like a timeline. And again, it says purifying, releasing emotions and stuff like that. So there may be parts of it that are gonna help you to release emotion, or help you to heal something. Your lived experiences are unique and meaningful. Share your stories with others. You could approach it as, breaking it up into little stories, because I think that might be something that's more feasible or easier to do. And also, especially in this fucking day and age, nobody has a focus anymore. Like people can't pay attention for a long time. They don't want to read longer than they need to. Most people don't read anymore. They listen to stuff like audiobooks. But you could break it down into like little stories to get to the full story. And then that also helps you, because you can make multiple stories. Like you could do like short little ones, and then have a ton of them, and get people like hooked into a series of them. Like, I can't wait to find out what happens with this thing, or what happens with that thing. And you could use your own life experiences as like inspiration for it, or actually share your story, the truth, and share that this is my truth, this is what happened to me, or use it in a way to express it that isn't, necessarily saying that. People might not know what's real, what's not. People say based loosely on truth or whatever. But you have eyes that see beyond the illusion, and you are here to plant those seeds, and you're a master of duality and darkness. So I think everything I was saying before I even got here may be kind of relevant to that too, where it's like you may have a story, you may have experience, you may have went through something that was an obstacle, and your story is unique and meaningful, and you can share it with others. But then you could take that same fucking story, and give it a different thing, like a different set of characters, or change the stuff just a little tiny bit. It's got the same concept, but it ends differently, or it plays out a little bit shifted. You know, and it can help people to see the other perspective. And then honoring the ways of the feminine is a cycle of rebirth, and then united with aligned and with your mission and soul. So I think as you just embrace this and allow whatever wants to come into you to come in, because this is about receiving, the feminine is about receiving, it's going to help you to unite with your counterpart. And yeah, look at that, you're meant to be in a divine union. Write whatever feels right to you, however you want to do it, whatever you receive. And I feel like you're going to receive her, and then she's going to help you to go to get it out, because the trauma and pain you overcame now brings hope and guidance to other souls. So just start the process. Start the process of cleansing. Start the process of putting it on paper. You are here to awaken and shift the collective consciousness, and you are here to have this rebirth. And as you embrace this and you plant those seeds and you begin the process of those wisdom writing within the words of what you've got, that separation is going to end, because you're doing what you're fucking meant to do, and you're an Akashic record keeper, and those stories are in the Akashic records just through everybody having it. So you're going to heal people through energetic ways, not touching them, but through your words of the what you're writing. It's going to remove obstacles in your own life, your own union, in your own experiences. And you've come for the great awakening of humanity and to bring harmony. So just look at it as like I'm planting seeds. Every word that I write is a seed. Every experience that I have is going to shift. And then that, you know, we always look at trauma as a bad thing or a victim of it. I'm so sad, I'm so bad. But it gives people something a lot of others don't have, like compassion or empathy or a perspective nobody will be able to have if they haven't been through it. So I think you're just going to be able to open eyes with your writing and help yourself with your writing. But just write whatever comes, automatic write. And then if it's not right, you'll see it. You'll catch it before you get too far with it. But I feel like I'm not necessarily the best person for this question, because I've struggled myself with like putting things into order. I have so much fucking writing. This thing, the thing that I have of blankets has been full before, and I've thrown shit out, and it's almost full again of writing. But I can't get it into a way that like I feel comfortable sharing, or in a consecutive manner. But there's Om, what the hell is the name of that? Something Om. They have like really cheap courses about writing on there. What the hell is the name of that place? Something Om. And their courses are like you pick the price that you're gonna pay, like $15 to $20 to $30, and they have like writing your memoir or healing through writing, or basically like those are the courses that they have, and they're inexpensive. Daily Om is the name of the website. Go dailyom.com, look at their courses. There's tons of them that can help you with writing, and they're spiritually based. So there may be something in there that will help you to know. But then even just Googling like what's the right timeline for this journal or that type of journal or this type of thing. A lot of people do the straight line, and then they do the like series of events that played out over the years, and by doing that alone oh no, that didn't happen then, that happened then, and so just get your timeline right to the best of your ability, and then share from there. Because a lot of times we've been through trauma, we've been through bad stuff, we don't remember it correctly, or we're out of order with our stuff, or we mix things, the details up, or we forget the time that it was, because we want to disassociate from pain and shit. So a lot of times we don't know what date that was, or what year it was, or whatever. But putting it on paper like that with the straight line, oop, I was born. Shit hit the fucking fan. Oh my God. Like in this order. And then also know that if you don't get it completely right, it's not a big deal. Because you're not trying to create illusion, but you're seeing beyond it. I said I would try to do more channeled writing in this novel, and that makes it sound easy enough to do. Awesome sauce. Great. Well, that makes sense. I'm glad that that made sense, because I'm like, I don't know, that's where I've been struggling too. Okay, so I don't know if it was who came before, if it was Lara or the Songs of Starlight. I think it might have been Songs of Starlight. Do you guys remember who came before? Was it Lara or Songs of Starlight? They're the only ones left, I believe, yeah. And she was just open to receive what she needs to hear right now. And I know, Lara, when did you come in? Did you hear me get her? Because I know when she came in, I read hers out to others.
I don't know.
Songs of Starlight was here. Okay, she knows. All right, then I got you, Lara.
Okay.
and then I'm caught up. So, Songs of Starlight, you were just open. And the Earth card was here. It says Gaia needs you to ground your light. So, and I think that's important right now for everybody that keeps coming up for me and others, people that I know. Like, earthing is one of the best ways to do that. Like, getting your feet planted on the ground without shoes, without socks, anything. Just touch the fucking ground. They sell shit now. Don't buy it. Like, don't go buy crystal shoes. Don't go buy some fucking thing you plug into the wall. Don't go, like, they're making sheets and shit with, like, metal in it. Like, you don't need that. You need to go outside, touch the ground, to ground. We shouldn't be trying to do that duplication thing. That's how we're getting too far away from the earth and the natural world and what actually helps people. But light codes, advanced cellular clearance, Arcturian energy with the starseed here. You have Arcturian light codes coming in. High Priest again, the same as Abby's sister, says Wisdom Keeper of Records, Akashic Records, masculine and balance rising. So I feel like this is important for everybody right now. Masculine and feminine, like Arcturian balancing frequencies are coming in, advanced missions, and the wisdom of the masculines coming in as the High Priest. And that's helping with the foundation, and 18 is here, and I've seen 18 a lot. 18 is about abundance. It's awakening the awareness for the abundance, but when you put those together, it's the 9, so it's a completion. So we're awakening the abundance and like the unity and that infinite thing that's connected to all that there is, and that balance of the one and, you know, the masculine, the feminine, the in, the out, the up, the down, the yin and yang. And putting those things together on that foundation is helping us to get to the completion of the cycle that we needed to have to rise and heal and shift. So we're healing ourselves and others. We're also healing Gaia in the collective, but we also need to ask for healing too sometimes, because we're not fucking, you know, like immortal beings. Like, we got physical vessels that get fucked up. So we are awakening 1111 again. Twin souls, I feel like, are being impacted right now. And it may even be, like, you know, relevant to say no to your twins, or to the people in our lives that we have, that we consider to be our divine masculine, divine feminine. That may be the test, is like, fuck you, you know, because it depends on what they're doing. But this says divine masculine growth and power. So you may need to tap into your growth and power of the masculine vibration to be like, no. and that and doing that would be like empowerment enough to give you what you need to do to get to the next step of the journey, or to overcome separation, or to integrate the wisdom, or whatever it is. But you've been sent here from higher dimensions to assist Gaia. Divine healing is available. Ask for help. Say no. Cut cords. Don't fucking feel guilty about it. Everybody on the planet, please. That's basically what they're saying. I've seen that card so many times tonight. And protect yourselves, because the veil is thin right now. There is dark entities and light entities around, but when you have boundaries and you protect yourself, and you're not sad, and you're not depressed, and you're not scared, they can't really get you. They could be there, but like, you're protected. You have divine stuff. You get, you know, your intention is the best thing. And who you surround yourself with too. If there's karmic, low vibrational people making you question your value and your worth, you feel like they're making fun of you, you feel like you're not good enough, they're like, you're stupid, that's not going to be good for you. That's going to make you feel bad, that you become more susceptible to the dark. The demons are out there waiting to just like get you, because of that vibration, you know, like loss, defeat, grit. If you fall into this and you let it become the thing, you allow it. Like, I fell into it not too long ago, and I was like, and I knew, and I fucking knew, and I said, the day that I did the Lilith activation, which so many people say Lilith's a demon, because she fucking said no. She had a boundary and was like, I'm not gonna be subservient to you. We made it the same time, but the same thing, dude. What the fuck? So she flew away with her demon wings, and the angels were like, hey, you gotta come back and be subservient. And she was like, fuck yourself. So God, this great guy, was like, I'm gonna kill 100 babies every day. That doesn't make fucking sense, but that's what they did, and that's not cool. But she's supposedly a demon to keep us away from her, so that we're afraid. We don't want to call on Lilith because she's a demon. She's not a fucking demon. She stood in her power and said no. But a lot of us are afraid of that because of shit like that, and it's so it's not like put out there for everybody to see black and white. We don't know, but it's there. So when the feminine's rising and balancing, we start rising at the highest quotient of light. We start feeling better. We're protecting ourselves. We're saying no. And it doesn't matter what's around us when we have those boundaries, because they can't harm us unless we let them in and succumb to that level of thinking and feeling and whatever. But the high priest, again, is here with the wisdom keepers of records, Akashic records, masculine, balance, and rising. I definitely feel like we're just going to be seeing a lot of people learning what they need to learn and balancing what they needed to balance in order to overcome the difficulties, the separation, sadness, grief, all that stuff. I feel like something's right here. Divine masculine, growth and power. There's experiences with walk-ins too, which is coming up because they're saying connect with the light beings, the light councils, galactic councils. Pleiadian lineup comes 11:15 to 11:20. Every year we have the Pleiadian lineup, and then so we're like closer in alignment with them. They come in, walk-ins happen, which is basically like we'll have a traumatic event, and then the person that had that traumatic event may come out of that time different. They're no longer in love with the person they were in love with. They're no longer wanting to work in the place they were working, but they part of the healing, because a lot of times that only happens with people who fell too far from the path. Like they weren't going to do it. They weren't going to make it. They fucked themselves up too much, so that aspect of that person leaves and a new one comes in to get them back on track. But we have a master teacher aligned with your full mission, which is to assist and teach. So once you learn the basics and you awaken and you heal yourself and others, and you're balancing and you're saying no, you're doing that stuff, and you're getting away from the people that keep you in that downfall, or the things that would set you to this place where you're now so far off the path they've got to like take you out, bring new one in. That's when you start teaching others. And you don't have to be an expert level to teach others. You just have to be like a couple steps ahead. And everybody pretty much is. So it's like if you have any wisdom or any energy or any info that you've been through or anything that you've come through to the other side of, then you can help other people who are on the side that's still stuck within that to get over to your side. And through doing that process, you keep going up. So you'll be able to keep teaching people. It never ends. It's like there's always, and some people will surpass you, and some people will come and they like you, but then they no longer resonate because maybe you're too far ahead or you fall behind or whatever. But they could come back later when you're vibing at the thing again. But it's just a process of healing and putting yourself out there and teaching and sharing. And owning and recognizing that the shadow is part of everything too. So there's transformation that comes about from those spiritual deaths that we go through. Sometimes we go through like an energetic death because parts of us needed to leave or die, or fears needed to be released, or something had to go. But they're saying, ask for help, show me, we are here. Whenever I say show me, they fucking show me. And you can ask to have things identify themselves too. Like if you're unsure about what's being around you, or the intentions of an entity or whatever, they have to respond to you. If you are in your power and in your light, they have to respond to you. Like say, like what is your name? What are you here for? Are you of the light? Are you whatever? And if you don't feel comfortable with it, or you don't feel like it's good for you, you say, get the fuck out. And they should go. And then, practice stuff, like get things that you need to keep yourself safe. Practice being in your power. But it is your mission to heal yourself and others for sure. So don't let Don't let others take you off your path, basically, is what I'm getting with that. I definitely feel like something's like trying to stab me in my back right now. And that could be lots of people, okay? So you can have people in your life that are stabbing you in the back. And you literally get a dagger to the back. Like, you go to a healer and they're like, what the fuck is this thing? You could have daggers in your back. You could have huge fucking weapons and spears in your back. And it doesn't even have to be like a physical like thing that they're doing. It's just a thought that they're betraying you and they're stabbing you in the back, just by their way of thinking or whatever. And it may not even be an intentional thing. It could just whatever happen. But that happens a lot. But sometimes people send stuff there to you because they don't like you, or they're jealous, or they're resentful, or you hurt them in some way, or you triggered something inside of them because of whatever. So be aware of that. And then you try to get a healer or somebody that you can see physically sometimes, because that helps a lot to have like a physical healing. And even doing physical healing, like when I channel to heal other people, I receive the benefits of the healing because I open the thing and I bring it through and I have to channel with my hands, right? So it goes through me and to them. I'm looking in the camera now because I'm like, what is in there? I'm like, I can't see with my own eyes. Like, I can see shadows and shit, but I can't see them without cameras. And sometimes, even with the cameras, you don't know what's going on. And grounded energy is 10 times more powerful than like willy-nilly energy. So when we don't ground or we're not protecting ourselves, the energy can be like kind of weak or not as impactful. So try to protect yourself. What the hell is going on? I'm seeing so much stuff. What the fuck? Twin soul, sound healing, and joy. Raising the vibration, getting music on for yourself right now, I feel like it's going to help you. I think Songs of Starlight, you have a twin, or you have a person that you consider to be, a soul connection or whatever. If you want to bring that into alignment, do some sound healing and joyful things. What makes you joyful? Force yourself to get out of any type of sadness or separation from within yourself to your joy. Know that you are fully supported and loved, and allow yourself to release through feelings. I just heard the pleading thing. It's like, all of this is to be felt. This whole experience on this planet, this lifetime, it's not always easy. It's not always fun. People hurt us. People fucking think what they think. They say what they say. They think whatever. And we all have an ego, and we all have a problem, and we all have good days and bad days. Some of us are Pleiadian starseeds, some of us are Arcturian, whatever. But wherever you come from, you possess the light codes of that place. So like Alcyon possesses the light codes of Alcyon. You may have Syrian and Alcyon and multiples, whatever. But you can ask them to help you, and you can be aware of that thing and channel that through you by anchoring and being grounded and aware. Because awareness helps us to bring it even deeper into stuff. It's like, what the fuck's the point if you're not being aware of it and doing all the work? But you can unify duality, which is basically, if you want union, you want balance. If you want union, you want to know that light and dark exist. Like, they're literally that being played out between you two. Like yin and yang, up and down, back and forth, good and bad. So, but not one of you is one or the other. You're both, because you have it within yourselves. But you're also like each other's helpful way of reminding of that too. Like, one of us is this and one of us is that. When you come together, you unify it all together. You kind of like work in harmony together. It's like when I can't do this, that person steps up and does that. And it's like a team. But you're also responsible for your own energy in that way too. But I do feel like the more that you tap into the infinite love within yourself, and that you balance that duality within yourself of masculine and feminine, and you embrace all of creation within yourself, all of your thoughts, the ups and the downs, the good and the bad. Don't look at it as like a bad thing. Yeah, we don't want to succumb into a deep dark depression of But it's okay to have a moment. It's okay to be sad. It's okay to have that stuff play out because it's part of everything. And it's okay sometimes when people aren't in the best of the best or the whatever. Sometimes people are going to hurt us because they're hurt or they were meant to. They were destined to. But then there will be the rebirth too, which is the moon and the feminine. So just know there's going to be cycles. There's going to be goods and downs, or ups and downs and goods and bads. But you focusing on what you need to do to be the best you, to awaken, and to vibe at that highest quotient of light is what, oh my God, is what's going to bring him to do his and be the balance of the masculine rising and tapping into those wisdom records that they hold. The masculines have the wisdom records. That's why, like, when we come together physically with them, or we, connect with them or whatever, we do receive something from them that we can't do on our own. And we get, like, those downloads and that energy and that frequency, and they help us to see things we wouldn't have seen. And they say little things that's impactful or for whatever. But that helps us to go into that shadow, to transform, to travel to the deeper depths. And also the cosmic ocean is available to us to receive from, like, on a level emotionally, and we can get to other places through it. Like, you don't have to go up. You can go down into the earth, into the caverns, and out through the cosmic galactic ocean to Sirius, to release your emotions that are connected to the lower vibration. So it's going to transmute you to get to that highest quotient of light as that high priestess who is supposed to work together with the high priest. So you heal yourself and others through that process. You heal those soul patterns and those contracts from Atlantis that began and other times. And the avian starseed is a 12th dimension, a new perspective, and new light codes. That's what, we just need to keep doing this to help us see from a different plane of existence, and then anchor whatever we've got coming through us to the earth to vibe at that thing, to be the high priestess. And that's what's going to help master this stuff. So hopefully that makes sense. That way you can become that teacher and share what you know with others, and anchor what you know, or anchor what you have for light or wisdom or whatever it is that you originated from here, because that's what you're here to do, is to anchor that shit here. And that's what set up the path for other people to come. But it's like, Earth needs you to ground your light. And that's a main thing. Like the first wave, the second wave, the third wave, we all needed to come for the others to come, so they can keep rising, to anchor a stable, enduring, solid, steady, restrained advantage and fortitude. So it's like the baby boomers came and set the path for the indigos to come, and then now we have the crystals and the rainbows coming, and because they're here, we're becoming stronger and becoming better, and we're being born again, healing the inner child wounds, taking what needed to be taken, you know what I mean, and then healing and, like, reparenting ourselves, or seeing the things that are wrong and not right and not good, and making something better out of it, acknowledging that those mountains and obstacles are there, but not allowing them to remain forever, or continuously argue and let things play out again and again and again to keep us stuck, because we can do that. We can stay stuck at shit if we don't change. But we're figuring out how to not do that. We're figuring out to see the clarity and examine the fine details, so we can have a reconciliation and a harmony and the beauty and the creativity that goes along with the healing. But use vigilance and avoid the obstacles when you can. I think there's going to be a lot of tower moments for people, or like an awareness shift for people. But anybody that's not been good for you, or has been not good to you, or whatever, is not the highest of the high, I feel like you're going to see that, you're going to know that, and they're going to be removed. And feeling cursed and burdens, things like that, I feel like this is a good sign that those things are going to go away, because these are going to go away. The people who are causing those are going to go away. If you let people in and they have a bad intention for you, they're not being right, they don't really want what's best for you, they're just like manipulating you or making you think something so that they can benefit. Like, you're going to figure that out and get rid of that. And when you get rid of that, you won't be feeling cursed and shit anymore, because you're not giving them like a front row seat to your fucking existence, and they can't hurt you anymore because they're not right there to do it. So then you can have victory and stay in your victory. but even in that, like, sometimes can trigger other people because they want to keep you down, or they want to be that ball and chain. Like, I'm suffering, so you should suffer. Or if you're doing good, sometimes people just expect that you should fucking give to them because you're okay. But it's like, if I did that to everybody that's not doing okay, then I wouldn't be okay either. You know, and so if you did the work to get better, you went on your tracks and you put that effort in, don't feel obligated to help the people who are not doing the work or being like a shyster about it. You know, break away from that ball and chain of the things like that, because this fucking world has created a lot of people that like have that, like, that thing, they expect a handout, or they expect something to be free, or they expect something to be coming towards them all the time, just because you know, like, that's set up in our society. Like, you've seen people like have a baby just to have a paycheck, but they're not using the paycheck for the baby, they're using the paycheck for the paycheck, and they're like, oh, we have another baby, oh, we have another baby, some more money. But it's like, that doesn't make fucking sense, because that baby is alive and it should have fucking supplies and things to keep it alive, but you're taking the money that's doing that. That's not right. But that's the type of shit that we're gonna, I think, see come to a close, or people be more aware of, or maybe like limits set on stuff like that so it can't keep happening. But just be aware of things like that in your own life, because sometimes people can fool you or do something that's not, I don't know how to like apply it to like an example, but I think you know what I mean. Oh gosh. Yes, I keep imagining vines around me to ground myself ashore. How can I identify these betrayers and envious people? Wow. Once I find out they are, I will be cutting them out big time. I know of someone, but I don't know if he's a twin, but he seems similar to me, a bit different at the same time. And we're both artistic and following the same dreams with our creativity. Not talking to him right now, we're on a break. Also, it's a long distance thing, and we didn't get together at all, but he's made an impact on my life, and I probably made an impact on him, and we trigger each other. And yes, it made so much sense. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, and I want to share so much with others. So, you know, just start doing it. Don't wait. Don't overanalyze it. Don't like go on Google or YouTube or whatever and watch a video of like, how do I get beginning, like what's the best approach. They say like make content pillars of like what you want to share about. Like, I'm gonna write about love, or I'm gonna write about boom, a couple of topics surrounding that, and then come up with the way that you want to do it, and then put it out there and just start doing it, and you'll figure it out like as you go. You keep, nobody's, there's a lot of people get caught in that thing of like, I'm preparing, or I'm learning. They don't ever do the jump, and that's the worst thing, because you're never gonna know or get better until you do. And you'll find the right support people around you when you're embracing that part of like, I'm just getting started. I don't really know exactly what I'm doing or where I'm going or how it's gonna play out, but I'm gonna do it. And the people who like you for you and resonate with what you share and what you're doing will come and stay, and those that don't won't. And I've noticed in this community, I think there's almost like a safety net around us or something, where it's like, you don't get like the hate that people expect people to have. I think maybe if you do, it's probably like because people see something that's not good or something, like, or somebody might target you in a bad way or whatever. But for the most part, I haven't really seen any light. Like, you guys, you go watch tarot readings, you've seen all this stuff. Like, have you ever seen anybody? We get a troll once in a while, but for the most part, you're supported. And even if they don't like you anymore, it's not like they come tell you about it. They just leave, because they are trying to be good people, or divine, or of the light. Yeah, no one has it all together, so I have no choice but to start. Exactly, just start, and you'll figure it out as you go. And it changes. What I started off has changed completely to today. I don't do the same stuff as I once did, and I probably won't do the same stuff, who knows, a week, a month, a year, where or how I'll be sharing. It seems like the things I don't really like, for some reason I have like an aversion to, or I'm like, I get like frustrated about, is like, it's always the things that everybody wants me to do. And I'm like, yeah, I don't want to do that. And they're like, all right, we're gonna fucking bring it around in this other way, like with the pick-a cards on fucking Bridget Rao channel. I was like, I can't do it anymore, I'm not gonna do it anymore, I don't want to do it. And those are the things that had the most attention, the biggest return on investment of my time and energy and all of that. And then on fucking Instagram, fucking Instagram itself is like, do the rails, do the rails, do the rails. I'll pay you to do the rails, do the rails. I'm like, all right, fine, whatever. Do the rails. Fucking post a stupid little pick a card. 700 fucking people. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? Fucking rail has like 12. I'm like, and I'm not being like I'm not making that up. That's a legit thing. 12 to 700 is a legit thing. And it's because the logic behind it is what pisses me off. I'm like, it doesn't matter. I'm like it doesn't matter what pile you pick. I'm like, people place too much emphasis on the pile or something. I don't know what the fuck it is, but it irks me. I think it's because of how people attacked me when I was like, I can't do it anymore. They went, I'm sorry, like, I'm not doing it right now. They still say stuff in the comments sometimes. I wish you would do me. I'm like, I'm not gonna. Just being like stubborn now. I'm looking for a way to get out of working 9 to 5. I gotta ask you that next time. Do something when you're not at work. Like, you're here right now doing this, right? Like it's not hard to start on social media. Start posting a couple of times a week, and then that's all it is. And then when it starts to build up a thing, you slowly shift over. It may be a lot of effort in the middle process time when it's like time to shift from this is my side hustle to this is my full-time gig. But if you want it bad enough and you enjoy it enough, you'll do it, and you'll make that shift. Like when I had that thing, the downfall, and then I started working for Uber and then posting on YouTube, and I was being consistent about it, showing up every day, started to take off, and I was still driving for Uber at night, and I'd come home and do a reading and do my privates and all of that, you know, busting my fucking ass to get to that point. Then it just blew up, and it was like, holy fuck, because I had struggled all the time before when it was my main thing in person stuff, and I was like doing private healings and readings in the area. But the internet opens up a whole fucking world of possibilities and infinite opportunities, but you have to be consistent, and you have to keep sharing, and you also have to tell people what you have to offer, because they don't know, and they might not see the first post or the second post or the third post because nobody ever fucking likes those posts, so they get no fucking views. It's not that people aren't liking it, it's just that nobody saw it because the ones that did see it didn't like it, so it doesn't get any traction. That's how everything works. Engagement. The longer you can keep people on the platform, the longer you keep them retained into your thing. That's another reason why I didn't really like picker cards, because it fucks with the algorithm, because everybody's jumping in at different points and they're not staying through. That fucks with it. But if you can keep people on 10 minutes, you notice that in your algorithm of like, hey, I made a 20-minute video, but they only stay for 10 minutes of it. Well, the next time you make a video, only make a 10-minute long video and see how that one does. The longer you can retain people, the better you will be. They will support the people and show you to more people and give you better options of recommended and the recommended stuff up here and this stuff. The better you do at getting people to, like, your CTA rate, your click-through rate. That basically means like you have a nice thumbnail. People are like, ooh, that's eye-catching. Yellow and red is the most eye-catching color. So the people with those ones that have a human face on their fucking picture do better than the people who do like a black, nothing, whatever. I know all the stuff. I don't do all the stuff because it doesn't feel authentic to me to do, and I'm not looking at it as in like a competition of like who's the best or who's awesome sauce. You know, I proved to myself before, like, when I came out, because I was pissed off at the assholes that I had been friends with, that I had been giving all that knowledge to and help to, that did whatever they did. So when I knew what they were thinking, and I had heard somebody was like, complained about me and how I helped them, and I was like, fuck you. I'm gonna fucking show you that I can, and I know, and you're not there because you won't do it the way it needs to be done or the way I've been telling you to do it. But now I don't do it like that. And it's okay, because you don't need to do it like that in order to be successful either. Like quality and quantity is a fine line. But I would rather have quality people who support me than massive amounts of people who are just there to take or hurt or whatever. Have an offer to offer that, you know, has a reason to be. And if you don't want to make a thumbnail that is going to get the most attraction and stuff like that, don't. But just know that might take a little bit longer to build upon, but if you employ all those things in the beginning and you continuously do that and you keep fucking learning it all, it will it will make a difference. And also think about how people are. How do people ask when you want to know how should I like give a title to my video? Don't just pull one out of your ass if you want it to be good. Go onto Google and see what people Google the most, because whatever you start typing into Google, that's pretty much the first one that pops up with the recommendations they give to you. Those are all ideas of like, that's what people Google. That's how I should word it, because that's what they're going to type in to the search. And then you can go further than that and get an app that helps you. Like YouTube specifically has apps that will help you to get best keywords that are ranked at a higher level or have a better thing within them. Some keywords are impossible to rank for because there's too much content around it, or it's not a good topic. But it's all a learning thing. And if you're in this stage right now where you don't know any of that, but you want to do this or do something where you put yourself out there, teach other people. And honestly, in this day and age, there's nothing you can really do and be successful at, like, to that level, if it's not going to be a 9-to-5 thing. If you want to go on your own, you need social media, and you need to learn that stuff. And there's a lot of information out there to learn it. I didn't pay a dime to learn social media or any of the stuff that I just told you. There's plenty of people. There's people out there make fucking very successful channels teaching people how to make successful channels. That you just Google, research, listen to it in the background while you're doing other stuff. When I clean the house, whatever, I listen to marketing, I listen to advertising, I listen to design, I listen to and remember, algorithms change, things change, the approach changes often. So you have to keep up with that too, because before, with the algorithm with YouTube, they didn't care about retention as much, but once they started with the advertising, they cared more about how long people stay on, as opposed to like if people click. That used to be more important, getting people to click. Now it's the ones that do click, get them to stay longer. So keep up with that too. Find somebody that you trust to teach you. If the person that is teaching you has like 3 views, maybe looking for somebody else. But other than that, it's pretty much across the board, and you'll find the same information from multiple people. I'm growing my account, but taken a while, and I got to be patient, keep going, and that's true. Find the real ones out there. Don't want people that are fake, because I'm not like that. Yeah, so keep a mixture of that. Like I said earlier, integrity is important, and staying true to yourself. Then with the other stuff, look for opportunities, collaborate with other people on your same level, because then you can work together to get up higher. And then like if you're in here, I told people I have the thing on my website that's like basically if you want to add your bio and things like that, you can do it. Taking those action steps, regardless if it like gains a whole bunch of stuff or not, the fact that you're putting action into it and doing it and aware of it, and like, oh, there's an opportunity for me to share who I am and what I do and what I offer. I'm gonna take it and I'm gonna do that. Maybe only 2 people ever fucking see it and connect with you, but they will if they're meant to. I what's her name? I just added Stefania. I added Stefania's Akashic record thing, and she's already got bookings. So like it happens. Like you just have to take those opportunities, find them where they are, and then apply what you learn. But yeah, I'm gonna do Laura, which I haven't seen for a long time. But how you doing? I know you said you were.
I'm good.
You good? Okay.
Yeah.
How's the person?
Oh. He barely talks to me, really.
He what?
It seems like he barely talks to me.
Is he still dealing with that person? Yeah.
Yep.
Well, there's a reason for everything that plays out in stuff that we deal with.
Yeah.
And like I said, I remember the day that you came and you were like, blah, 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 and like he blocked you or something. Did you say he blocked you or unfriended you that day?
Yeah, he unfriended me. Yeah.
But you're talking again. So like, obviously he's the dynamics are just not right there. Sometimes they're a little fucked up.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, like, what's going on with him, but I don't know if he's happy, I don't know if he's unhappy.
Yeah, you do.
Okay.
What do you think he is?
I don't know. He'll tell me like one thing and then like post on social media like a different thing, then delete it, and it's like I have no idea.
All right, that behavior right there. I literally saw something like this week twice about that. Specifically, and like last night I read something about that specifically, and I don't even know why or how I got there, but what the fuck was it? Oh, I think I saw like, you know how they like recommended things like on Facebook or something. It's like you click on it, and it's like an article, but then they might have another article and another article that you can click on, like linked on that main one. I can't remember what the original one was in there, but it was like these behaviors are indicative of somebody being like still like somebody missing you, or somebody like, you know, something like that, basically like an X in this, right? And that those specific things are in there of that behavior of like if they're going on social media and they're like doing this but acting a different way than what they're showing, it's like it's a fucking persona, it's not real. And a lot of times guys or girls who you were romantic with, then they find another person to be romantic with, they want to display it, they want to like it's almost, it's fucked. I don't know why. I don't really get it because I don't know. I might have been like that at some point, but I don't think I've ever been in a circumstance for that to matter. Because I'm in a different generation too. So like the guy that I was with for an extended amount of time, like when I was with him, that's when social media came to be a thing, and he and I were like living together in a committed relationship. So we weren't like he didn't even have one like that I knew about anyway, but. It's weird because the whole world now is focused on social media, but they basically said like they will get a new person and then display them like they're, you know, this and that, and the fact that they're doing that is like over the top fake bullshit that shows or proves opposite of what actually is. Like if they're doing something that they don't normally do, they're trying to like make a point that's not real, and the fact that he's fucking deleting it. He's like, he's thinking about it too much, and he's like, oh fuck, man, I don't, like, he was doing it to get a rise out of you, but then he does the opposite and takes it back, because he's like, fuck, that's stupid, I don't, like, he's struggling internally with that.
What's weird is, like, I've seen, like, other, like, readings, like, pop up and stuff, and, like, there's, like, one that's, I forgot what hers is, it's, like, Janine Heart and Soul or something like that, and, like, it's just like, don't believe my social media, stuff like that, and I'm just like, like what?
The Pleiadian 717 girl, I don't, do you know who she is?
No.
She's I think she's Twin Flame reader. She's commented on my stuff before, and I saw her at one point, and the only reason I ever, or maybe it's Intuitive 717, only reason I ever clicked on her was because of the 717, but sometimes her things go by on my recommended, and that there was a handwritten card that said something like that, like, don't believe what you see on social media this fucking week.
Yeah, it was just, I see it quite a bit, like, it'll just pop up, it's like, don't believe what you, like, see on my social media or something like that, I'm like, what?
Yeah, he's, I wish I could, that phone right there is the one that I know that when you open, I don't even know if you open it in Facebook, I don't think it registers into your Chrome settings or something as like your memory or history, but that's the one that I was on last night, and I remember they specifically had like those things stated within it. Like, first of all, if they're talking to you and they get into like another thing, like that's a red flag right there. Not only for you, like that it's not, it's a red flag in the sense of like that's not an authentic thing that's gonna last. You don't need to worry about it, but the more you do worry about it, the more energy you feed into it, the longer it's probably gonna be in your reality and a thing that you're looking at, or giving energy to, and giving power to. So stop, feeding that. And then the thing was like it's not good for the other person, because the other person is like a replacement thing, and it's there. What usually happens is like, I'm gonna try to replace you with this person because like I can't just fucking be alone. God forbid that I cope or whatever, or try to heal what's not working here, or communicate in a better way, or do things that are mature, and get people somewhere in their life with a relationship, because there's no perfect relationship. There's no perfect person. It doesn't exist. The perfect thing is finding somebody that accepts you and wants to work with you and love you unconditionally. But
Yeah.
they sometimes struggle with that. So the mask is here, and they're like disguise, conceal, ego, projection, hidden motive, persona, representation, theater performance. It's fake. He's fake. It's not. He may really be talking to her. He may really be seeing her, but he don't give a fuck. Like on a deep level, and that doesn't happen overnight. Like you don't meet somebody, and especially if you love somebody else or care about somebody else, have a deep connection with somebody else. You don't meet somebody the next day and be like, oh, cancel, clear that. I'm gonna go over here and have that here now. And the behaviors that he's showing exhibit exactly what they do to try to counteract that or something. It's like it's a performance, and it's all a show. It's like they're trying to convince themselves, trying to convince you, probably trying to convince this new person that's like, why don't you embarrass me or whatever. And over a while they'll figure it out when they start to miss you more, and they start to think about things, and then they realize like this person also has flaws, because their little honeymoon stage will end, and that will get, oh, this sucks, because the problem isn't necessarily like that you like finding the perfect relationship or anything like that. The problem is healing whatever's inside of the person that's causing the issues to become a problem. You know what I mean? He's not doing that, because he's this. He's a fucking island. he's standoffish, and he does the separation thing, and he has foreign affair type of shit going on where he doesn't, and you have separation because of being like standoffish or spread out, right? Like he's over there, you're over here, you have a distance between you, and you've gotten deep into him, right? Like you got deeper into him than I think anybody has, and that freaks him the fuck out, so he runs away from you. To these people who aren't like that, because it's easier for him to be there and not feel overwhelmed, or not feel like it's all fun. It's all on the surface. Whoa, hey, weather, sports, stupid shit that nobody cares about. But when you get deep into the heart, and deep into the intimacy, and deep into the like emotions, he freaks out, because he hasn't been there. He's not comfortable there. But he'll get there. He just needs to get there at his own time. But there's a ring, agreement, pact, contract. This is all part of the thing. And it's circular. And things will continue. There's been a promise and a bond and all of that between you. And then it says, head of the pack, successful competition, drive, get it done. Lead, finishing first. Like will to win, all of that persists. Like I feel like basically like these things about him. You've seen him do this shit before. He was gonna fucking marry the last one. Like
Yeah.
And then he does this thing, and there's no thought process behind it. There's no real true commitment there. Like he's not in love with these people. He's in love with the idea of it for a little while, and then he's like, he's gonna do the same thing that he always does with these people, because that's part of the projection. That's part of the persona that he's living within. He's not happy. If he was happy, it would have worked out with the first one, or the second one, or the third one, or the whatever one. But the white wolf here says confidence, guidance, trust your gnosis, freedom, like resilience, stamina, believe in your power. Believe in the fact that like you see beyond the fucking illusion. You see beyond the mask. You know that it's bullshit. And you will finish first. And sometimes could be like, I'm going to finish first, which means I'm going to disconnect from this person that cannot show up and be authentic. And I'm going to replace it with someone who is, that can like make this promise and all that. Or I'm going to trust and know and believe in myself that I'm going to, come out on top, because this is an actual real commitment in a bond. It's unlike anything that he's going to fucking find anywhere. We have the magnetic thing. We have the attraction, the charm, the yearning, the bullshit, the weird fucking behavior that he's doing. Like, guys don't normally do that, like post something then delete it. Like that's somebody that's struggling internally, and that's somebody that's letting their ego like run the show, because they're doing the post out of ego to get like they're doing it for a reason. There's something inside of them that's like and they do it, and then they feel bad, and then they take it back because they're like, no, I don't really want that to be the thought that person has, and they're fucking killing themselves inside of themselves. You're probably on your side freaking out, anxiety, all fucked up because of what's going on his side. But you do have this twin flame thing, so it's a soul connection, but it's also like when one of you is not okay, the other one's usually not okay either. It may not exhibit out in the same way, but it's gonna impact you both, and you might both have like these tower moments. So I know you haven't been okay because I haven't seen you. You've been hiding from me.
I'm sorry. I actually moved like back into my dad's place, and then my sister had to move in here, and it was just, I'm like, okay. And then she's like, I just want to hang out with you, kind of thing. And
I know. I'm not mad or anything. I just I knew something was up because I'm like, because you don't get by me like with stuff, and I'm like,
I'm always there.
but it's okay, and you know, and like I said earlier, like that happens, but the people who are meant to be in our soul family or whatever, they're not going to be mad at you. You know, they're not going to be like, they're going to understand that shit happened. Like, I fucking fell off the earth for a month, man. I was dying. Like,
I'm like, I hope she's okay. Like,
at least somebody cares. I'm like, because you can go into that place when you're alone, you know, like I knew Abby cared, like, because like she asked and stuff, and I know Monica, I know people care, okay? I'm like, clear that up first of all. I know people care, but there's 50,000 people out there. It's like, when only like 5 people reach out, it's like, you know, it makes you, it's just one of those things. We have ego, we have doubts, we have insecure. Everybody has them. Nobody's like exempt. We come into this planet, it's like, hey, you're gonna be fucked up emotionally while you're here. You're gonna doubt yourself. You're gonna feel bad. You're gonna wonder what anybody's intention is. Are there good people? Is everybody out to get me? Is this life just a fucking joke? Why am I here? Should I just kill myself? Like, we do that because something just fell in the closet. Yeah, keep shit, bitch. But we go through it, and it makes us stronger, and then we learn, and then we have wisdom. And so the book says memory, hidden mystery, secrets, the unknown, philosophy, intellect, knowledge, education. So it's like it may not be fun, but you and him are learning your lessons through each other and through the destruction of things, through the anger, through the upheaval, through the aggression. And I know you do things back. I know you do, because I've caught you within it. And I'm like, why did you do that? When you disappeared off of one of the platforms, and then you were like all mad because you didn't notice right away or something. Like you ended up having to catch his attention. Like I deleted my thing. Like, you had to tell him I deleted it. But I think he already knew. But you were already obviously insecure. So you were looking for a reaction out of him that day when you did that, and he didn't give you the one you were looking for. So it made you feel like worse. And so then things got a little bit worse. And I think that's the problem, is that neither one of you are communicating how you feel to each other, but you're doing weird things to each other that's inauthentic, because neither one of you don't want to hurt each other. You don't want to like do those things to each other, but you're doing them because you're hurting. And that's what hurt people. But sometimes it's not intentional. Sometimes it just happens because we're like trying to get a fucking reaction. Do they even care? They're gonna even notice, whatever. And then, you know, people do it back and forth to us, and it just happens. And I think it is part of the journey. Like I caught someone the other night, you know, and they were like, I don't know how this happens, and I'm like, because of that. And it's a logical explanation, but because the emotions are involved, we don't look at it that way. And then we don't look at it through their eyes either, of if they're acting that way and doing those things, obviously they're invested into it just as much as you're invested into it, but they're exhibiting the way that they're going to do differently than you. Like, I did some stupid fucking crazy weird shit back when I was like in my, you know, chaser mode, but then we had our own tit for tat mode. Like, I knew things that, like, you know, like, and that's why I recognize it in you guys, because I'm like, I fucking did my own thing. Like, I know what you're doing because I've done it. It's not, I can see a face right here. But yeah, what do you do?
Wait, Claire?
I no, but
I saw that move too, and I was like, I don't know if her dog went over there or what, but like, I saw the cord like move or whatever, the thing.
There's a lot of weird shit goes on here. We just accept it. But
Right.
the reason why I notice those things, or like I know like the motive behind it or something, it's not because like I'm like within those things. I've been there, done it. I know how it felt when I was doing it, and then after the fact, I was like, that was really fucked up, Bridget. Like to do that thing, but in the moment, it was coming out of the
Yeah.
victim place.
That's how I felt. Yeah, I was just like, I'm gonna make him wonder where I'm at. And like, you know.
And then he didn't, and you, but he might have, but you didn't even give him enough time. Like 24 hours, you were like, you know, 12 p.m. you check out, at 7 p.m. you're like, I deleted my thing, like, because it wasn't fast enough for you. But he's probably on his side trying not to notice. He's trying to play it cool. He's trying, you know, just doing the same shit. Like, because of how this world is, everybody has made people be like, don't text back too fast. Don't do this. Bah, bah, bah.
Yep.
Don't do what doesn't feel real or you or authentic. Basically, like that's one of the downfalls of this whole electronic age. I feel is like now we have all these experts telling us how to live our lives, how to be, how to date, how to text, how to do, how to blah. But the problem is not everybody's the same. Not everybody likes. Like you can get a dating expert that tells you to like do one specific thing, and that person may hate that one specific thing because not everybody likes the same thing. And there's no expert that knows like the one trick that works on every guy or the one thing that you know is going to be your magic button. But what the magic button I think is in these connections is authenticity, being your real self, being vulnerable and forgiving them and forgiving yourself, and then acting like you would act just in how you act, because they were attracted to you. Remember back in the beginning?
Yeah.
And when you were kind of, and guys like to like they don't like to chase, but they like challenge, right? So if you're not making any challenge for him, and you're making it too easy, and he has probably whatever he has inside of himself from wherever he's been, it's gonna take time, and he's got to heal. You've got to heal. We got to stop doing the tit for tat bullshit. But so when he's doing those things and he's posting the stuff that may trigger you, or he's whatever he's doing, try to refrain from doing it back, because it's only going to perpetuate it getting worse. Because he's going to feel when your words are directed at him, and you're going to feel when his shit's directed at you. You may not know it, like, for sure. You may doubt it. You may quit. But you feel it. Be the bigger person so that stage ends. And you get to the next stage of, like, okay, we're over that now. You know, and now let's see if we can, like, get to, you know, to open up a little bit, or make it a safe space, just somewhere that people want to be, because people don't really want to be in that other shit.
I know.
And I know he's not happy like in himself either, and that's a problem, because if he's not happy in himself, he's not going to be happy with her. He's not going to be happy with you either. But it doesn't mean that he can't ever be. He has to heal. And I think we don't give the karmics enough credit, because the karmics are helping them heal. And then when they're done healing, they get away from the karmics, you be able to have a good situation, because now they're healed. But this says, precise, fragile, handle carefully, unique, exquisite, code, a pattern, detail. Like, we can destroy these divine things by not, you know, exhibiting the right way. Like, if you had a snowflake, you're not going to be like, ah! And like torch it. You're going to put it in like an ice tray and, you know, keep it all safe and delicate, and realize it's only one of a kind. So nobody else has that pattern. And if we could realize that's how people are too, nobody else is going to be you, nobody else is going to be him. And, you know, if there's things about him that you love and you think are awesome and amazing, and you can't forget about him, and you're never going to have anybody else that's like that, then part of that is his other side, his darkness. Like it's a duality thing. Like, he's not perfect. Nobody's perfect. There's going to be shit you don't like. But true love is accepting of all of that, and then being delicate with all of that, and keeping a safe place for all of that, and then forgiving, so that you can have fulfillment and affection and kindness and content. Your heart's desire can be in joy and bliss with love for your man that you're interested in, and you can be his empress because you're the mature, like, mothering, nurturing. Like, men want a mommy in a way of, like, they don't want you to be like their mommy, but they want you to be like a sexy mommy. Like, nurture them, love them, care about them, feed them, you know, be like, don't do that. You just kind of help them, guide them a little bit, and then give them the freedom to do some stuff, like, go play with their friends, and you know, don't fall off the slide, and then, oh, you got a boo-boo, kiss it better, give them food, give them sex, and, you know, just that stuff. And that's all I really want. But if they have a lot of stuff inside of them that's not okay, they may not actually be okay with that yet. Like, they may need to heal a little bit because maybe they have a narcissistic person in their life that fucked them up around that stuff. Narcissists make it so that we can't receive love in healthy ways because we're not used to it yet, and it's like it feels foreign and it feels weird. It feels too nice. I've literally said those words. They're just too nice. That's why I've broken up with people. They're just too nice. That's been a reason because I wasn't used to it, because I had so many toxic, mean people that hurt me. So know that the fact that you're not, like, you know, things aren't working between the two of you, I'm not saying go be mean. I'm just saying understand that he may not be ready for your niceness yet, but eventually he will be.
Okay.
I know there's something over here. That's amazing, yes. A lot of free resources online. I learned a lot about social media, and I want to learn SEO. Oh, fucking SEO. Fuck SEO, man. SEO is a fucking... SEO is a lie. It's just a bullshit made-up thing. It's not real. It does not help. It does, but it doesn't. Just be logical and make sense. Like, I'm doing a tarot reading for twin flames. Those are probably keywords you want to use. But it's such a deep dive of bullshit and nonsense with the fucking SEO I hate. Search engine optimization. It's a lie. It's a gimmick. And even Google doesn't know how it works. And they're the ones that came up with that shit. Hi Manifester. Why doesn't this... I had my brother's funeral yesterday, but it was such a lovely service, and I got to meet and greet... meet all my grand nieces and nephews. I'm like... when I have a really hard time, like, I tried to make a video for somebody yesterday that just lost somebody, and it took me like 10 times to get to the time that I was like able to get words out, because I was so awkward. I don't know what to say right now. I don't know how to approach this. I don't know what the right words are. And then, like, finally, like, instead of trying that, because I'm not that type, and it didn't feel authentic, like, and it's how I grew up. I didn't have people around me like, emotions are safe. Like, it just wasn't. So I'm like, you know, like, people emanate or learn from the people that they grew up with. So, like, when emotions come up, when people are sad, when things are like that, sometimes I can handle it, you know, no problem. It just happens. Like, it flows naturally. Other times, I, like, overthink it or something, especially with video. Like, I'm recording a video to send to someone, like, it's not on the live. Like, I have no choice right now but to be like, wow. Or, like, if somebody comments, I have time to think and then type and then send. That takes me a while because I'm like, delete. Oh, I don't know. How are they going to understand what I'm saying? Like, but it sucks. I hate trying to be a human, like, I just don't ever want to, like, offend anybody or hurt anybody or make things worse. So I'm sorry, but like with him too, he's like, he doesn't approach it like other people do. Some people, and well, other people, I think, not other people, but some people. Some people handle it like he's handling it. Other people handle it in another way. And I think it depends on the person how to respond. So, or even begin in, like yesterday when I made the video, I was struggling because I was struggling internally too, because I was getting information about what happened, and I was like, I don't even know if I should fucking share this, or, but it wasn't like I don't think it was anything that would be like bad per se. It was just information, and but like when they give me information, I don't know if it's for me to know or for me to tell them or to like wait and hold it and then deliver it. I'm like, I don't know. But with your situation, I'm glad that you got to meet your people, your family, and that it was a beautiful service. but I'm sorry about the circumstances of your losing your brother. And then I know like when you just lost your dad too, and this seems to be a theme because that other person I'm talking about right now, that's why they're like kind of like a thing. They had just lost somebody not too long ago, probably around the same time that you lost your dad, and now they've lost another person, basically, not like very recently. That seems to be a thing right now. There's like a lot of people passing over. But I know. Don't be scared of that though. Like don't be. Oh no. 'Cause I think sometimes people do that. I do that. Like when I'm like, oh fuck. Like even for myself, like I get nervous when people talk to me because a lot of people that have come to talk to me died quickly after, but not like. It's not like massive amounts. Like the guy Derek, he was a starseed. I gave him readings before. He came. But this is the most fucked up part about it. He came and we talked. He wasn't feeling good. And I was supposed to do a reading for him. We rescheduled and I was like, well, take a hot bath. That might help you to feel better. They found him dead in the bathtub like a couple days later. And I was like, ah! Like, so traumatized by that because I gave him that, like, that idea to take a bath. And then he was gone. And then my friend, who I was her mentor, taught her everything I know. She left in the purge of people. She came back to apologize. The only motherfucker that apologized to me out of everybody that did what they did. And I was like, I was distant with her because I was hurt. And she brought up Twin and was like, he accepted my friend request today or something like that. And I felt like that was manipulative in itself. I'm like, I felt like she was trying to use that to get me to respond because she knew me during the time when I was like, hey, about him. Like the crazy time. So that was like a red flag for me. That I'm like, why is she using that to like try to get me to respond to her faster or something? So I was distant, and then like 2 days later she was gone. I don't know how she died exactly, but it was like really weird. I felt like that might have been her cry for help to come to me and then die. And then there was other people that's happened with, where it's like we haven't seen each other, haven't talked to each other, and then we talk, and then they're gone. And I'm like, why? Like, even my sister, Alex, I didn't see her often, like as often as most people see their siblings. But, like, 2 days before she passed away, we had a family gathering, and I saw her at that. And then we were supposed to make plans to get together, but I ended up having, like, a headache and didn't feel good. I laid down on the couch that day. So we never actually confirmed, like, the time that we were going to see each other. And then she was gone. And there's been a lot of times like that. But also with, like, the shamanism stuff, they say, like, the psychopomp is what they call it. It's like a... almost like a portal or something, or like a you're giving them what they need to go. And it's not a bad thing. It's not like a, I don't know, but it doesn't feel good. It's not fun. It's not like, yeah, this is an awesome fucking trait, like, or a reoccurring theme to have, because it freaks you out. But oh yeah, my ex, he had come to see me, or well, we ran into each other 2 days before he died. But these circumstances where they died too, it's not like, and these were times where I wasn't even awake, like I didn't even know spiritual stuff or concepts like that. So I don't know exactly what it is or why it plays out like that, but it just seems kind of weird. And I know other people have had that play out for them too. So don't be afraid of me, please. I don't want to tell people it because I'm like, I know somebody that's had it happen to them. Like and they've lost a lot of people in their life, and it's like, the common denominator would be them, but I know they're not doing it, and I know it's not like a thing like that, but it, sometimes when like things, like, I wonder if I, like, you get nervous. It's just how people are. Like, I'm gonna die because I talked to you. That's how people take stuff like that and turn it into something scary, or at least I know I have, but I don't think I'm like the magic button for death. I just have found a weird theme of surrounding it, so it freaks me out sometimes. Especially this week, because that, my friend is like, oh my god, my twin has passed, and like you know, we have all this weird shit going on this week. We have the veil that's thin, and this is the time for people to come and go too. Like souls are coming in on an energetic level, like they're all over the place right now, but souls are leaving too. This is where a lot of people pass over, or pets pass over. It's just one of those times. It's like where the window is open, the veil is thin, so it, you know, whatever. But you always have a tendency to be like, uh-oh, like, is that going to be me? Am I going to have that happen? I did that reading on the Bridget Rao channel for the Twin Flames, and it was like death, transfiguration, transformation. And then I did the Lilith thing, and we talked all about that stuff. And look, an omen, being observant, the mysteries, the magical power, and happening. Like, it can happen, but it doesn't have to be a physical death. I think sometimes these are also reminders when we see somebody in our reality that has a similar thing as us, and they're going through the same energies that we're going through. We may be having a transformation. We may be having a death of ourself on a level that's, you know, energetic. I just saw something down there go like a flash. So I know that was good. The flashes are good. I think they're like fake, but it's almost like a wake the fuck up. You're not gonna be here forever. You are immortal in some way, but this life isn't. So if you don't want to be in that life that you're living right now, like, if you're not happy with it, change it, because it doesn't last forever, and it goes quick. And the older you get, the faster it goes. And the way that he approaches things, like you know, he looks at the positive stuff. My life changed for the positive since he died. I'm on 99 subscribers and been clean for a month. Since he passed, I feel alive again. I love you. Thanks for remembering. You are a hero. Thank you. And I have done my Reiki 1. Where is the best place to do the Muneki? And LOL, my nephew partner is about to drop too. He doesn't always have the best, like, the words, you know. It's like, about to drop. Like, not as, it's not, I don't know. Like, that's where I struggle. Of, like, I don't want to say, like, I get it, because, like, I don't, like, that's why I get weird about, like, speaking to people about stuff. I don't want to say the wrong thing, but I know he's not bad. He's not a bad guy. He's not being a dick. He's just, I know, but not everybody gets it. And especially when you're typing, because there's no words, like, no actual voice behind it. Like, when you have sarcasm, or you're trying to laugh shit off, or you're trying to look at the best of things, and you know, you're just coping. Some people cope with funny. Some people cope with, like, out of the box stuff. Some people cope totally differently. But other people take it personally, or they're like a victim of other people's coping mechanisms, and that's not the right way to go about it. But since being in this energy and this work and dealing with all these different people, I've tried to be really aware of the way I say things or do things, because I don't want to offend people, hurt people, make things worse, or especially in high intense moments where they are upset. They're fucking feeling upset. Their person's passed away, their family's gone, something's going on traumatic. That's the perfect time for people to get triggered and hate you forever because of one thing that you didn't even mean in that way, you know. So it's just basically, I think that freaks me out a little bit sometimes when I'm having to do all this stuff, especially because I'm not the one most of the time saying things. It's like they speak through me, they sound amazing, they're like, wow. I'm not that. I'm like, doo-doo-doo. All right. So with the Muneki rites, I received mine at night, like, in my bed, basically. Like, I would lay down and I'd go to sleep, because my mentor was in Ireland. So really, she was up to do them and send them during that time. But I'm getting, like, near the water too. Like, I don't know if you have anywhere you go near the water. Like, if you're gonna sit down and do, like, a session with them, the water can help you. Any of the elements can. You could make a small fire or use a candle. You don't have to have a huge, extravagant thing. The intention is all that matters. I usually, you know, like, I liked doing them the most outside when I did them. I feel like those were the ones that were, like, the strongest ones. Like, me and my dad did them in the teepee, and he was seeing himself in his fucking light body, his Merkaba. And then other events that I did in the teepee with people, those ones are pretty intense. but there was a fire in there too. Like we had a little fire thing. So that element was brought in. So if you could bring in an element to where you are, it doesn't matter where you are. You do it wherever you feel comfortable. But water and fire do add to the energy, and they make a safe place for you for transformation. The fire is all about like you're transforming, and then the water can like wash things away that are not serving you. So you don't even have to have it in that moment that you receive it, right? Like watch the video, learn about it, and receive it through the meditation activation part. And then over those next couple of days, go for a walk in nature where there's water, and be intentional about your emotion while you're there and ask it to take it for you. And also when you get the second right, that feeds you in nature. When you go out into nature, the bands of power feed you just by being present in nature, because that's what they do. And they expand and contract. So if you go into like a store with a lot of people, they immediately come close to you, and you have to be mindful of them in the beginning to push them out. Or you start feeling constricted and anxiety, you can't breathe, and you don't so you get push them out, because they're trying to help you, but like they're energetic. And then in nature, they just naturally, and they keep you safe from other people, and they're bullshit. But they're all also connected to stuff. So when I get pissed off, I can give it fire band, which is like near our solar plexus. So it's like, fuck you, but give that fuck you to the fire band and let that transmute it. If you're sad and crying, give that to the water band, wash it away. Can't communicate, having miscommunication, shit's all fucked up. Give it to the air band, it will blow it away. And then the white light is up here. So it's like, take all that shit we don't know what to do with, and just give it to the white light and let it go. And then the harmony, right, brings in the archetypes with the eagle and the condor and the hummingbird and the jaguar and the serpent, and each one of them have their own way of being. Serpent gets rid of the past, sheds her skin, closest to the earth with her body. She teaches us how to see and do things in a different way, but she's also base level of seeing, base level of consciousness. She's like if she sees her food, she's gonna eat all of that food in one go. She's not gonna save any for later because of scarcity and basic level living. Fucking root chakra shit, fear. Take care of myself. Oh my god. But like the jaguar is the next one, and that one's the rainbow energy. That one sees across. It can cross the rainbow bridge like our dogs, and it also is like fierce. It will fucking like slash out of our life with their claws. Eat out of our life with their fucking jaw. Have you ever seen a fucking jaguar? They take out fucking crocodiles and shit. Like they're fierce. They're the strongest mother out there, and you have them with you, energetically protect you in relationships. They clear up all that energetic, eat away all that shit, and protect your medicine space. She's calling a jaguar for that. And then hummingbird is about joy, and that's the next level of perception too. So this one, jaguar, will save some of that food. Not going to eat it all at once. But and this is just an idea of those levels. And then hummingbird, joy, rising out of negativity, is not built for flight. Those little fuckers are not built for flight, but they go the longest, Canada down to South America every year. How do they do it? We don't know, but they do. And they're happy about it. They stop and they enjoy their time, and they don't let the little shit weigh them down. And they drink the sweet nectar of life, and they're connected to our ancestors, our grandparents, the ancient ones, and those who've come before us, and those who will come after us, our children's children. But they give us that wisdom to see from both sides, and to thank those who've come before us for what they've delivered to us, even though sometimes it's not the best experiences, but it teaches us what we need to learn to grow and evolve. And then those who come after us, we need to remember that this is what, is important too, is to stop the fucking trauma chain and to become a better us, so that they don't have to suffer the same fate. And Eagle Condor is about rising to the highest perspective, or to the puff state, and that is like a whole new perspective, seeing, wow, like get a little tiny field, like a little guy down there in the field, little mouse, right? Like this thing's coming to eat it. Oh no, but when it comes to take it, it takes it back to all its babies to feed them too. So it's like the circle of life. It's like encompassing all things, like seeing the interconnectedness and not taking things personally, not taking things like on the face level of like I saw a video the other day. There was a snake that had a meal wrapped up, and it was constricting it, which is its nature. That's how it lives. It can't live unless it fucking kills things and eats it. That's what it does. A person pulls over and starts hitting the snake with like a big thing, which I get, because it's like, oh my god, save the snake. I mean, save the animal that it's going to eat. But what about the animal that's trying to eat? Like, he needs to eat, and that's part of life. And you got to look at it from a higher perspective. Try not to be like wounded by it, or like, oh my god, you're so bad, or I'm so sad that, like, you know, life is living the life that it's supposed to be living, or this animal, like don't you know, demonize a fucking snake for eating, basically. And then these ones are connected to the keeper of the underworld, the keeper of the waking world, the keeper of the superconscious and the upper world, Pachacuti, Quetzalcoatl, and Huasca are those ones that connect to these three, but they basically connect to those levels of consciousness. And so like the underworld, the shadow world, the unconscious, unseen blah, 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 influences from the outside, or like the inside that like we're not really aware of. But then there's this Quetzalcoatl's a winged serpent. He's the one that's like day-to-day shit. Like he's the one that helps us to see 333 on the clock. And then the super conscious is like when we have those profound moments and realizing like everything is like a fucking projection. There's multi-dimensional realities. There's all these weird influences and stuff like that. And so you get a keeper for those. But when I do it, I don't make it so that you have to keep Huasca, Quetzalcoatl, or Pachacuti, because that's not part of our religion. So if somebody gets, like, I leave it open, like, who comes? Who is it? Is it Archangel Michael? Is it a rabbit? Is it whatever? People get that for those three. So like for me, I did get the keepers that come from South America with their religion and all that, but other people got like a mix and stuff. I didn't get it for all three of them. I had Hathor. Was that? Oh my god! I just realized that I had Hathor for the underworld. I gotta check that. I'm like, wait a minute, am I confusing? Because sometimes there's so much information that's happening. Pretty sure I had Hathor for the underworld, and then Quetzalcoatl, and Pachacuti, which my mom used to say Pachacuti. I don't know. I'm pretty sure it was Hathor, but I just worked with Hathor recently, but I didn't even remember. And that's my brain being like, what? I never realized that. But those are the ones that we work with. And then there's the day keepers and the wisdom keepers and the earth keepers. There's the feminine, the masculine, and basically like star being, like angelic beings. And then there's the star keepers, connection to all the stars. And then there's a creator right, where you become the creator. You're a steward for all of Earth, all of the universe. And you become a channel for that. And then there's the star rights after that, which, because if you do the creator right, you become that person that can channel and receive those rights, the rights to come. There's the foundation rights, the lineage rights, the rights to come. The rights to come are still coming. And right now is the time, is the fall of that, you know, this is the time that the ancients talk about in all of the traditions. But it's not just the, you know, we've heard of the Mayan calendar. There's many versions of that exist, and all of them basically say where we are is the end time. Or I don't think it's the end time in the sense of like scary bad, but I think it's the end time of what we're used to or knowing. In shamanic ones, they say that there's 7 heavens and 7 hells, and we've been through all of them. And each time we come to an end of these levels, something comes and, you know, takes out the world, right? Water, fire, whatever. I don't think that they don't know what this one is, but I think this one's going to be light, where it's more so, it's not that it's taking out the world, it's taking us off of it into light, into our light bodies. And that's why we've been raising our vibrations and frequencies through this work, so that we can transcend this dimension. Oh my, what? I live by the sea. Awesome. Yeah, so go there. And you don't even have to go there during it. Like, you do it whenever you want. But go there during the process. Like, you know, and then there's strengthening of them and all of that. Oh my god, Bridget, I totally forgot. When I did a video saying heavy salt cleanse, I had what I thought was demons come through the wind. But my Reiki master said she thinks it was from above, not below. And wow, I made a picture I called Meta Medum, and it's the Rainbow Bridge. We were talking about that a little girl. No, I don't know why I said that. Little girl. We were talking about that a little while ago. But like the concept of like the light and the dark, the up and the down, the good and the bad, and all of that. And sometimes we do think that something's bad when it's not, and sometimes we think something's good when it's not. But it depends on our like where we're at and what we need to think and all of that. And there's so many levels and there's so many layers and it's so fucking complicated. But it's like not everything is as it seems, you know. So it could have, and you know, and I think we have the possibility of changing it too. Like at one point, it may have been a demon. Maybe it wasn't right, but over time, like I'm gonna introduce this new thought form into your reality, and I'm gonna say this, and so you are like, and you resonate with that. That may be what it becomes through that process of that, because it's dimensions, it's frequency. We're not always in the same space and time. It's like we're jumping timelines, we're jumping dimensions. We're not gonna be here forever in this where we're at. That's why that fucking thing exists, where there's people who remember the past differently, but they have like all these like overlaps of stuff. What the fuck is the name of that? Oh my god. The Mandela effect. Look up the Mandela effect. I guarantee you there's going to be some things like look up like 50 times the Mandela effect fucked with people's brain. You're gonna get fucked with because there's so many of them, and there's definitely different people thinking different things. But that's a result of that timeline shifting. So if you look at it like that, you can realize like you don't have to like live in that reality. Like with her, with your circumstances of like he's doing this thing and blah blah blah. As I said, don't focus on it because you don't need to live in that reality. You don't have to have that timeline. You don't have to be in this version of existence that you don't like to be in. It may not happen overnight. It may take time because everybody has free will. So you may need to like allow for you to get far enough away from this reality, this parallel reality where that is playing out, where he's in a relationship with that girl and doing those weird things. But I don't engage in that. I don't look at that. I don't think about that. And I let myself, you know, ripple over to here. I can get eventually to the one that's going to be playing out in a favor that's much different from that one. And I've seen it work with many things, with money, with like family, and in not even trying sometimes to have things like that happen. And that's usually the best way for it to happen, is not trying. When we're trying, we're usually fucking it up because we're attached to an outcome. So we create the opposite of what we want. Just don't focus on it. It's hard to explain it, but it's like it's a very subtle thing. Like the more you look at something, the more you allow something to piss you off or hurt you or upset you, the more that is going to be, the more it becomes like that. Does that make sense?
Yes.
I don't have that. Here's more of that. Like this is all you're going to get. I want that. I don't have that is what that is. So
Yeah.
don't even look at it at all. Don't think about it. Don't want it. Don't want it. Don't nothing. Just fucking be like a neutral negative to everything. Like I'm good right here and I'm happy and I'm content.
Yes.
The universe knows what you want. You know what you want. I know what you want. He knows what you want. Everybody knows what you want. But your brain fucks it up because you can't help it. But you'll get there. We all get there. And then when we get there, we fuck it up again because we're like, oh my god, I've got it, but let me fuck it up. Because we stress out.
It's like, how long am I gonna have this for?
Well, I can tell you this, it can help. Like each time usually seems an improvement. Like that's what I've experienced. Is like, you know, we went from like not being able to communicate or talk at all to like being able to communicate and talk like a little bit, spend like an hour together, and then like the times away from each other were like, you know, I don't know, like a recalibration, reset. And each time it was like we got a little bit better. We could communicate a little bit more. We stopped having so many fucking weird things playing out as a result of the communication. And it's like a world apart. Like last year, you saw there was like 3 solid months of like everything was fine and normal, and then all of a sudden it was not. But I think that's connected to Kundalini, like weird emotion stuff like that. And also, sometimes, like in this reality, this version of reality, there's people out there that don't want, like, the people that are harnessing light, or the people who would be able to do like a lot of stuff with light or make a difference to be positively charged for people. They don't want that, and some people just get jealous, you know. And it may not be intentional. That's why, like, I try not to tell people too much stuff about things, because they can hurt it unintentionally just by being upset that it's not theirs, you know. And it's just human condition. And it's been fucking, you know, slammed into us.
Yeah.
To be jealous, or to feel like, oh, I'm inadequate because I don't have what you have, or you did it and I didn't. But that's like the opposite approach that we want to take. Like, it's like, okay, my way of looking at things, and it's been like this for a long time, way before I woke up, all of that, it was like, if they can do it, I can fucking do it. If that's how you need to be, it's like figure out the way they did it and do it, you know, to the best of your ability. With most stuff, like with free will and people and love and emotions, it's a little bit more complicated than that. But at the end of the day, there's nothing that I don't think people can achieve through belief, especially now that being awake and realizing how everything is, like, you know, easily movable and able to become a thing. Look, twin flame, chaser runner dynamic, in an imbalanced relationship, karma, attachment, and love language. Sometimes that's it too. Like, they may be the type that needs to hear, and you might be the type that needs to, like, receive something or do an act or whatever. I know, just learning about love languages, learning about attachment theory, learning about all the things helped. And then trying to be vulnerable. Opening.
It's hard.
Yeah. It's like, I feel like there's a lot of questions I've been asking myself lately too that, like, I've never realized what I think passion is, or what I even actually want for myself, or like what that feels like for me, and like realizing it's like, I don't think I've ever asked that for myself. Always just kind of taken what was given and like, I think this is okay.
I did a reading yesterday for somebody. It was a 10-minute reading. It ended up being 53 minutes. And
Oh my god.
I know, I couldn't get away from it because of I was saying those things to her, because I was like, I felt like she didn't, like, not necessarily just her or whatever, but like, she hadn't asked herself those types of questions, like word for word, like basically it was like, what do you really want? You know, you. I was like, pretend this, okay? Pretend like the fucking government is gonna shoot any motherfucker that leaves their house and tries to interact with another person. So you need to live the rest of your life by yourself. You cannot do nothing with anybody but you. You know, that's it. That's all you got. So how are you gonna fulfill yourself? What is gonna make you happy? What is gonna fill you up? And then, in the cases of, you know, coming together with other people, don't let society tell you what that looks like or how that should be. Because when we're a little girl, we watch these fucking Disney movies, and the prince, oh my god, he's so great. And it sets you up to think that that's what you need to be, to have your happy ever after. You need your prince, and you need to get married, and you need to have babies, and you need to do this, or something's wrong with you. And that's why people are like, why aren't you having babies? What's wrong with you?
Like, why don't you have a baby? Leave me alone.
Yeah.
Right.
But it's been subconsciously programmed and fed to us in all ways. Like, and then it just, it's a normal thing, an accepted thing. But my grandmother and my mother and the burr, and what are you gonna do when you get old and you don't have anybody to help you? Like, and they use fear to, like, make you like, I don't know, maybe I should have a kid. Like, that's not the right approach to life. Like, or bringing life to be. If we're gonna bring a life into the world, there should be, like, stability. You know, like, it shouldn't be just because. Or maybe I get this guy to fucking commit to me. Like, that's fucked up.
Yeah.
And Wade and Roe, whatever the fuck it wrote, you know, taking away all the rights. Like, sometimes people have a pregnancy that's not okay. It goes into the fallopian tube. It doesn't go into the right place. So what that does is that blows you up and kills you from the inside. But they're not letting people get rid of those anymore. So they're basically setting you up to die if you have that happen, because you will die if that happens. You don't live through that. That does not a good experience. That's why some people need to have choice in removing that from themselves so you don't kill two people. But all of that stuff is like they make women like they're not in charge of themselves. You know, they can't make good decisions. They need a man to protect and provide and to show up. They need a man, you know, or whatever, and they need a husband to be like. It's almost like I can see some people, not most of the people. Most of the people are just, I don't know, what, like most people have just fallen into what they think they're supposed to do, or they're bored, or they don't know, they're not fulfilling themselves for them. They don't think that they have like a purpose or something. But like a lot of times it's just like a tit for tat within people. Like I've got a better house, I've got a bigger pool, I've got a this, and they look for the other one that's gonna like meet up with them there and like a trophy wife. You know what I mean? So like women focus on their looks and I gotta, because they want to impress. And it's like I gotta get, and like the guys like I gotta get the stuff, I gotta get the money, I gotta have the thing so I can get the best looking thing to be there with me, so that we can impress everybody. Like it's all about that, and it's really that's why you see those Hollywood couples that they're not together. It's a fucking ploy for the media. You can tell that they're not really. You know what I mean? Sometimes there's people, oh, they're romantic. They're not. It's just not. It's just a marketing thing, or it's like a like they get the people to see that. Look, fucking Amber Heard was calling TMZ herself when she filed for divorce from Johnny Depp. Like it's all like a thing. It's like, and I think sometimes it is on both sides that they like both manipulate and use each other, or they just do it because people say like it would be a really good thing for your PR, for your public relation, you know, to have. She's pretend to have a kid or something, they say now, but I wouldn't doubt that for people out there, because that's how they care more about what people think or how they look at them than what they actually do. And that's the society we've lived in. So of course, you know, nobody's asking you those questions, Abby. Nobody's asking you questions of what makes you fucking happy, or truly feel passion, or what do you like in bed, or what do you you know, want at the end of the day when you come home, or do you even want to leave your home? Do you want to be a stay-at-home mom? Do you want to be a fucking whatever? So we have to ask ourselves, because nobody cares, first of all. Like, you know, for the most part, it's like there's some people who care, but not a lot of people, because they're too consumed about like outdoing the next guy and the next guy. There's so much competition, and I don't even know what fuels some of it. I think sometimes pain, you know, or loneliness. People settle for stuff, or they think like, oh, I'll fill this void with this. So they use coping mechanisms like sex or addiction, or I don't even know. Like there's so many things, but it's good that you're asking.
That's safer than feeling your feelings.
What?
Is it anything that's safer than feeling your feelings?
Exactly. And you had, you know, I think a family's dynamic too, where it wasn't expressed or talked about, so it wasn't natural and normal. Because there are people out there that do, you know, not everybody like that. And that's still, I saw a girl today, she's funny, she makes those short videos, and she was like, what do you think it's like to never have a trauma or a problem or an issue, or like, you know, like, or to be like having a healthy, like supportive family? Just, but the way she was doing it was wicked funny. She's like, you know that there's people out there? She's like, it sounds very uneventful. But she was being sarcastic.
Like, they still go through those things, but they are like taught how to like go through the cycle of emotions, and you're like, wow.
Yeah, because we didn't, and we don't. And I think other thing I saw too is like the generation we grew up in is like the in between. So we got like the worst of it. It's like we had the generation where it's like you're left to your own devices, or like to fend for yourself. But then the other side of it is like just fucking, you know, disassociate into a phone or into like a scroll, and like just live your life, you know, in there, like in the technology. Or like people make the like the Sims. Both of my sisters became like obsessed with the Sims game, where it's like a simulation, but it's you know, you have people.
I used to like see all the different ways I can murder myself.
That's what I was gonna say. They fucking kill everybody.
Me too.
What the fuck? We're all fucked. What the fuck? Put him in the pool. Take the ladder out.
Yeah. Fill the room with fireplaces.
He's wicked tired. Oh my god. And the Grim Reaper comes.
It's like, I'm bored with this one.
I had the cheat codes when I played it way long time ago. I had the cheat codes so you could get like infinite money.
Rosebud.
Rosebud, something.
Yeah, we had the cheat codes, and I remember
Load.
we would kill them. It was when I dated that guy that was like physically abusive. It wasn't him. Like his brother and I would like hide in his brother's room and play that game for hours and kill people.
Yes.
Then there's a lot of I know there's a lot of like expansion packs and new things now, but it's like you can like kill them having sex and like
Yeah.
like my sisters told me all the new ways to kill them since I haven't played.
There was one where they died of laughter too.
Yeah, and she said that like there was one time like she didn't mean for what happened to happen, and she was like actually upset about it because she was trying to do it good this time, you know, like do the real right thing and take care of these people, and they fucking like the series of events that she told me was so fucked up, and she couldn't get it to like stop. She watched other people like die in a fire, like just things got way out of hand, and it was like something stupid that started it. And she was like, and I wasn't even trying to kill them, and I just thought that was fucking like such a perfect example of like what it is like when you do try, you know, like I really wasn't trying. I was trying to do the right thing this time. I was trying to be the upper, you know, the bigger person, or fucking heal, or cope, or whatever. But it didn't work out that way.
Like I should have put one more smoke alarm in there.
Yep.
I think that she said it was like she was on the toilet. I don't know. For some reason, the toilet and the phone are connected for me. Do they have toilet phones now on that? You have a toilet phone now? I gotta ask her what it was because it was funny. But did you have a question, Abby, for like a specific thing?
Oh, I don't know. I feel like there's something like with that, like, my sister and I were talking earlier about like the Andromedon stuff, and like I brought up that like Amazon women thing again that I talked to you about the other day. I was like, there's something about that coming through like in my dreams, and she mentioned, or she started reading something about how like some Andromedons were like there was like a population of women like that I think were like where the Amazon women myth stuff comes from, and how they were like taller and stronger. And so I don't know if I guess there's anything other channeling that comes through with that, but other than that I was mostly just picking up a lot of stuff from other people's readings.
Okay. I feel like there's something there, but I'm not sure. Like I feel like it's on the edge or something. You know what I mean?
That's how I feel. Like I keep like feeling like I see little clues. Like today I kept getting like the warrior woman card, and like I kept making me think of like Xena the warrior princess, and like
something big just fell in my closet. Like it was big. I don't know what it was.
There's
probably,
like a big shadow that came up at the end of my bed like a few minutes ago, and I was like, woo, and then I tried to be like, it's okay, but my initial thought was like, holy shit.
I think it was like I have the deck boxes. I'm pretty sure one of those just fell. It sounded big, but I had the woman card come out and death. Oh God, don't die. Passionate, perceptive, focused, determined, fixed, resourceful, possessive, psychological, deep, prowling, probing, sexual. And this is basically, I feel like this is you, and you're getting deeper into the depths of the transformation. You know what I mean? Like you're exploring this stuff. Yeah. Sexuality, longevity, maturity, achievement, development, ambition, established experience. So basically, like what I just fucking said, like you're getting deeper into this. You're learning. You're healing. You know what I mean? And you were just saying, like I've never really thought about that stuff. Like it's not a death in the sense of like you're dying. You know, it's a death of, I see innocence or something. Not in a bad way. Just like I'm learning how to be the woman that I'm meant to be.
I think too, like the way I was thinking about it today, it was like kind of like I got like part of me, I feel like got trapped in that like mindset of like being a little kid that wasn't allowed to like think or do those things, like got in trouble from either like, you know, being told if you think about sex or do things or whatever, like you're gonna go to hell, or like
They
or
said
like
that?
huh?
Somebody said that to you?
Like when you're kids, like in like the like church and the Bible and stuff, and it's like you can't have sex until you're married, or if you like masturbate or like watch things with sex in them, and like all of that being, you know, sinful and temptation and all of that, and like and then also just like I don't know, I feel like getting teased like about crushes early on and things like that, I just like it very like subconsciously like locked away that part of me.
Okay. I got a lot of cards here to kind of back it up, like of what I feel like you're putting out, because it, like as you were saying stuff, this stuff was coming out. So it was like problem solver, curious, adaptable, ask questions, get clever, so that you can have your transformation in the rival or pregnancy, in a birth of the new you, which I feel like is basically, you're taking this leap of faith to overcome that shit show of what was going on in the subconscious, because your subconscious is being programmed as a child, to accept that information as the real thing, and it doesn't matter what you tell it otherwise afterwards, because it's already been fed that old story. So you really got to try, because when you're a kid, most of the time that like it's a highly charged moment. That's why it sticks with you. It's like you've never experienced before, and it's like and you're embarrassed and you're freaked out, and it's like and scared, and you believe what people fucking tell you because you have no reason not to, because you're an innocent person, an innocent child. But that unfortunately usually messes people up in a way that's not easy to undo or unravel or unprogram that belief system. So this says whip, arguments, fighting, abusive, tense, painful, anger, repeat again, over and over, kinky, sex. And I'm like, what? But there's also like this here, where it's like a birth of a daughter, which I feel like is a vibrant, abundant, happy, comfort, leisure, wishes coming true. The birth of a daughter, I feel like it's like the birth of you, basically. Yeah, like taking care of you. And then we had the stallion, which is like about sexuality, releasing unbridled desire, emotions, sexual energy. And then you had the rabbits, which are about a sudden increase, multiply, procreation, sex, fertility. So, and then the falcon, rising above, ability, strategy, skill, focus, a transition, changes, higher self, third eye, and the fool. So it's like you're learning to not let the conditioning or the ideas keep you stuck from expressing this part of yourself. And I don't think you really, I think there's times that you've been able to express it, but you are still holding guilt or shame around it because of how you grew up and the things that you were told. So I think that's why you didn't really have a comfortable experience within it. You didn't let yourself really enjoy it. Probably, yeah. You like, okay, like I'm just here to make you happy and you have a good time. Don't worry about me.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, and I think a lot of women do, because there's a stigma for everybody. I never went to church. I never had that stuff, so I didn't. Luckily, I didn't get that part of it. And nobody ever said anything to me about me and what I do with me. Like, no, so I'm lucky there, because like you know what I mean. Like, nobody was ever like, no, and nobody ever found out or knew about that. Like, there was never that awkward moment that you had. So those things weren't up in there. So I think there hasn't really been, but it's still like a natural instinct to be like about it, even if that
or like
hasn't.
fear of being seen, or like the attention that it draws because of like how much like people like, oh, you're asking for it, or yeah. But like I feel like I have been trying to step more into like just the things that I dress, and like trying to like, I don't know, being like, you know what, if I want to post a picture where I'm like feeling a little sassy, I'm going to do it, or like whatever.
I love the sassy. Like, you are a grandma. You just said are.
I know.
You came into this life like, I gotta make my herbal tea. Like, and I can't text and do that.
I drink like 5 cups of tea a day.
it's good though. It's you. It's who you are. What the best thing is acceptance of who you are. But yeah, embracing the parts of you that may have not gotten to come out or be expressed healthily because of the ideas that other people fucking told you about yourself. Oh, you can't do that. That's a bad thing. Blah, blah, blah. Whatever. Like, I think everybody goes through this, and everybody has like a metamorphosis. On some people have their midlife crisis and do weird, crazy shit. Other people have a spiritual awakening, and they kind of do weird, crazy shit. But you're reinventing yourself, and in your, it's an evolution, and you're embracing that change and asking yourself the questions. Maybe you will find that you like to be sassy. In other ways, you may find that you don't. Maybe you like to, because some people are not comfortable, and I don't think it has anything to do with, others' input. I think some people just are genuinely or generally more comfortable in certain circumstances. Like, I know some people, like, they don't mind PDA and kissing in public and all of that. Other people get off on, like, let's go see it, like in the middle of the word, we're gonna get caught, like, that like drives them, that, like, they want to take the risk, like, do it in the elevator before we get to the next floor, like, it's just who you are. Everybody's got their thing, their kink, so you can find yours. Maybe yours is like wearing a sweater and making tea, like, with no underwear. Like,
Ooh.
I don't know though, but you would be surprised. There's a lot of weird things out there. Like, some people wear diapers and shit. Like, I don't know why, like, what they're doing. Some people wear collars and act like a dog all the time, nonstop. Never, don't do that. There's people out. Like, there's a guy. He's got a girlfriend. She's wearing a collar. He walks her on all fours. Like, and then there's others that there's like. The guy wears a diaper, the lady changes his diaper, and all of that, and that's what their thing is, and they like it, and they enjoy it, and there's like a whole, there's not usually common, like, not massive amounts of them doing it, but there's enough people out there doing it that it's like, they have groups of people doing it, like,
Yeah.
but I'm not, it's not, I don't want to judge it or be like, ugh, like, but that's not for me, okay? It's not for me.
Yeah.
I don't even, I don't have like I do, but I don't want to share it. I don't have it, but I'm just, but even that right there, like me saying I don't want to share it, that's me not wanting to share it. So,
Yeah.
and that's okay.
Yeah.
Nobody can make me, and they can't make me feel guilty for whatever it is, and they can wonder what it is, and you know what I mean? And some other people wondering what it is, maybe their thing that they use for that.
The mystery.
So
Yeah, I think figuring it out for myself too is like where like I've been working on, because it's like I went through like a lot of that like awakening, like when I first met like my twin and stuff, like that like really opened me up, and like I like was a whole like sexual awakening, but then I tied all of that to him for so long that like I didn't think, I was like, oh well, I don't have a sex drive anymore, I'm never gonna have sex again or whatever, and then so it's like been like working back from that like the last few years.
yeah, it's hard, and I think that's a natural, normal thing too, because like, it's like whatever we go through, whatever we experience, it's like we get used to something, or we think, okay, like I like that or whatever, but like there's a lot of people here, and there's a lot of things here, and there's a lot of time too. Like, when you look back, it's like, oh my god, like, I never imagined life would be different from what it was when I was living in that life that I was living, maybe 10 years ago, 5 years ago, whatever the years are. And I never expected this to change, or that to happen, or this person to do what they've done. And so it's like, it's a constant evolution. And I think you probably will find a lot of different things that you do like or don't like or feel are like, yeah. But it is time too, like that sometimes we just need time to get to those places of exploring them where we're like comfortable enough.
Yeah.
Like, but your circle, it's hard because like I was like a very young kid when I met Twin. I was 14. So like, I didn't even have an idea. And then I didn't go about like, when I left that situation with that, we broke up, the people after that that I connected with, even though I connected with them and whatever, I wasn't exploring it consciously. I wasn't finding out and discovering what I liked. And in fact, the first person I dated was a jealousy thing. Like, let me piss you off, you know, because I knew he would find out because the person that I dated was best friends with his cousin. So I was like, dumb. Which is probably why I ended up getting my ass kicked for fucking all those years. Because it's like karma. It's like, you're being dumb, don't do that, it's not a good thing, Bridget. Oh, you're gonna, okay, yeah, well, you're gonna feel bad now. Like instant karma. But then, you know, I feel like then there were people later on in life that I did connect with, that I did discover things that I liked or didn't like, and was more conscious about it. But then we go back and, you know, go back to Twin. And all of the other people that I connected with, there really wasn't like anything like, you know, there was no victory. There was no like, wow, that's it, that's the button or whatever. Like, and I think some of it's because of abuse and just the people that I was connecting with weren't good people. Like then there was really good thing. I don't know what it is though. I don't know if it's because I felt safe there or if it's because that's what that is. That's who that is. But I can tell you that there's been a, you know, good amount of like time in between and a good amount of people in between that I've connected with and all that. Some people, I can't even fucking tell you their name. I don't even know who they are. Like, I'm just using them because I didn't want to be alone at that point in my life. And I was like, hang out with you. I don't even know who you are anymore. Like, don't have a name to that person. But none of them made me happy. None of them, I think, there was like 2 people that give me an orgasm in my life. And like that's, you know what I mean? And not often was it experienced. And Twin is like every fucking time I go near him. So I don't know. I don't know if that's part of it. The twin thing is part of it, or if it's like, or what it is, you know? It could be a physical thing, it could be an emotional thing, it could be a mental thing. I have no fucking idea. But I know that this is not normal. Like this experience that we're having with divine masculine. It's like, yes, energy, power, climax, fulfilled, pride, radiance, success, vigor, divine masculine, daytime. I don't think you're gonna find another person, if you truly have a divine masculine, that's gonna be the same. You know what I mean? And I'm just being honest. Like, it's not gonna be the same. It may be okay. You may be happy. You may get what you need. You know, your basic needs met or whatever. But I don't think it's gonna be like it is with them, because I'm just basing it off of like how I've lived my life, and I'm not the type that wants to say that to people. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to feed that into people's brains of like, you're never gonna have a, like, you know.
Yeah.
I don't want to do that to people. But I'm my own personal experience. I've never had anybody else. And
I mean, that's like how it was, because I mean, it wasn't like I didn't sleep around before I met him or anything. Like, I like in school and college when I moved to Chicago, like it was like, you know, me and my roommate's goal would be like, all right, who's gonna hook up this weekend? Like,
let's get him.
Yeah. But yeah, I was always just like, I was just like, okay, yeah, like, just they had a good time, and that's the point of this or whatever, like. And I also like would always go for like authority figure type people, like TAs or professors and shit, like, so.
A challenge.
Yeah.
Like, you're not supposed to do that, but I'm gonna make you. I get it. I think for you it was like an ego boost, and for them it's the ego boost, basically. You know what I mean? So you're mirroring,
Yeah.
but again, when we mirror with people, it doesn't always look the same. But I think, yeah, it was like you getting somebody of authority that's not supposed to do that is like a hoo-hoo, I'm awesome shots. It was giving you confidence, what you needed, a boost, probably. I would think that would be like why that would be connected. And then for them, they're getting excited because it's like, it's the rule. Like, that's how people work. People want what they can't have or what they shouldn't do. It's not thing that you are. You know what I mean? It's like, it's a temptation. It's a bad thing. Ooh, let's do it. Because we're not meant to be slaves, you know? And I think that's the part of us that just built in here where we are like, fuck you, don't tell me what to do or who I can and can't do or what the rules are. I'll show you. I'm gonna bend the rules. And I think that's part of like we're freedom fighters, or we don't fit to the mold or whatever. So that probably gets you effort there, you know, like that's probably what could bring you excitement or be the thing, because you don't want to be a prisoner. You don't want to be that person, like what you're supposed to do. Like, oh, I'm supposed to get married and have kids. Fuck that, I'm not doing it because you told me I'm supposed to. Like, that's just. But I think we got downloaded with that shit, and also because they fucking killed us and stuff for being like a natural person, of like drinking your herbal tea. That would have got you killed back in the day.
For real though. Yeah, when you did the stallion card, I was just like the wild power and all of that. Like, just like, you know, if you want to scream, scream. If you want to like be naked running in a field by a fire, do it.
Yeah, and that, I mean, I the life that I saw where I was like half wolf, half human, I was like, that fucking like seemed good. And when like the running, like I'm not a runner. I don't want to run at all. Fuck that, no. But I was like, wow, it seemed like it wasn't a bad time. Like, I wouldn't mind going to live in a cave and run. Like, but that's, I think the difference between, I don't know. I feel like there's a different thing with them. Okay, like, the fucking white wolf here. There's a freedom, there's a resilience, there's a stamina, and there's power, and there's confidence and guidance, and it's not
227.
Yeah, of course. And that's how we get to the head of the pack. It's how we're going to become successful and dominate. The persisting to be, you know, finishing first. You find together that you finish first, and then, you know, that's good. And they do that naturally if they're divine. Successful competition drive, get it done. You know, I think as much as it is like divine and all of that, it's also like there's like a thing inside of us that does have that wolf mentality, that pack mentality, or like head of the pack, the alpha, the omega, the, you know, like there's different people, but there's all of that stuff tied within it. And I think we do get downloaded with bits and pieces of it, and it's a natural instinct within us to want to have like that in our lives, like that wildness, that freedom. We're fucking animals, basically. We're mammals, but we do things a little weirder than, you know, most of the animals. Most of the animals live in alignment and in balance with nature, and I think that's probably why I was like, like that looked nice to live in a cave, like,
Yeah.
because it's natural. Like, this is not natural. This life that we're living is not.
And we pay to live it.
I know, and that shouldn't have. We should not pay for water and fucking like life. Like, you can't stop us from coming and being here and being alive. Like, you shouldn't be putting a price tag on how we do it or making it difficult to do it. It should be easy. Life should just live like every other life lives. But I don't know. I know there's also evolution, consciousness shifting, and all of that, and comfort and leisure. Like, I definitely don't really want to go live out in the woods, but maybe I would. It depends on who's there, you know, and who's helping me out. Because like living in the woods by myself doesn't sound fun. But if somebody came to live in the woods, that was like, you know, getting the food, and like I just had to sweep the cave. That might be all right. I don't know. I might not mind.
All right, you can sweep the cave. I'll take care of the woods and the foraging.
Yeah, go get the firewood and kill me, you know, I don't know, a rabbit or something.
Yeah, I'll take up some bow hunting. I think about this stuff all the time. I'm like, okay, what skills do I need to know how to completely take care of myself in the middle of nowhere?
I don't know if I could do it. I would probably. I could. I know I could definitely do it, but I am definitely like, I'm not like a bubble bath. We usually like, oh, mispress. But I'm a comfy, cozy, like, I need to be, like, is there a mattress in the cave? Like, am I laying on the ground with just leaves? You know, I need a blanket. I need slippers. It's that Taurus in me. Capricorn don't give a fuck. Capricorn would be like, all right, yeah, this is fine. Do I have a computer? Taurus is like, I just need to be comfortable and, you know, cozy and cuddly. But you have Gemini, so you guys are like, it's fine out here. Like, logic.
Everything's
brain.
on fire. It's 40 below. We're fine.
I'm not cold. Just think the other side of your brain, you'll be fine. Like,
Or you're thinking too much to even notice what's going around you. So.
no. I don't know. It's so funny how different everybody is. Like how people, and I've seen it like be influenced too by like the three main ones that they have. Like some people have the what the fuck? I'm like, what the fuck is that? Some people have the the sun, moon, rising impact them in various degrees. Like I don't know. Like sometimes I'll see like people's Capricorn come out or their moon, but also that depends on what's happening with you. Like emotion is your moon, and what you show to people, I think, is the rising, and then the actual personality is like the sun, is what they say. So I think I see the different variations of people come through depending on what that is. What? What is going on in here? Did somebody you guys see something?
What?
See, I saw your face, and I'm like, what's going on in here? Like, I thought that like I don't know.
Oh.
I was
I'm sitting in the dark, so I don't even think you can see anything from my camera. So.
I
I was looking for stuff earlier.
It just
Yeah. At the beginning, at one point, there was like I kept like getting like the energy of like a child at the side, like where the lady was sitting the time before. I didn't really see too much, but it was like I kept seeing like a purple glimmer of a light, and like I felt like something like bouncy and moving, and it was like child energy.
I definitely feel something small here. Like I got touched the other day, and I was like if you're touching me on my like lower leg, you're obviously not tall. Like, you know what I mean? Like if you reach out to touch me, but you're down here on my fucking calf, like you're not a tall thing. And I told my dad about that, and he was like, I've been feeling something too. Like, he thought it was Honey Bunny, but it wasn't Honey Bunny. And so I thought maybe we had like a small animal. Like, and remember last year around this time, I was doing the thing. I had the sage in the house. I even caught on video like a dog thing run through my door with me when it was coming in, and I was like, what the fuck is that?
When I was there, I kept thinking I was seeing one of the dogs out of the corner of my eye, or it would end up being that little stuffed animal that would be down on the couch, or like there wouldn't be any of them there. And I'm like, wait, I swear I just saw it, like thinking it was Seven or Mana, because it was like
because they blend in with the floor.
Around. Yeah.
I always think Mona's like sitting over there looking at me, or somebody, one of them is sitting over there looking at me, or over there looking at me, or that they're looking at me and they're not looking at me and they're not over there, they're all in the bed or whatever. And that's been happening like way more often lately. Like they keep fucking with me, like, but it's not them. But I do have one that passed over. So it could be him, like in those moments that it looks like, cause like, but I don't know. I know there's shapeshifters too that can take on the shape of a whatever, whatever they want. But it's weird because it's like I keep thinking I'm seeing my dogs and it's not my dogs and nothing's there. I'm like, what the fuck? But I'm not the only one that it happens to either. So that confirms I'm not crazy. There's definitely some shit here, huh? Let's see what yours. There's some shit here. What's here? What's the matter? What are you seeing? Serious. He's a good boy. He's so sensitive.
I noticed that he always comes up when it's like me. And I'm like,
Are you probably from Sirius.
I was like, oh, they're serious.
And this is 7-Eleven. 7-Eleven, you little girl. And this is my handsome husband, the Mona. I got a message the other day from him on my phone. Like, it was so funny because it was like a Taurus, like a reading for Taurus, but there was multiple readings for multiple signs, and I'm scanning through, and like at the bottom of it was like, well, a pet misses you, and you know who it is, and I look over and he's like, and I was like, oh, and I know he does sometimes because like it's hard, like fucking I try to like spend time with just him or like just to hold him and hug him. Fucking Sirius comes over and like pushes himself between us to separate us, and he gets bent out of shape about it, and then he goes over there and he's like, and he pouts. Or he'll test me. I'll talk to him for a few minutes, and then I go back to like scrolling on the phone or doing something. He goes down under the bed and hides to see if I notice, or if I take an active role in like retrieving him from that spot, because he's an emotional baby.
He's like, you don't even care. I might as well just be not here.
And I'm like, dude, I know
Aw.
it's so crazy. And then he has a squeaky toy, and if I don't do the right way of him and his squeaky toy, he gets upset, and he'll go under the bed, and all you see is his ass. He doesn't think you can see him, but I'm like, I can see you.
The size and the side eyes, like, are my favorite. Like, when they just, like, look at you like, you bitch.
I know, they get so mad. I don't have say or control over my life at all.
I had a dream the other night that, like, Bala was helping me pick out my next dog. Like, he was showing me, like, I was at a shelter, and we were, like, looking through all these different dogs, and I was like, oh, I hope it's soon.
Oh, my dad said something the other day, because when he moved in, Honey Bunny had just, like, kind of recently started her fucking I'm gonna kill everybody thing. She doesn't do it anymore. Like, he's been letting her on our side of the gate and all of that, and they're not fighting or whatever. Sadie Lady's senile anyway. She wouldn't even know what's happening. She just barks at nothing, all the time. But she, I gave him to her. He was mad about it. He never fucking told me. And then he fell in love with her, and he, like, treats her better than anything. But he's like, I know what's gonna happen when Honey Bunny's not here anymore. You're gonna try to pawn off another one on me. And I was like, like, no. But it would be nice.
But, like, if it happens naturally.
You never know. You might need a friend. Take the next one. No, I feel it was so hard to give him her. It was so hard. I was putting a muzzle on Sadie and Honey Bunny every day, and like taking breaks, because like I would put one in the bathroom or one over here, and like so they didn't have to wear the muzzle. But then like like rotating dogs around and shit. And I lived in that fucking one room, fucking basement shit show, but it was like random.
Yeah.
One day they just started
stressful.
fighting, and then every time after, and I knew, and I think some of it was because like I would freak out and like, oh, like they're gonna fight, and then they would fight. But yeah, it was at a good timing, because they didn't really have to do that too long before we left there, and then we had a bigger place to stretch out. He had her, and I think she helped him a lot. I think it worked out for a reason, because there's been a lot of fucking shit. And the fact that he hasn't like gone off and back to jail is big, because it's been a while that he has not drank. He's been here almost six years now. That like I don't. If he was by himself, he wouldn't have made that. Not meaning like me. I think her helped him through a lot, because he lost his youngest daughter. His first love was my mom, and they died really closely together. We've never lived together since I was 4, so that was a huge fucking adjustment. Yeah, there's been a lot of things that he's got, through without drinking, which is not something that he's been able to do up until, and he's like in his 60s now. So it's been an improvement. I think she helped him. They're healers.
Yeah. Dogs are great.
They're healers. Unconditional love. Unconditional love.
Yeah. I always try to get Alcyon's attention. I'm always like, I'm talking to you telepathically. Look at me. Look at me.
Where is she? I think she
was under the blankets earlier, but
goes under the desk. She's got a bed under there. Like my dad brought home one of those like weird looking chair things. It's like, I don't know what you sit niche facing, and I think it's a massage chair for like a sitting massage. I don't know, it's weird. But I put it under there like folded down, because it has a cushion thing on it, but it's elevated. Because if there's something on the ground, they pee on it. So it's like, I can't give them like a normal dog bed. They have a couch dog bed downstairs, because like they're less likely to pee on that. And so this thing is like another one of those circumstances where it's like a cushiony thing, but it's a raised cushiony thing. So she goes under there and sleeps on that sometimes. And that's where she is. She's so weird though, like, cause she can't hear if I like wave at her or if I like, you know, I'm playing with them. She's like, I don't know what's happening. She can't hear it, so she like runs away. But then she'll come back to play. But she's always unsure about the play times. Like she's like, I don't know if I want to be involved in what's going on. It doesn't look too good. Like, because they're all like, ah, they're like, their mouths are like, they're like biting each other, and it's fun time for them. But she's like, ah, it looks really bad. I'm running away from here. And I always feel bad because she's like, she doesn't get to really play. I don't think she knows what she's missing out on, because she's the most lovable and like the one that wants the most attention usually, but when it's time to have it and everybody's getting it, she's not there. She's usually under something hiding. Huh. She's hiding. She's a hider.
No, Belly.
Your belly. He's got some stuff on him. Here's your stuff on you. Look at your stuff on you. Where's your mana? Did you see that? She brings food up here and then like fights so that he can't have it. But he won't just go get his own food because he tries to stop him from it. And it's a whole process. It's like everybody has their way of eating. Sometimes I have to get the food for Sirius so that he can have food, because if not, he won't eat ever again. He's gotten better. Since Mona's gotten kind of fat, like he doesn't attack him as often. like Mona used to attack him, but I think a lot of that was just like his alpha dog like coming out. Because lately, Sirius has been humping him. Like, and Mona doesn't even notice at first because he's getting older and he's bigger and he's like, you know, chunky and getting out of shape. You know, age is catching up with him. But like, I'll be like laying here petting Mona, and he gets up on him and starts like humping him, and he doesn't even notice at first. It takes him a few minutes, and then he's like, "Rrr," and he's like testing his limits with him now. So like now he'll eat on the bed and you know, do things like jump, go get food, come back, because he knows he's faster than him, and he's like not as afraid of him as he used to be. Huh? Because Mona used to kick your ass. He was scary. He's my, what do you call him? These are the goofy ones. There's the alpha, the alpha, and the beta, the omega. I think he's the omega. Like they're like the one that's like weird, like the outcast, like it eats the leftover. I don't know. I don't remember exactly what it is, but I know he's like the goofy, like the clown of the group. Huh. But he's a love bug. He's very pushy when it comes to me, though. He won't care. He won't eat food, but he'll come to me for love in between him. Like he's not intimidated about that at all. But because he knows I'll protect him.
Aww.
It's like, because I'm the little baby.
Yep.
And that's why Mona doesn't like him. Because Mona was the first little baby. I had Sadie. Then we went to Florida. Fucking Jamie, I was so mad at him for getting Mona, but then Mona became like my like, oh my god. And then we had Honey Bunny, and then we had Sirius. And all of, like, there was 5 in the litter with Sirius, and this lady came and took all 4 of his brothers and sisters in one day. And I was like, what the fuck? So he was all by himself, like, instantly overnight. So I let him into the bed. And that was a mistake. You know, but my heart broke because he was by himself. And I'm like, oh my god. He went from having all his brothers and sisters to nobody. His tail's like, so that's how he got to stay and become his, like, arch nemesis. And then these 2 came from the same litter. She acts like her ears. And she will, like, go get her. Like, when she's outside and it's time to come in to eat a treat, she goes to get her. She's like, come on. She can't hear. But this one is deaf, and the last time we had a deaf puppy, I let the lady take her, the deaf one, but there was two girls, they were like, looked exactly alike, just like her, same markings and everything. One of them, I told them, I'm like, they're a pair, I'm not separating them, whatever, so I let them go to this lady who had 5 kids, told me she had a fence and all that shit, and then she just fucking let them outside in the yard and all of that with no way to protect them. And the deaf one got hit by a car. And then she came back and wanted to get another one. But when I found out like that she let I couldn't let her go because she's deaf. Like, it's not safe. People are assholes. No. And then Jamie wanted to keep her, and she was acting like her ears. So they were like a package deal that I kept. But yeah. And Honey Bunny, the only reason I kept her is because she almost died. When we were in the basement, there was like curtains everywhere trying to keep the heat in areas. And then there was one that like they tore. And she fucking like wrapped herself into it and was like basically strangling herself to death in the fucking curtain one day. And I saved her from that, and then I coddled her. And once that happens, it's like I'm attached to them and I can't let them go. So they've all got their reason for how they made it to stay. But, yeah, I couldn't let the deaf one go. No, I don't trust anybody. Everybody, I have that thing. It's like, I'm the only one that will be able to take care of you ever. I don't know why we do it, but we do. We get protective over things. Well, I saw how it went with the other person that lied to me. And fucking, that was stupid. What would you let a deaf dog just like roam around when there's cars and stuff? Or would you be like, let me put it in a place that's not gonna die? Or she's like, I came home and pulled in the driveway, and I'm like, why was she out when you aren't home? Like, what the, like, none of this makes sense. You just have like
there's
fucking
a lot wrong here.
Yeah, like, no. What? No. You don't do that to kids. You don't do that to dogs. You don't do that to anybody, really. Like, shit happens. Even if I had, like, a deaf child, like, I would probably be a little bit more observant about that. Because they're deaf. They can't hear. They're not gonna know that something's coming. You gotta be there for that. And don't lie to me. I don't like that she lied to me. Because I asked. That was like the first question I asked everybody. I fucking grilled everybody that wanted a puppy. I gave them away basically for free, but I just didn't fucking want them to not go to a place that they would be safe. Like, you have a fence. They could do like all this shit. This is what they did. This is what if you put a fucking thing on them, a harness on them, it don't matter. They back out of it and they're gone. Because of the way that they're shaped.
Oh, yeah.
They just like,
They
bye.
just have to like lean down and it like slides off.
It's so weird. It's crazy. Like they all do it, and I've seen other people like in the wiener groups talk about it. Sometimes they make them now. It's like they go around the back legs too, or I don't know. They've got like some wiener escape-proof ones. You can see they're like torpedoes. Like, it's not a normal shaped dog.
I'm probably gonna end up with like 1 million dogs too eventually one day when I have like my big farm homestead. I'll be like, oh, they can all just live freely.
Yeah, well, if you live somewhere like, like that, it's okay. But like, I can see the highway from here, and so
Yeah.
I get nervous about. Plus, Honey Bunny doesn't go anywhere because she's by herself when she's out on the other side of the fence. But if you get him, if two of them get together, they fucking take off.
That happened that one day. It was Alcyon and Sirius took off down the driveway.
Yeah, they're like, oh, I got you, let's go. Like, but if they're by themselves, they're like, I'm gonna stay close. I'm not sure. As soon as they have a partner in crime, they're gone. There was one day when we lived at the other house, because we had the pool yard that was where we kept them fenced, but the pool yard fence had a lot of spaces that they would like escape from. They'd dig a hole, go underneath, or somebody would be stupid and leave it open. And there was a day that like I could not find them, and I was like so upset. But I know 2 of them were in a fucking part of the bog that was like wicked. I think they were stuck. because it was like muddy water, but it wasn't water. It was like quicksand in the real world, but it wasn't. But they were in there, and I don't think they. If I didn't find them, they because they won't bark. I'm right here. No, can't say that. But they were stuck in that fucking pondy thing. I'm pretty sure it was Honey Bunny and Sirius because they like to be together, and they're like friends. You know, they're like a couple. They love each other. Sadie and Mona have had a lot of babies, but they're not really like they're just like friends with benefits. You know. They don't really like each other on a deep level. I don't think it's just like we're just
And
here.
like you were there.
Basically. But Sirius and Honey Bunny really do seem to like each other a lot. And then, you know, Mona has children here, so that, he, you know, cuts off a lot of the fucking, it's not okay. You can't do that. And then, Sirius is their brother, so there's not a whole lot of romance. But yeah, Honey Bunny and Sirius are brother-sister, but they do have like a deeper love than the others. It's weird. They're the only two that I feel like that with. I don't know why. It's weird. I'm weird. But I know you know what I mean. Like when you
Yeah.
you can just tell with some things. It's like, oh yeah, they actually like each other.
That's how it is with like our cat, like my family's cats and stuff. Like my brother like brought in one of the strays, like feral cats, and he's like the sweetest cat. Like you would be surprised that he was like a street cat for like 7 years or whatever. How old the vet thought he was, and like we think like he's crushing on the other cat. And we're like, we can tell you guys like each other, but she's playing hard to get, and we'll like occasionally just like come up and smack him in the face and then run away.
Cats are weird.
I love cats.
Yeah.
I had a lot of cats. My Aunt Bridget had like over 20 cats when I was growing up. And then when I was a little girl, I had a cat called Mick because his mom died like the day he was born, and we put him in a Michelob Ultralight box and fed him with an eyedropper, and he grew up from being a baby. But he was really weird about stuff because of how he grew up. Like humans raised him. And he would like attack me randomly and shit. But when I was a kid, he gave me cat scratch fever. It's a real thing. Like it's a song, but it's actually a real thing. Because I would like lock myself in a closet with him and play with him until I was like, but he was like obsessed with like hairspray. Like anybody who had hairspray in their hair, he would lick it all out. He would knead on you and like want to eat, you know, your hair or whatever you had. But when I was older, I think he remembered like being locked in the closet with me, because he lived at my Aunt Bridget's house at that point. He grew up like when I was little. He was with us in an apartment. Then he went to my Aunt Bridget's house when we lost like that place and moved. And I don't know what the hell. Like I would just be walking. There's a huge driveway out there. Like it would go for miles. And there was like it was basically like a junkyard, tons of old cars and tons of stuff. And he'd just come running out of it. It was like he was hunting me, because he'd come out of nowhere and he would like run up my body and do like just hit me like 100 times and run away. And,
Like, payback, bitch.
yeah, and he would it would always be like the most random weird time, because I would be like alone, you know, like ah! But he was so bad. Like, if I don't know, the way it was like he would like time it. He was like, oh, hey, I'm gonna get you. Go for a walk, have fun. See you soon. And
My like first childhood cat would have like sucked on my ear like at night.
aw, you scared her. I think some cats do it, some cats don't. The cats I've seen over the years, there's been a lot of different cats. My stepmom had a lot of cats, and they always ran away. It's weird. It's like they're there, right? And they're living there. They come and they go, and they're like part of this home. And then one day they're just gone. Have you noticed that? Have you ever had that happen with a cat? They just take off randomly.
We had a couple that did that. Like we've had a lot of cats. Like all of the ones that were mine though would end up getting hit by cars. So that was traumatic for me. I had like 3 or 4 cats that happened to, but no one else's cats did. Sounds like there's some sort of karmic message there for me.
They're supposed to have 9 lives. I don't know. Like maybe maybe
Yeah.
the soul came back each time, and it was like just a cat that was kind of like not getting that. That's not a good idea.
Yeah.
I don't know. But the cat thing with her, I remember specifically. They were like just gone randomly, but it was more than one fucking cat that happened. And it was an apartment that they lived at, and then there was a house that they lived at. So it was like totally different environments, totally different circumstances. I was like, it must be you, because like it was like they were just too young before to have that balls or courage to go. I don't know, or maybe people stole them. But it wasn't like there was never like a doubt in our mind that that's what happened, is that they just left and didn't come back. Like, we never questioned. Maybe they got ape or something. Maybe somebody stole it. No, they left.
No, they moved on.
Yeah, we don't like you. We're leaving. And even the owner of the cat would be like, yeah, they just left. Like it was almost like it was just known on some level. But I think one of the times was because the baby came. Like, there was no children, and then the baby came, and it was, fuck this, I'm out of here, bye. I'm gonna go find another family that doesn't have that. or you know, better than the other option. People always say,
Yeah, there's some semi-regular food over here. This will do.
people say that they kill babies. Cats will, like, I think I don't think it's true. I think it's
Like smother babies.
well, actually, it could be, because I saw a guy, like a grown man, had a cat, and he had like asthma stuff going on, and he kept having issues in the middle of the night. And he'd wake up, and the cat would be sitting there staring at him. So he was like getting ready to get rid of the cat, and then one night he realized what it was. The cat was like, "Fuck," you know how Seven does it to my face,
Yeah.
where she's like, "I love you so much." It's all of that is I love you so much, but it could, you know, easily suffocate you if you if you weren't able to, like, you know, move. And if he's a deep sleeper, I think that's what he figured that out. Like, he's like, oh, she just loves me. She's not trying to kill me. But he didn't have a clue about why he was having such a bad time breathing. He'd wake. The cat was just like suffocating him in his sleep. So if it's a baby, you know, and the cat loves the baby, it probably has happened more than once that a cat has suffocated a baby by accident. And then people are like, oh, cats are evil. They say that they're sucking the breath out of the baby.
Life.
No, they're not sucking the breath out of the baby. They're loving the baby and suffocating the baby because they don't know what they're doing. And the baby's not strong enough to fight it off or to wake up, or I don't know. But you know, I just saw it a couple weeks ago. The grown man that was having it happen. So I wouldn't be surprised if a baby was like, I can't do this. You know, the baby might know what, like, is not a fun experience or whatever, but isn't strong enough. Sometimes I'm not that strong with the dog when she does what she does. I'm like, stop trying to kill me.
Ollie used to do that to me too. That would be how he would tell me he needed to go outside really bad. Like, he would just smash his body on my face, or like his face on my face, and just keep pressing. Yeah, that's what he did instead of barking, which I'm guessing is because when he was a puppy, and I was depressed and in bed and he'd be barking, I would just ignore him, and so he would come and lay on me and pull me out of bed.
Come on, bitch, we gotta go.
All right, this works, I guess.
I got my puppy rugs now that they pee on. Huh. Good guy. Yeah. All she does is eat all the time. Whoa. I didn't know you were over here. It was 0 before. I was riding my bike, my mom's, before I go to work, and I finished my major arcana, and now I'm into the minor arcana. It's awesome sauce. They're actors at the end of the day. Oh, that's from the top. I'm at work now. I just want to say thanks, and I really appreciate you so much. You've got to come to England, especially Glastonbury, and you are welcome here anytime. Awesome, thank you. I would definitely like to come. Did you have a question that you wanted me to give you card messages for before I go? Because I know you're here. Like, I don't think I gave you a specific message. I bet you Jenny's asleep. There's people just like fall asleep and they're there. I'm like, is she there?
Just fall.
Huh?
So they just fall asleep on here.
Yeah, it's like, I'm like, how does that happen? Like, I couldn't.
I think Abby did before.
Yeah, Abby did, and I was like, what the fuck? Like, I was so confused because, like, I knew, but I was like, not, you know what I mean? I'm like, what the fuck is going on? And then I thought I could hear her, like, it was weird. It sounded like she was, like, in another dimension.
Yeah.
Sure, the guy I support my new job. I believe it's part of my purpose to care for him. Do we have a past life together or soul family? Okay, let me see. I know, buddy. Let me see. He's like hitting me. They like to go downstairs to go outside because when we come back in, they get their treat. So they're like, come on, man. Like I can only push it for so long before we have to go. Like they start all working together in a pack. Like, come on, bitch, get us that treat. Sometimes they don't even go out the door. I open the door, we all look outside, and then we just go back in and get the treat.
Oh, like we just wanted you to move.
Yes, well, they just want their fucking treat. If it's too cold, they're not going out. They're like, let's try something else. It depends. There's been times that like they've run out and they turn around and run right back in too. They don't like being cold. Huh. Yes. I got India. India. Asia. What the fuck, man? She's gonna give me a bunch of places. India, Asia, and ancient Rome. I think you've had more than one life with this person, and I think this person's probably had some accidents in other lives, or you may have been in accidents with them. But there says accident. Afraid to travel in a vehicle, car, or truck. Death by a collision. And I think you said paraplegic, so I'm not sure if this is the person, if this is the exact, like, I don't like to assume, but I feel like that could be connected to that, like, a reason why that, in this life, something like that would happen, you know, they may be, yeah, well, it says karmic relationship, but when we think of karmic relationship, everybody always assumes it's a negative, bad, horrible, it doesn't always have to be that. It depends on the person. It's like, we have karma, so that's a karmic relationship. How that person behaves is them behaving. Not every karmic is a toxic, manipulative, bad person, but that doesn't mean in another life they didn't do something bad, or that in this life, you know, there's something to clear up. But this basically says unhealthy love or staying stuck in a vibration, you know. But I don't think that's what this is about for this specifically. I feel like there's a relationship between you two where you have karma. Something's happened in another life. This says freedom fighter for protest for injustice, and then Earth is a slave system, and then can't settle in job or relationships, or stays too long. So it's like there's no in between. It's like I'm either gonna be a slave of this situation, or I'm gonna like run away from everybody and everything and just keep going because I don't want to become a slave of that circumstance again. So for some, you know, I think sometimes that becomes the result of when we have a karmic toxic person in our life that was really bad to us, and it was like, I'm gonna run away from everybody because I don't want to go through that again. And then on the flip side of that is sometimes they get their hands on us and fucking suck and make us a slave. And then he said, wow, he was beaten up and left for dead in Thailand, and his mom says it's his karma from past life tomb raiding in Egypt, and I'm a freedom fighter. Okay, so it does kind of, you know, make sense that, like, if he was kind of, you know, doing some stuff, like, I don't know, I don't think anybody, like, deserves to have, like, you know, I don't think that, like the whole concept, I get the karma, I get it, and I do get it, but I'm like, in a divine way, like, of a divine creator, somebody's compassionate and loving. If I'm a divine thing like that, right, and I want things to improve and all those things, somebody does a bad thing, Like, doing another bad thing doesn't make it right or better. It just keeps perpetuating bad things forever. And then, like, oh my god, here's ancient Egypt though. Um, but seeing the way that things are, like, I definitely believe that it happens because it's like some people are like, and then they're like, oh, like punch in the face like immediately after fucking with somebody. So know that instant karma exists like that. Which I think is sometimes it's funny and it's like not like detrimental to the biggest point. Other times though, some of the things that play out or the way it is, like, or like hearing about Lilith, like now 100 of your babies will die every day. Like, that was pretty fucked up, and I don't think that's a good call to do that as a result, because she won't go be, whatever. But I don't even think that's the truth. I just think that's like a thing that people put out there. But if we really want people to get better, or we want things to change, there has to be a point where it's like, all right, somebody has to decide to be the bigger person at some point and stop perpetuating the karma, the blows back and forth, you know. And I think that does happen naturally sometimes, where it's like we no longer engage in it. Like, we're not doing the tit for tat. We're not the one delivering. Oh, he did this to me, so I did it to him. But I think, the universe kind of takes care of it, or has it delivered in some way, somehow, just so that things kind of balance out in the end, or people learn their lessons. But I do feel like we, like, at some point need to get beyond it. Like, we gotta stop. There doesn't need to be pain and suffering. If there was no pain and suffering, there would be no pain and suffering. You know what I mean? I don't know. This is High Priest, Priestess, Lost Wisdom, left Atlantis to teach in mystery schools. But I think this is confirming that he probably did have that experience where his karma was, coming about for what he did with the raiding of tombs. And then we have Hunger Burnt, which is afraid to be themselves, death by mob mentality. And it's weird because when you said that they died for the raiding of the ancient tombs, in my head, I didn't see it as like a one thing. I felt like it was like a group of people. So this may be something that they keep happening in lives. Like being chased down off the road by multiple people, being chased after and attacked by multiple people. Put on usually the people who burned at the stake, they weren't there by themselves. There was like a whole fucking mob of people trying to kill them. And then here's Atlantis confirming that they probably did leave Atlantis and go to Egypt at some point as well, because this said, left Atlantis to be in the mystery schools. But I think this may be yours. I think you probably did that. He's probably been in Egypt. He raided tombs. He has bad karma for that. But I feel like he also, has other stuff going on, and that you also have other stuff going on. But I think you were in Atlantis, and you're aware of the power struggles, and you're here to heal from the fall. And then the High Priest is that lost wisdom, so you still have that inside of you. And you may even be afraid to be yourself sometimes, because I think most of the people who are spiritually inclined, or awake, aware, or whatever, we have had times where we were burned, or we were, taken advantage of, or left poor, or we were hiding ourselves. We weren't putting everything out there because people are bad and judgmental. And then it says avoid conflict, afraid of physical conflict, murder, peacemaker. So I think you're also in this life to help him have peace, and to kind of protect him. Yeah, fighter. Fighter says aggressive, ready to fight, defensive. You were the killer in a fight at one point, so you were a killer at some point, but that's not what you're here to do this time. You're here to bring peace this time. You're fighting for peace, and you're fighting to protect this person and to deliver, whatever it is that they need, because they can't, maybe necessarily do some stuff by themselves. And you're in Ireland doing it, like, helping out, like, and a musician. So music will help. Look at that. Tibet is here with the singing bowl, but I think the singing bowl is like kind of confirming the musician thing. I feel like the song, like, you can channel with, like, through music or channel through your voice, but I think that will help to heal whatever needs to heal. And then the prisoner need for seclusion, and then you see through the control system of Earth, which is the second card that said that, and you are a starseed soul, and you've signed up for this, and you have major obstacles to rise up through, and you're healing and ascending and anchoring a higher vibration. And there's India again confirming that. So I think you guys are definitely in India. You're probably in Atlantis, been in the stars. You've overcome oppression and depression and darkness. I think there's been two different indications. Like there's ancient Egypt and then Egypt after the ancient Egypt. I think you've both been there during those times. And yeah, he's part of your soul family. You're going to bring him peace, which I already said you're the peacemaker. So he may also bring you peace in this life as well. But it does seem like you guys have been through a lot or been together a lot of times. Yeah. Royalty, plane crash. Yeah, I feel this guy, I feel like you've been like through a lot of like crazy things too. Like not just like your normal everyday experience. There's been plane crashes, there's been like burning at the stake. There's been a lot of shit that's happened. There's the rainforest in Peru too, where you guys have been. And royalty. So not every life was bad, not every life, was like difficult, like a prisoner or whatever. There's also been like really high vibrational experiences in other places, but for some reason there's been a lot of like catastrophes or accidents or oh no pain. But I feel like the Peru rainforest is also coming through because this is like the shaman stuff. This is like where the shamans are. It's where the Mureiki came from. I feel like there's wisdom in that information, like in the rainforest, like connecting with the earth, connecting with the trees, connecting with that can help you to basically reconnect with like the royalty inside of yourself, which comes from above, not necessarily the earth. It comes from outside of the earth. And yeah, you guys have an ability to work with each other and heal with each other and keep each other young at heart. You never grow up goofy, immature, fun. You've passed on at a young age, and you've passed on probably with natural causes just as much as there's been other times where there was accidents and stuff like that. But I feel like you are here to protect and serve in some way, not just him, but other people, because you're that fighter, and you're not afraid to fight, and you don't care about protecting others or putting. Some people won't do that. Some people won't stand up for other people, or they won't care about other people. But you do, and you will bring peace to him and help him. And I think he's doing that for you too. It's like kind of like there's something in it that I think is like unlocking something inside of you that you didn't know was there. And he's also like being there during different times for you that may have been difficult otherwise. And helping you to realize that you do have that ability to heal, or like step more into that ability to heal as that healer, and awaken more of your gifts and utilize your gifts, because being there for him and showing up for him in the physical world every day is going to be, activating your healing abilities more. Like channeling says, maybe a doctor or a nurse, etc., healing instinct or a natural instinct to heal with your hands and your wisdom. And through that, you heal yourself too. Every time you channel energy to another person, no matter how you do it, it impacts you as well. But yeah, you definitely been like a witch and a warlock in another life. Murdered for the lifestyle that you had. And you could be afraid to express yourself because of that. And he may be afraid to express himself. I think he's been orphaned at times, and so have you. So you guys have that in common. You have the frequency. Helps you to find each other in lifetimes when you go to what lifetime. Because you both know what it feels like to be the black sheep of the family, or abandoned, or orphaned, or different from the rest. You both know what it's like to be a prisoner. You both know, what it's like to be unique and planting seeds of consciousness or different ways of being, because you're light workers. Naturally awakening, magic healer, lover, galactic, past life, ascended master. So you've already been out of here, you've already ascended, but now you're back to help others to do the same. And you also have the shaman, which carries the ancient wisdom and teachings, and you're close to the earth, Pachamama. So keep connecting with her, and she'll deliver the answers that you need. So it's like as above, so below. We anchor the stars, and we connect with the earth, and we utilize both of those within that work. You have the ocean soul, which you know, and that will help you with cleansing the emotions that could be left over from other pain in this life and other lives. But there is a love that you guys share on a deeper level, like a soul level, like, you know, that's what how our soul family is. Um, so I think that's good because you sometimes you just need somebody that actually cares or loves you. It doesn't make sense like why we know this or how we feel this or where it began from, like to our body now or our mind now or lifestyle now, but it's there. And then you're helping to break out of the chains too that this world creates for people. But yeah, hopefully that will help to make you understand, know, or put it together, connect the pieces or the dots. But yeah, I am gonna check off, and thank you for joining me. Yeah. You're on point. I have been in Atlantis Connection too. One thing when I rub my eyes, I get like a vision of a grid, and I'm sure I saw some codes last time. Um, that can happen like in different ways. Sometimes like looking up at the stars, or um, everybody's got their way. Like sometimes people hold a crystal, and it's like, whoa, that was a weird, crazy thing I've never had happen before. And it's just depends on who you are or how they want to deliver it to you. Get it in meditation, get it in sleep time, get it in the physical world, but usually you'll know. And so the fact that you're like, I had this happen, and you think that's the thing, you know. Going to sleep now. Thank you for sharing. Everyone thinks so. You're welcome. And Ganesh is one of my guides, and I have to tattoo on my right bicep. That's awesome sauce. So I think that probably makes sense why I was coming through a couple times. And I feel I'm going to Peru. And I swear, a jaguar once in my back garden. I've had jaguar show up too. Like, not necessarily like actual jaguar in my yard, but like something close enough to it that I wouldn't put it past that it would happen. If it's something that you're supposed to connect with or see, it would come. And then, oh my God, absolutely sure I was a child, died young in my past life, and I'm a therapist now, and a positive behavior therapist, and I can't live far from the sea. Yeah, I think the water is important for people like us because it helps us to cleanse and to get grounded. It's a grounding thing, and it's a cleansing thing, emotionally cleansing and a grounding in a way of just because anything on the earth is. But I think some people have had lives within it. I've always said that even before I was awake or aware of star seeds and stuff like that. I was like, I don't know, like I can't eat seafood because I feel like I'm like betraying a friend. I'm like I can't do it. It just feels wrong. So I don't. Okay, good night, Laura. And you're welcome. I will be on again and buying more soon. Oh, don't buy. You don't have to buy anything. I know sometimes life comes and up and down and all of that. Okay. And that confirmed my feelings. And I truly love you, my dearest. You get me, and not many do. And my friend actually saw one on our local hill, Brent Knoll. That sounds familiar. I feel like I know that person, Brent Knoll. And one last thing, Bridget, I want to interview the people who have helped me in my spiritual journey for my YouTube channel. Would you be up for it? Sure. That's all I used to do with, when I first came to YouTube was, I don't know, I did Pleiadian Talk with Larry Locken, like he interviewed me, and then like I would, interview other people, and then basically, yeah, like that's all. It was kind of like we would like go back and forth, but it was kind of like us having talks under the guise of another interview. But yes, I will, and I pretty much open. Only days that I don't, days that I do things are the beginning week of the month is the first Tuesday, the first Thursday. I have these events, and then every other thing, everything else is up to me when I want to do it, how I want, how I want to show up. So yeah, any time other than like the first week of the month is usually good for me to do things. And that's hilarious. We can call it Lyran Talks with Philly Lock. Yeah. And having a name that like rhymes or is like catchy is half the battle. If you have something that's memorable or people like it, they come back usually, or they like, ooh, I like that. Boop. So like come up with a song or something like I didn't mean to have my song, but it did help, I think, because it's like there's like kids out there singing it to their mothers in grocery stores and shit, and I think it helps them to remember me when other things maybe not do that, because YouTube will like unsubscribe people randomly for no fucking reason. You're just out. And then there's other experiences in other the other day Instagram was cutting tons of people off. There was somebody I saw that lost like 3,000 people off of their Instagram account because Instagram decided to take them away. All right. Well, thank you very much for joining me. And I used to sing this. Yeah, when I do the lives, I don't sing as often. But there's a lot of people that have sung the song, and it kind of came out of nowhere. But email the Bridget at divineessential@gmail.com. I'm going to try to check it this week. I haven't been checking it because it's overwhelming at this point because I was sick for like a month. And I wasn't doing anything. I was just trying to live, get myself back into a place where I could survive out of the bed. And I've been doing that again. So I got to check the emails and finish up those things. But we can schedule a thing. It is overwhelming because of the sensitivity. It's like having a lot of people communicating and asking for you and pulling on you is overwhelming in itself. But then doing that when you don't feel good, or doing that when you're like going through something on your own, is hard. It's like, oh my god. I usually do okay with it, but when it's physical, like it has been, it's way more difficult because like I can't like I'm in pain right now and I can't ignore it, so it causes me to be like distracted, and it causes me to be like and I feel like I sound stupid or whatever, but it's like it's just my pain is calling my attention to it, so I can't focus fully on what's going on. And then I get like I don't know, like insecure about it, or I feel bad, like I'm not giving it my best, and I overthink it. And there's been a lot of times where I like just like delete things. I'm like, fuck it, I'm not gonna share it because I can't, and I can't comprehend, or I feel like others aren't gonna comprehend it, or they're not gonna like it because I'm very, when I do things, and if I can't be that way about stuff, I question it. And I know people pick up on stuff because everybody's intuitive in this fucking community. So it's like you can't hide that there's a problem. But if they don't know what the problem is, they judge on what they think it might be, and then they assume. And then you have all these things happening, and nobody really knows, and it's just a world problem. But yeah, it's tiring. I think I just need like a long vacation. But yeah, I'm gonna go now. And thank you guys. I will be back next month at the same time. And I'm going to be sharing some videos soon because I do have a lot of recorded stuff that's like, whoa, crazy shit. But thank you.